Come on, let's go.
Rush mid now. Come on. Jungle combat. Rotate back to low HP. Victory!
Hi everyone! The Honor of Kings Flowborn Outfit Design Contest is officially underway. We've always wanted to make HOK more fun for players. We hope the highly customizable outfit feature of Flowborn becomes a way for players to express themselves. In this contest, we welcome all players to submit their ideas through original outfit designs. Create your own exclusive hero. Outstanding entries will win cash prizes and may even be implemented in-game. The submission period is from July 4th to July 25th, so don't miss out. Before submitting, please make sure to download the official template to keep your submission format correct. After completing your design, follow the steps to submit your work. Please wait patiently for the official review results. What are you waiting for? This time, be your own hero.
Come on, let's go.
Rush mid now. Come on. Jungle combat. Rotate back to low HP. Victory!
Activating warp jump. Destination? The brightest star. Pulse gun charged. Scope calibrated. It's a quantum party. Ignites the stars. Into the nebula. Cosmic shifts. Supernova pulse. Woo! Right in the core.
Welcome to the Honor of Kings World Cup 2025. 18 of the best teams from around the world have gathered here to prove that they are the best. The tournament happens over 2 weeks and consists of 4 phases. In week 1, we have groups, group kings, and last chance. And in week 2 is where the playoffs begin. In the group stage, 16 teams will be split evenly into 4 groups.
They will then go through a double elimination bracket through best of 3 matches to become the top team and get their spot in the playoffs.
These 4 teams, known as the Group Kings, will then go through one best of 3 match to determine their position on the playoffs bracket.
The second place teams from the group stage will have their shot at redemption in the last chance phase. Here, these 4 teams will go through one best of 5 match each, and only 2 will win and prove their worthiness for the playoffs.
That's all the action to expect in week 1 of the Honor of Kings World Cup 2025. It's time for victory.
Welcome to Day 5 of the Esports World Cup. This is Honor of Kings KWC 2025, and today there's no room left to hide. It's the lower bracket finals, the loser goes home, and the winner has one more chance for greatness. I'm your host, Isaac Peña. With me, your favorite kind of tofu, King Tofu, and Holler.
I'm excited to be here. Of course, we're going to see a little bit of a huge number of games that are very important because 4 teams are going to be going home.
Yeah, today's going to be a very intense day because these are the creme de la cremes that are left in that lower bracket as well as the upper bracket. So I want to see a lot of action today. And I think we also need to take a look at what brought them here in the first place.
The top of the top, that is what we're going to be having today. It is the Esports World Cup, you know. Top organizations here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, just in amazing boulevard and world, right? Yesterday we had an opportunity to go and walk around. It was actually a pretty nice experience to go and play some football, play some games.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great experience. They have everything that you want. I mean, the content creator park, you have the different areas. And of course, you guys were like hustling it out, playing a little bit of football. I thought you guys were going to pass out at some point.
You know, I thought it was going to be just like a 2 shots kind of thing and then just kind of just score a couple goals. Yeah, let's get home. But they took it seriously. They were a real game, man.
Yeah, I actually got nutmegged last night, and it was caught on camera as well. So that was a fun experience. And you know what? My body was kind of tired. We were sweating bullets yesterday, but it was a fun experience. So if you have the chance, you have to visit us here.
It is amazing just the way that everyone can just gather together here in Saudi Arabia and just enjoy the best of the best. The best of the games, right? Because we've been playing Honor of Kings already for 4 days. Today we enter into day 5. Amazing performances, electrifying as always.
I mean, it comes back to the format, right? The GSL format is actually ruthless. The fact that you could lose 2 games and then you're already out. We've already seen some teams exit it already, but going into this one, and we're actually seeing a bit of a rematch in some of these matches. It's actually pretty crazy because it's really a chess match.
I mean, it's a test of champion material, right? We want you to be consistent. We want you to be strong. We want you to adapt to all the different changes as well. Yes, some people might feel like it's a little difficult, but this is the price of success and competition.
Yeah, and not only to mention, some of these games were nail-biters, and you're seeing some of the highlights. One came down to the single last hit between the Vanguards. There were other moments where they were really struggling to close the game out, and Nongshim RedForce coming out on this one, but there were so many good games yesterday.
Most of times it was just nail-biting, right? Like just kind of like looking, we're trying to cast, trying to tell you exactly what is going on, but at the same time, we're super excited. We don't know exactly what is happening. We want to look at the screen. We want to look at the players. So many things going on at the same time.
I mean, it's like the true victorious moments, right? Those exuberance, the joy, and the passion that you see, and then you see the other side, which is like the heartbreak. Like, where do we go from here? Like, the players are all kind of worried, understanding, but it's 2 sides of the coin.
Exactly, and the biggest lesson here is that we can't exactly put everyone in a box, right? Everyone has been comparing power levels whatsoever, but sometimes these stats get thrown out the window because the teams just surprise us.
Before we start today, what about if we just look at the big picture? The big picture of the Esports World Cup, where top organizations around the world are trying to fight it out just to call themselves the king of esports. You know the format, you know that every single time that an organization is going to win a game competition, they're going to earn points. And right now, Team Falcons, the same as last year, looking strong with 1,300 points at the top.
Okay, but Team Vitality very close with 50 points behind. And in our game, Team Vitality also has a team, and they need to win the series today.
Same as Gen.G Esports, right?
Yeah.
Like Gen.G Esports, the same, has a team right over here in the KWC.
And also AGAL right on the bottom, potentially coming into those playoffs. It could have some serious waves. This is going to be all up in the air. Everything is at stake here.
I love just the way how it was gamified. It was just like made into a game. Everyone is just battling it out. Everyone's trying their best, trying to just grasp a little bit, some points, just to try to move forward. So what? Let's move into KWC 2025. The format has been amazing. We started 4 days ago with the group stage. We left that behind. Today, the lower bracket finals are going to show us who's moving into the last chance, and we already have the names for Group Kings as well.
And today's the last day of the group stage, setting up the tone and the stage for everything. Again, you were talking about the last chance in Group Kings. Those are going to be going on tomorrow. But to find out who goes home, who's going to be top 8 to make the playoffs, it's going to be a wild ride.
That's right, and this is just the tip of the iceberg because playoffs happening between 23rd to 26th July. That is where the monster punches are going to come out. And I want to see exciting games. I mean, we know it's going to be fire.
We know that there's going to be top 8 teams right over there, and the top 8 are going to come out of the winners of every bracket, the winners of every group. What about if we just do a little bit of a recap about who's still in the game and who has already left us? On the Group A, Pause Gaming. Pause Gaming having 2-0, 2-0 wins, looking strong, no big problems.
I mean, if we're looking at the bottom one, I mean, Gen.G Esports somehow survives. I mean, yes, they got 2-0'd by Pause Gaming, but they've got one last opportunity going up against Boom Esports, who 2-1 Blacklist.
Blacklist, sadly for them, 2-0 and 2-1. well, never found their rhythm, I would say. Let's move to Group B, the bracket. Who won that one, Kin?
Alpha 7. A big surprise, actually. Brazilian Pride, #1 in their region, representing Chalk BR. And of course, we will be leading this to the IKL rematch. Team Vitality going up against Dominator Esports.
Sadly, on the other hand, Loops Esports already gone. They were not able to come here. They had difficult performances. They tried, but sadly, they're already on their way back home. Group C, Nova Esports taking the lead in there. And sadly, on the other hand, Kagendra. What is going on? The international stage still seems big for them.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't been able to find their footing. Unfortunately, they were 0-4 in their games, and they made an early exit out. But I guess this is the team, this is the group that was just way too strong.
Group D. Group D, the top dog in there was OG Esports. Dominant coming in, showing us a masterclass of the meta, 2-0, 2-0, 10 minutes games. And sadly, on the other hand, ACT, for me, the biggest winner of these whole 4 days.
I mean, it was a great team. I mean, they really stuck it through. They really gave a lot of the other teams a battle. I mean, this is a stronger team that's going to get better as time goes on.
That's right, and today is an important day because the teams that have not been consistent have been kicked out, eliminated. And today, another few more teams will join them as well.
ACT, just for me to recap right over there, ACT yesterday, as we were talking, as we were coming on our way, already preparing for next year. And if you are in the Philippines and you want to be part of that team, you want to go and check it out on their social media. Today's matches, we're going to have the last opportunity for these teams to stay alive. Winner goes on and the loser goes home.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to start off strong with BSE, who got 0-2'd against Nova Esports, going up against Twisted Minds. The second match is going to be that rematch. Dominator Esports going up against Team Vitality.
That's right. Gen.G going to follow up with the match against Boom. And of course, we're going to end our day with Alpha Gaming, last chance against Nongshim.
We're having amazing games today. There's going to be a lot of energy. All the players gotta be recapping right now what they did in the previous 4 days. The mistakes cannot happen anymore. It's gonna be a best of 3.
Yeah, it's going to be a best of 3, and that's been the best format thus far. Every game has been very interesting, usually going to a third game. If not, it's been a 2-0, but they've been very close, like a single mistake, and the game just ends.
I feel like it's too close because every series has been a nail-biter, and I mean, it's great for us, it's great for the fans as well, because this also shows you the potential you can reach if you play your cards right.
Each of these teams, 1 victory, 1 loss. What about we move to the match #1 of today? It's going to be an amazing performance between Black Shrew Esport versus Twisted Minds.
I mean, so much at stake, right? I mean, the KM West champions, Twisted Minds, going up against the #2 seeds from MKL, Black Shrew Esports, who have tried. I mean, they've tried countless times to overcome Nova Esports. They haven't been able to, again, find their footing in 2025, and they've kind of been the underdog in most of those series.
Exactly, and both teams, if you take a look at their performances from the Pro League coming into KWC, actually they have been quite stable. They have won most of their games. Maybe not as much for Twisted Minds, but they had a very strong showing at the end of the Pro League, beating out OG.
One of the important things for us to think about is one of these teams won the first one and lost the second one. The other one, on the other hand, lost the first one and won the second one. Is that going to have an impact on this? What about if we analyze it from the BSE side?
I think we're going to go, I mean, BSE like to play strong, and they need to do a good job of just letting Musan King just fly with them. I mean, if we're going to talk about Black Shrew Esports, we've got Dian Xiang, Musan King, JR Jiong. This is a powerhouse team. They're the 2024 champions for a reason. But again, 2025 has come around. The global ban pick maybe has affected them in terms of their draft because, again, they just haven't been as strong this season.
Yeah, they're kind of finding their footing in terms of communication and alignment of objectives, right? I think this is one very clear issue within the team, and hopefully they can solve it today.
Yeah, and this is one of those teams that you could never count them out. They're going to play to the bitter end, going up against Twisted Minds on this one. This one could have serious ramifications for the future for both of these squads.
BSC coming in first and then just losing to Nova, right? Like, that was a tough game for them to have. Then after that, they recovered their confidence. Against Kagendra, they come in, strong performance. Can they still ride that wave?
I think they can. I mean, it's something that it's a trait within BSC. Their games are always very powerful showing, especially for Musan King. This is one of the important members you have to keep an eye out. So today, I think the pacing of his jungle is going to definitely affect how BSC plays, because you know when Musan King takes the lead, BSC are very, very strong.
Well, BSC are very, very strong. Twisted Minds, on the other hand, they're no easy feat, right? We know that they're a strong team. They're already champions. They come in here talking big game.
Talking a big game, and they've been playing a big game. I mean, Twisted Mind's going to be lining up with Clean, Nighty, Hailang, Shanks, CT Boy. This is the old Team Vitality squad. Clean has been the latest addition, has been a welcome add. This is a very strong team that, again, could make, you know, some serious headway here.
So it's quite funny because we are talking about Clean, and I think the only thing that really makes a difference for the side of Twisted Minds is they just need to be a little bit cleaner in their execution of their drafts. Their drafts have been pretty strong. They have put themselves forward, but it's really those small gaps of synergy within the team fights that have costed them games.
But that's with BSE as well. I mean, they've both been making those minor mistakes, and there's a reason why they're in the lower brackets, because of these little mistakes that they keep popping up.
Exactly. So Twisted Minds, I mean, most people would see them not as the stronger team between the two in today's series, but I think they could prove a lot of people wrong today.
We know that there are players that we need to spotlight, that we need to highlight, some of them that they're going to be core, they're going to be key for us to understand the pace of the game, and that's going to be the junglers. Which of these two junglers do you believe is going to have a bigger impact on the game?
That's a tough one. It's like, which of your children are your favorite? Like, it's so tough on this one.
It is hard.
Look, Musang King is an absolute beast, and we've seen just his legacy. He's been an amazing guy, right, in that jungle lane. But then you're looking on the other side, you're looking at Clean, and you're thinking, man, this guy, the way he plays, he's always on point. He understands what he needs to do. Both of these junglers, just so high level, I cannot choose. Sorry,
Let's analyze the data on that. What do you think? Like, when you look at the numbers and you really understand the head-to-head in between the two of them, Musang King, Clean, the kills, almost the same, very similar, damage dealt, very similar as well. Where do you think the gaps opens up in there?
Damage taken. So damage taken also represents the synergy within the team. Musang King as a tank, right? He likes to soak up damage for the team, open up opportunities for BSE to take advantage of. Clean, not to say he doesn't do that. Look, he's very close behind, 22%. But at this point, if Clean can rise that stat a little bit, I think it could break a gap and that chink in the armor for BSE.
I think it's funny that you're actually choosing based on the data. I thought you were just going to be like, hey, same hair color, jersey, I'm going to go with Musang King. But I was very impressed with that. I think that it does make a lot of sense what you just said.
Our boy Kintofu has grown.
He's a changed man. He's a completely different world. But again, I mean, going into this one, like, look, they're very close. And this is why you really can't choose between them. It's basically like which of the teams is helping support to ensure that both of these guys really pop off.
Exactly. And of course, this will come down to the synergy of the other teammates, right? It's not a one-man game. This is a 5-man game. You need your team to be behind you.
Yeah, and look, the most important thing about these things is of course going to be game one, right? Best of 3, set the tone. You're going to put so much pressure on.
You can see the trophy already standing in there. That's something we didn't have 4 days ago. And I'm telling you, when you sit there and then you're ready to play, but you look at the trophy in front of it, you start dreaming about, if I just win this, I can still have a chance to that.
That's how important a dream is. A dream is a wish, and you only get it if you put the commitment, the hard work, and the talent into it. So both teams, if there's any time that they need to show up, today is that day.
This is the moment, right? For both of these squads, everything is at stake. I mean, you lose this one, you're out.
Yes.
I mean, that's absolutely huge. You didn't make it to the top 8 at the KWC when there's like, what, 18 teams? That is going to be heartbreak.
Exactly, and I think this is a painful lesson, but it's a lesson nonetheless. Of course, throughout life, you will experience different lessons. Both of them do not want to learn this lesson.
Let's look at the Twisted Mind side. I mean, you have the mascot right there, right in front to kind of help cheer on the team of Twisted Minds, but it looks like the draft is underway.
Okay, so Twisted Minds, very clear understanding of BSE. No early game for you, there is no pay. And of course, there is no form of control. The Luna will be taken out as well.
Yeah, so look, I like the fact that they've banned the pay. It was the 14th most picked hero in the KWC thus far. It's been 9-3, 75% win rate. It has basically taken over games. It has that early game lead that no team really wants to deal with. They understand that Black Shrew Esports like to play that style, and they've taken that one down.
Yeah, but my question now is, why does BSE give the Arlie? Arlie has had a fantastic record in KWC so far.
Yeah, I mean, you're right, but I think it's one of those things where it's like there's so many other things to ban out. I mean, the Liang is definitely something that they want to do, want to ban out as well, because you're looking to protect your own squad, but not to be outmatched. They've gone with the Dharma. This has also been a strong hero. It got a 75% win rate, 11th most picked. It's literally a beast. in the Clash lane.
Okay, so let's talk about the stats. Yesterday, we were talking about Mai Shiranui having a 33% win rate. Slightly higher today because of the games won yesterday, but still lesser than 50%. Mai has not been doing well in KWC.
It hasn't really been popping off because, again, just teams have been able to kind of counter it. They play around it. And it's one of those heroes that if it's not doing well in the early game, it really falls off. It has that, like, the impact isn't there. It's just so squishy towards the end.
Yep, and interestingly, both teams have not shown that jungle pick just yet. But right as I said, Agudo will make the appearance in this first game of the series for BSE Black Shrew Esport.
Basically, they're talking about pace at this point, right? They want a slow siege. They have that potential to kind of go in with that. But it's going to be set off of Jihong's Mai. They're going to say, hey, the second, third pick in the draft, you got to be a high-impact hero.
Exactly, and to stifle that growth, they actually ban out the Nongshim. If you take a look at the stats of the Agudo, survival actually is #1 for this hero because of her skill set. She's able to actually maneuver in and out of fights without getting CC'd.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit more about the Twisted Mind side. I mean, you see the Fatih that's been picked up. You see Yuan, who's been, again, the #1 hero in the KWC thus far. Look, I knew that Yuan was going to be strong, but I did not expect it, especially in these best of threes, for this to be the most sought-after hero.
Because of the ability to be invulnerable, at the same time providing heals, poke, and stun. I think this is one of those skill sets that really is an all-rounder. You can put her in almost any lane except Clash, you know.
I mean, it has a lot of flexibility, and it has quite a bit. If you're looking at the other ones, I mean, you have Fatih, you have the Yuan, you have a lot of sustain, like that healing and that, you know, potential when these long, drawn-out fights are going to happen. You have that potential to kind of be like, hey, we're actually going to be fine. We're able to kind of keep on pace.
Exactly, and it kind of messes up with the Dharma pick because on the Dharma pick, once again, if you are new to the game, Dharma is one person who wants the team to be grouped up together. That's where his truth mantra, that ultimate slams people against the wall, gets a stun, you can then follow up with combinations of skill 2, skill 1, maximum damage. But the way that they have composed themselves on the side of Twisted Minds, they're very independent heroes. Fatih, he's good on his own. Yuan has the ultimate to save her life. Arlie can just jump between her parasols. So it's a difficult situation that BSE find themselves in this draft.
Yeah, but okay, let's talk about the Fatih Dharma matchup here. I mean, you know that the Dharma was going to be there on the enemy team for Black Shrew Esports. Why are you picking the Fatih here to counter?
Because you have excellent setup on the side of BSE, and this is going to be set up with the help of Dia here, right? So Agudo throws the furball down, you get the stun, and because of the aggression, teams naturally will group up, try to back off, and that is where Xiang is going to come in. And we have seen Xiang, I have shouted his name so many times in this year alone because of his Dharma plays.
You've been shouting Xiang's name in your bedroom quite a bit, right? I mean, when you're casting.
Okay, Holler, I need you to calm down because that is not the kind of truth we want to hear today.
I'm telling you, it's all the time. Kin just practicing his cast over there in the room, and they're just being so loud. The whole floor can hear you, Kin.
Hello, guys. I know we are storytellers, but this is not the kind of story that people want to hear.
So, I mean, look, we understand that. I'm just saying that there's a little bit of familiarity between this, right? I mean, you've been casting a lot of the games in terms of the BSE, and he does make a lot of plays.
Yeah, I'm just practicing, guys. Right? I'm sorry if I disturbed your sleep, but in any case, the draft has been completed, and I'm so excited, right? BSE and Twisted Minds, #1, what is their final composition, and how will this game go?
Yeah, actually, we're going to have to find out, like, together on this one. I mean, it looks like the players are ready to go, but the Menki picked up as well as the Haino for Twisted Minds. Your thoughts on these two picks to round out the Twisted Minds, Mark?
I like the Haino pick because #1, it allows you to save towers. Okay, I experienced this so many times in the ranked games. Guys, as a Haino, your ultimate can revive towers back to the health bar it was at if it's within 5 seconds. So please, 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 use your ultimate when your turrets are taken.
Yes, and look, when you have that Menki up front who's going to be very tanky to kind of, you know, just to slow the pace of the game down or to initiate when you need to, it's going to be great for that.
Strategies are done. Execution starts now. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for game #1. Casters, guides us through.
Thank you so much, Isaac. As we get into this one, of course, everything is at stake. This is an elimination game. I mean, two games, and you might be out of the KWC.
Exactly, and now you start to see why Highlang has this Hano in the mid. Very good wave clear, especially if you get your Scepters or Fate. That first skill thrown onto a hero, it's tracking. It will hit you if you're within range.
Yeah, and if you're looking at the kind of the draft at BSE here, yes, they have a decent amount of damage, but it's more, if they were kind of like looking into like a more of like a slow, sustaining type of offense. And if you've got the Hano, you're kind of like, actually, they don't really have the burst to deal with me, and I can kind of Fate Rewind through all of this.
Exactly, and damage over time is one of his big strengths, but 90 here is suffering a bit against Xiang.
Yeah, taking a decent amount. He's trying to out-heal this one, and Xiang kind of trading blows a little bit, but a little bit of a lane swap. Talk me through that one.
Okay, so the lane swap here, they want to prioritize that space sprite on the top because that's an important resource. It gives you extra EXP, it gives you extra gold as well, and it helps you with your rotation. As an early, you want to get as much farm as possible.
Yeah, it looks like the bitter farewell right onto Shanks. He's going to actually Heartlink back to safety. Musan King is joined as well, but again, it's a 3 for 3, but again, it's not really going to happen.
Yep, so both teams actually matching this pace. I like the fact that both teams expected this rotation and have actually changed the farm lane into the position of clash.
Yeah, and this is a huge rotation. I mean, 4 on 4 in the top lane. Nobody wants any of that action in the mid lane, but BSE are like, hey guys, let's slow down, let's distribute. We're going to give up the sprite for now.
Yep, timing is very important here, right? Clean secures that space sprite for the team. He's going to try and funnel some farm, extra farm and EXP in the mid lane as well.
Yeah, and look at Nighty and Xiang, just like, again, just trying to steal what they can in the bottom lane. But, like, look, if you're going to give anybody an edge, who are you giving to in this clash lane?
For the side of, I think I would give it to Xiang. I think Dharma really makes a big difference in team fights, and inevitably you will get a grouped up Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I think you're going to have a much better time. I mean, Dharma, there's a reason why all of the teams want him, right? On the team, there's just so much impact that they can go. Plus, it forces the enemy team to not be so grouped up, and they got to space themselves out properly.
Very much so, and I'm just curious about the growth of JR. We've already seen teams like Nongshim pick up this Flowborn tank. Hang on.
Oh, the Ruined engine Zeong, though, he finds Hailong, does a little bit of damage. Hailong has his ult if he wanted to go, but in the end, Zeong will make a little bit of a rotation, but nothing was too much of ask.
All right, if you're confused over what happened for Hailong, Hano, if he actually pushes himself within range when using the second skill of enemy heroes, he actually turns into melee form, allowing him to sustain and heal up.
Yeah, the Furball is going to be used, the Unending Sorrow, just to use and neutralize most of that. And again, these teams, they've done a lot of research on one another. Top 2 teams, did they expect themselves to be here in the lower brackets? Probably not, but this is a situation where, hey, that Group C was literally the group of death. You got to prepare for everybody.
Exactly. Anything can happen, and it looks like they might get caught out, though.
Oh, this is a great flanking attempt or approach. The positioning has been great, but who are they going to look to go? They find the Shanks. They get him with a Burial Farewell. He dashes over, and they do get first blood. Ji-Hong makes him pay. What a nice play by BSE, making them pay.
A beautiful start, and they give it to Ji-Hong as well, and this is going to benefit him greatly in the mid lane.
It's going to be absolutely huge for them. And Twisted Minds, it was one of those things where you got to check your brushes. I mean, to get all the way around and to just like for them to sit around when Ji-Hong has been off the map, a little bit of a misplay there.
So right now, BSE, they just need to capitalize on this lead. Maybe feed Ji-Hong a little bit more. As a Mai, you want to have that level and gold advantage as well.
Yeah, look. I know that they're trying to like feed farm in, but Ji-Hong, you're gonna have to get whatever farm you can. You can be aggressive. It looks like they've gotten the Furball, they've got the pullback, the Fate Rewind, neutralizing all of that.
Yep, this is a strength on the side of the Hano, but 4 minutes, we are at this marker.
I mean, but you don't have the ult at this point. The Tyrant is at about half. BSE slowly backing off. The Tyrant is still continuing on, hasn't been tethered back, and the steal away. Clean takes that one out. Highline dashes back to safety. BSE will disengage.
But that's the strength of Hano. The longer the fight goes, as long as they're able to hold them off, Hano does extra damage. The more hits he gets on you with his first skill, that Scepter of Fate, the more painful it becomes.
Yeah, and also the fact that Hailong actually used his Purify as well, something to take note of. Ji-Hong finding them. He's actually going ham. Finds Hailong in a bad spot. No ult, and he goes down as well.
This is why you need to recognize the timing of cooldowns here. And BSE, they knew that information. They dove on him with no care.
I mean, no ult, no Purify. Hailong, you got to be sticking around that tower. They made him pay. Now, Xiang here being aggressive. That mid T1 potentially under siege, and Nighty's there as well. But again, they'll just deal with the minions, and they will survive again.
Yes, and it's a numbers advantage, right? BSE, I think this game very clear-cut about, hey, we need to have an advantage at every single angle. So they put 5 members in mid to clear that wave, get a little bit more pressure in, and now Twisted Minds, they don't have any information on BSC.
Yeah, no information. This gold lead has gone about 600 gold, not the worst thing in the world, but the fact that they haven't still found their first kill, I mean, Twisted Minds is still finding ways to farm.
So we were talking earlier about, hey, Musang King, he needs to get his skills up. Musang King on this Agudo is actually one of the fastest junglers in the game.
Yeah, one of the fastest junglers, just like overall one of the best junglers in the game. Let's be honest here. I mean, he's very good as well as clean. This is the matchup to watch, but now JR and Nighty skirmishing in the top.
Yep, it's really just to pull attention here. And I like the fact that Twisted Minds, they say, hey, we need to get an advantage somewhere. Let's swap, give Nighty a little bit of deterrence against BSC on the top lane, provide some room for Shanks to farm.
Yeah, Musang King under the tower. He'll use the wild growth to cover his retreat. He will stay back. Mind you, Hailong, a little bit, he's about half life. I mean, he could potentially bait things out, but he's going to be annoying to deal with in that mid lane.
Look, BSC don't care about killing them right now. It's really just about playing the map. This is one of the strengths of BSC as well. They know exactly when and what to do.
Yeah, but tower for tower, top T1 from Twisted Minds down, the bottom T1 from BSE down. They're trading blows. We expected heavy hitters, and we're seeing this back and forth.
Yes, and this game will be decided by the farm laners here. We've already seen the performance. Hailong gets caught.
Yeah, gets caught out by that furball. He's going to Fate Rewind. Musang King at about half-life as well. He will be backing off. But now BSE, this is a situation where, again, do they want to prolong this? Do they want to slow down the early game?
I think they could afford to because they have a decent lead at this point in terms of like map control. But Clean, once again, he secures the other objective. So there's two big neutral objectives for the side of Twisted Mind. So it's not too bad for them.
Yeah, not too bad at all. He did it without the smite as well, which might have been risky. But I mean, hey, if you know you got it, you ensure that BSE are not there, they're going to easily take that one away.
I think it's really hard for them to challenge in this Azure Golem, but Nighty chooses to push Zihong as well as Xiang behind.
Yeah, you want to put a little bit of pressure, and now you're looking to invade here. Clean gets that smite, and again, this is the value add. He didn't use that on the Overlord, he used it there, and he gets a steal.
So this achieves two things. Number one, you steal away the Azure Golem, but more importantly, now you have the timing of that buff, which means Twisted Minds can start to plan what they want to do at the appropriate time.
Yeah, dictate the pace here. But okay, something that we've kind of, we haven't talked too much about, and that's been the farm laners. Arlie, we knew it was going to be the first pick, but it looks like BSE picked up the Flowborn Marksman, which got its first win yesterday. Walk me through this one.
Okay, so JR on this Flowborn Marksman, he has been farming pretty fast, and in fact, in MKL, he's one of the fastest farmers in the farm lane as well. He already has his Shadow Reaper along the Doomsday. This is going to increase his attack speed, but also deal percentage health-based damage.
I mean, it's going to be huge. Look at the side of Twisted Minds. I mean, you have the Fatigue, you have the Menki, you have the Hino. These are guys that are generally beefier boys, and you need a way to kind of chunk through that.
Yes, and this is going to be a very important job for JR because he will be responsible for forcing early ultimates from Highland if he uses his first skill well.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a lot on him to ensure that he gets that, and that's, of course, the convergence, the knockback, and it looks like the Tyrant is going to be picked up by BSE, but Twisted Minds are like, hey, we're going to trade away the Tyrants, we're not going to contest, we're going to look to push the top, and they take the top T2.
It's actually not a good trade for the side of BSE, but if they get caught out here, it could be big.
Yeah, this could be big. Clean still up in front, Jihong dashing away, just getting to safety, BSE understanding that the approach is going to happen, and it looks like they will hold.
Okay, so why is it a bad trade? Number one, right, Twisted Minds know about the timing of the Azure buff. They also just took the Crimson Golem away, which means now they have access and knowledge of the timings of both the buffs. They take the T2, and all they traded was just a basic Tyrant, not the Shadow variant at all.
Yeah, I mean, look, understanding and having timers on the enemy jungle is actually key, because you know when it's about to spawn, so teams can kind of be like, you know, clear out the mid wave and then make their way to the buff to potentially steal it. It's a very strategic play.
So if you understand what Twist is doing here, they're actually buying time so that they get the push on the bottom lane, and at the other time, they're burning off that timer of the Tyrant buff as well. So they're putting themselves in a good position.
Yeah, putting themselves in a good position, and look, they don't have a single kill, but they're playing objective-based gaming, incredibly smart. They know they don't need to group up. They know where the outer lanes are pushing and ensuring that, hey, if we just create a little bit of, you know, a bait, they're going to stick around and they're going to let some other lanes really take some damage.
And this mid T1, like we mentioned before, is a very important resource. We need it for the vision, and it's going to be very hard for BSE to get that T1 in the mid.
Yeah, the Destined Encounter is going to be expended here. Twisted Minds, again, slow sieging. They're going to look to play the late game in this one. Highline taking a lot of damage with that Arrow Storm, though, so he does need to be careful here.
They have to be very careful about taking fights here. It might cost them on the side of Twisted Minds.
Fate Rewind instantly used. Highline, that's a huge ult that's been used. Tyrant hasn't even been taken. It's about half-life. Clean realizes the danger that he's in. He will give that one up.
Oh, that's a lot of damage from JR. This is really surprising, but Highlang is actually 2 levels behind. That explains the damage difference.
Yeah, it looks like the Tyrant eventually going back into his lair. He will heal right back off on this one, and he's tethered back in. BSE, though, understanding that, hey, we could go for a potential steal. Musan King might want to roll in. Does he go for the steal? No, he's not going to risk it.
Yeah, he can't. Because Highlang, his positioning is very clean. The reason why he's standing so close to us, that Azure Golem pit, is because he wants to land those scepters. And if you are caught, he will poke you down.
Yeah, you could have a good time. And look at BSC, all 5 of them congregating around, ensuring that Clean does not get that steal. Didn't have the smite, but they lose the mid T1 for that buff.
Okay, so there is a silver lining. JR now at the top of the gold chart, 8,000 gold. He is way ahead of Shanks.
Yeah, doing a great job, right? And that's kind of what you want on that Flowborn, just to ensure that he gets that damage. I mean, a lot of it has been kind of funneled into him. I mean, he's got 8,500 gold, the tops on his team. But if you're looking at the other side, look at Nighty and Clean, man.
It's not actually that good. I mean, okay, yes, they have the jungle gold advantage, but I think the farm lane gold advantage matters much more because Flowborn tank has an insane amount of damage.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's going to do a lot, and that's the biggest thing. You got to be able to chunk through. Clean is going to be a little uncomfortable, especially gets focused fire with that Arrow Storm. So the potential for damage is there, but Clean, again, doesn't want to initiate, just wants to push him back.
They can't really go full on because Dian is going to be able to save the day with his ultimate and that hard link, the first skill, latching on to his teammates, giving them the heal values as well.
Yeah, and look at, again, BSE, they want a death ball. They want Twisted Minds to kind of contest going in and let JR do that damage from afar, and Twisted Minds not falling for any of this bait.
In fact, Twisted Minds is doing a very good job. Do you see what they're doing? They're holding BSE in the jungle area. They can't push the waves. And right now, both their side lanes are just in a slight advantage to Twisted Minds.
Yeah, but it's like, but it won't really push. I mean, you're not going to have that T3 down, like the super minions with that extra push. It's going to be initially there. Oh, here's the Dream Room. Nice connection, and they find G-Hold, and JR flashing back. He's going to try to take it on the CT point, but now they want to go. Siang is very low. JR gets picked off. Nighty finds him, and Siang is down for the count. 4 members down from BSE.
A big fight for the side of Twisted Minds. This is why it is so hard to win, and 1v1.
Oh, Shanks, he's trying to take down Musan King, and he does. Shanks with the outplay, and it's a team ace, and just like that, Twisted Minds taking it to them.
They have 10 seconds before Zhong comes out, but he's a one-man defense against a 5-member strong Twisted Minds. T3s under pressure.
I mean, look at this. Not a single ult was suspended from Twisted Minds. They're going to take 2 T3s. Yes, Ji-Hong is up, but I don't know if you can hold this, especially since the other timers. JR's going to be up, but they're going to look to potentially go for this crystal. They're focusing it down, and just like that, Twisted Minds take game 1.
In a flash, this one. Twisted Minds, my goodness, what a calculated play throughout the entire game. And BSC, look, they had a decent performance. They were in control for a good portion of the first half of the game.
It wasn't about kills. Let's be very honest. It was objective-based gaming. Twisted Minds are like, actually, not the end of the world. We're still out farming them. We're able to out-sustain. We're able to play the game that we want. I mean, look, this was a great game by Twisted Minds.
It was. And in fact, take a look at this. This first mistake, blunder by the side of Twisted Minds, they never allowed that situation to happen again. And more importantly, even though they gave that first blood over to Zhihong, they made sure that he had no room for growth. And look, this wrap around was so big. The moment Zhihong is down, you have one lesser control. And Xiang actually used his ultimate. I mean, this is the strength of the draft. You can't catch everyone on the side of Twisted Minds.
And this is kind of why I'm not a huge fan of the Mai, because you have to be, like if you're like a traditional caster mid, you want to stay away, right? Use your utility, you get your stuns, but the Mai, you want to be up front and you want to be aggressive, and sometimes you're at risk, and he got picked off, and that just like the whole world just crumbled.
Exactly, and the Menki, this one, Clean was doing a very good job. He made sure he was always in the face of Mai, right? So Zhong really couldn't have any options. He had to hit him, and there was no way getting past that Dream Room.
Yeah, no chance at that point. And when he did hit that Dream Roam, it was a two-man stun, and then it just clean up on aisle 3. It was like so quick and how they just like killed everybody.
And this Fatih, I love the flank because without that Fatih flank, it wouldn't have been a wrap. I think JR would have been able to escape. And JR actually in that match was a very scary farmer. He had the items. He was 1k ahead of his counterpart.
I mean, he was able to do the damage, but there was no space, right? Once they jump on you, then you're running for your life. You're looking for your own survival more than anything else.
I know it sounds basic, but as a farm laner, when people get close to you, that's where things start to get difficult. And Flowborn Marksman, he thrives in a set distance. The moment you close that gap, he's done for.
Yeah, he's done for. I mean, a lot of farm laners are, let's be honest. I mean, Arlie obviously has mobility. You have Rolling Ray from Lady Soon. You have other options, right? But Flowborn kind of static. You have to play that positioning game very well and understanding that you keep them at arm's reach.
That is why they picked the Fatih, because he's one of those heroes that can close the gap really fast with his first skill. There are 3 charges for it, and the final charge actually slams the floor, knocks them up. And as a Flowborn Marksman or any marksman in that case, you don't have a good time.
Yeah, don't have a good time at all. And I mean, all of the lineup from Twisted Minds is kind of like, I just want to get in your face. I want to be aggressive. And they're able to do that. It's a very well synergized draft.
Okay, so take a look at the damage taken by Clean and Hailang, right? The Haino and the Mengi. This is a very important marker. The reason why Hailang keeps using his ultimate so early is because if you are caught in the range of his ultimate, he actually gets his passive stack onto you, allowing him to throw scepters that are tracking you down.
Yeah, I mean, he was really, he only died a single time. I mean, played it very well. Everybody was so clean. The fact that they only died twice. BSE, yes, you only died 5 times, but that was the team ace, and they just closed the game out.
Exactly, one good play. So it really doesn't matter how the game starts. It's really, can you find those moments in the game where this is our win condition? We caught them off guard.
Strategic play. I mean, it's just objective-based gaming. So smart by Twisted Minds. Understanding how to keep them away, not panicking. Understanding that, hey, again, we're losing a little bit in the early game, but we're able to catch up because we're able to outplay them.
Boys, I'm just gonna jump in. It's just so interesting to watch you guys talk about the game because you guys love this so much. You can feel the energy, completely energized out of that game between Twisted Minds and BSE, that you just kept going and kept going and kept going. And I'm just over here just kind of looking at them just like, that's love for the game for sure. And love for the game has our MVP of this game. It's gonna be 90. Amazing performance comes in the decisive fight.
Yeah, and again, you were talking about the dashes and all that.
Yeah.
And just the speed and the ability to get on. But his damage dealt also quite high. He was constantly doing that damage and has his own sustain as well.
He was kind of like the fishing hook, right? The moment he caught the bait, that's it, you're done. Because he activates his ulti, it increases the amount of attack speed and the damage output as well. So this 21.2% makes a lot of sense, even though he only got 2 kills in the entire game. Those 2 kills were important markers because he was on the back lines.
They only got 5 kills in total, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, taking two of them is quite high, and especially off of that team ace. That one opportunity, that one team fight to just win the game. Again, just Twisted Minds playing very well here.
Okay, so we like to celebrate the winners, but we also have to take a look at the learners in this game. So learners in this game, BSE, I'm not sure what's going to happen in game number 2.
You know what? It is just too much stress right now. It's just the stakes are so high that everyone is just really on their nerves. What about if we just calm down and chill for a little bit? We look at the players as well. Do we want to understand the humans behind the athletes? And the humans behind the athletes, they love to play, they love to communicate. Let's take a look.
Welcome to the 4-player chain charades minigame. The first player is given the answer and has to act it out to the second player. The second player then draws what he thinks is the answer, and it will be shown to the third player. The third player then acts it out one last time to the last player. This last player will then guess the answer. Let the charades begin.
Ultimate. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, only this one. Yeah, easy. Yeah.
Ali. But they love it, so makes me. This. Wait. Hey, what again?
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I think Ali 啦。
哇，这个一闪跟流放有什么关系？
因为他踩到这边，然后变回去。
往上看，你知道，然后床飞过去，然后跟雨伞有什么关系？
我知道，那伞在天上啊，然后他给我踩这边，然后我踩去。Yeah, it's an umbrella.
Yeah,
umbrella.
I also think it's umbrella.
我看你看天上，
我没画大哥。OK.
Communication is going to be vital if you want to be really good at this game. As you just saw right over there with the players, sometimes communication can be a little bit defective. But you know what? Communication was the right key for Twisted Minds to be able to win this. And I would love everyone at home to be able to have my job, because my job is amazing. And you know what? We can watch him here on the screen. I can hear the players. And one of the things that Twisted Minds was saying all the time was just stall. Do not jump in. Do not jump in. They knew the early game was not for them. And what was the decision? Just to kind of like just push the game a little bit later.
Yeah, very smart play. I mean, this is exactly what you wanted, especially with that draft. But this is the one that we saw, Twisted Minds. I mean, for Team Menki, I love that forefront, that the amount of beef that you have, the tankiness, and the sustainability that they provide.
Yeah, and I mean, okay, it is quite a few meta picks here because they took out the Fatih, they took out the Arlie as well. Now, these are big picks. Likewise for BSC, it is a big pick in the Flowborn Marksman and the Mai Hagudo, and actually, you know what? The entire lineup is pretty meta.
Yeah, everyone on that one. And that's kind of what you want in terms of a best of 3. You want to put, again, your best foot forward. It's not such a big deal. Yes, the global ban can affect you, and you don't have access to these picks moving forward in games potentially 2 and 3. But this is a situation where you're like, okay, we're still going to go with meta picks because we want to win.
Okay, so let's take a look at the history of BSC. I mean, yes, in KWC, they have gone up against Nova twice, and it has been a clean 2-0 so far. And I'm very worried for BSE that, look, they might suffer some PTSD from those games, and confidence and synergy might be an issue here.
You might think that just while losing the first game, it's going to be hard for them to just jump back.
Exactly. I think at this stage of the game, look, there's too many things to consider. And as a player, the amount of stress you feel and the amount of tension you feel, sometimes it gets overwhelming. So BSC, they need to recover well.
Yeah, this is one where it comes back to the coaching, right? I mean, this is a championship caliber team. They've lost their games. I mean, they've learned their lessons, but unfortunately for them, they haven't really been able to find their footing in this KWC. Yes, they got 0-2'd against Nova Esports, but it was one of those things where the games were close, but it was just like a simple team fight like we just saw here, and they just got wiped out.
I think it's fair to say literally it's just one mistake. That mistake was a costly one. And I mean, it's inevitable you will make mistakes in this game. It's really about, can you calm yourself down and find those winning moments? That's where the restraint comes in, which Twisted Minds was doing very well at.
When mistakes are this high, one little mistake could just be the difference between winning and losing. Because the difference between the two of them, these two teams, the difference between them in terms of level, minimal.
Yeah, minimal. I mean, the level of parity. I mean, everybody's leveled up in this KWC. Everyone has gotten better. How many games and series have we seen thus far across 5 days now have been fire?
All. It has to be all. I mean, my expectation coming to KWC this year was that there were going to be some storms, but let's be honest, there wasn't a lot of storms if there were any at all. And right now, game number 2, BSC, they're going to put trust in the Long pick.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is still the old tried and true, one of the best farm laners. I think you're going to have a great time. It adds quite a bit. Let JR kind of flex on this hero. His potential for outplay will always be there. But now, like, if you're looking at the Twisted Mind side, you look at the Lung and you realize that it's strong, but there's really not a great counter pick. It's more about everyone else playing together.
Yes, and Twisted Minds, they take away the combination. It would have been perfect for the side of BSE if you could get the Zhang Fei, because not only is Lung very survivable in lane, he plays a huge burst damage game, With the shield of Zhang Fei, it would have been perfect for him, but Twisted Minds, they're looking for that big burst potential in the form of the golden token. Gen.G's ultimate, once again, the golden token, lowers your defenses physical and magical by 25% if it lands.
And look at this, Black Shrew Esports getting Musang King on his own king in the sense of the Ogren, a very strong pick for this team, something that they've really flexed upon. This is something that we've seen from time and time again. Black Shrew Esports really like the Ogren here.
Okay, I like it a lot, but throughout the entire pro leagues, we have seen some answers, and one answer that Hailang himself can provide is the Shangguan. We have not seen him play it since last year, but it will be a big answer. So they're going to start first with the standard answer, Agudo, very good at melting down Ogren as well.
Yeah, I think it's the traditional counter pick, creating a little bit of a difficult area for you know, the Ogren to kind of run in and out, so to speak. And then plus you have the other stuns. You have that way. But again, you need to figure out some sort of damage potential to potentially kill this guy late game.
That's true if you get to the late game. But for now, my main concern for the start of BSC is Twisted Minds has quite a bit of decent control. Once we hit level 4, Agudo is able to throw that furball. Zhang Fei has that ultimate, the Unbridled Outburst, where he turns into a beast, knocks everyone back. And he has multiple stuns to follow up with that. And Gen.G is a problem. He has a stun as well.
Yeah, and if you're looking at the Twisted Mind side, sticking to the strategy of just having this death ball, right? The Agudo, the Zhang Fei waiting in the wings to see if anyone wants to jump him. Then you have Gen.G just shooting from afar. This is the one where they're going to be looking to stick together as much as possible. Black Shrew Esports, do they go? I mean, you have Fatih, which is kind of split push on his own, and he can kind of create that space, but you need to figure out a way to kind of mitigate what Twisted Minds are bringing.
I actually think, you know what, Yixing will work perfectly for this side of BSC. They need the box. They need to keep them together because it's really quite hard to catch an Agudo and a Gen.G because Gen.G's second skill actually allows him to cleanse himself of any crowd control for that moment. And it could be a moment where BSC overcommits.
Yeah, having that would be quite huge. It just being, again, like, this is why Gen.G is good. He doesn't really have the mobility, but he has ways to kind of cleanse things. But they're going to go with the Gan and Mo again. If they go with this death ball and they have Gan and Mo in the back, just like, you know, artillerying the front line, they're going to have a good time. So, again, this strategy, very obvious as of what they want to do.
Very clear, right? We've already seen players like Tatsuri who have piloted this Gan and Mo to absolute perfection. And this is the problem for BSC here. In order to be able to take control of this game, they cannot lose the farm. They cannot give that advantage over the Twisted Minds because once you don't have the items to fight, you will not be able to touch this Gan and Mo.
Yeah, you're going to have a tough time. I mean, how do you get on him? I mean, Ogren obviously is going to be very predictable, but Da Qiao and the Yuhan to round out this BSE draft. Your thoughts here?
Interesting. Okay, so I think BSE, they want to lower the risk of aggression, which means when they go in, they want to have an escape mechanism. And if this is your first time seeing Da Qiao, don't worry, let me break it down for you. Da Qiao has her Sea of Fate. That's going to be a second skill. It will create a portal on the floor, which will send you back home if you step into it. Guys, please remember, it's a circle on the floor. Do not miss it.
Yeah, and this is another reason. I mean, look, if Twisted Minds wants the Death Ball, Da Qiao will allow you to kind of use that Sea of Fate to kind of get on out, so you can split push. You can play a little bit more risky because you have that teleportation, so to speak.
Not only that, she also adds on to your aggression because her ultimate, the Eye of the Whirlpool, is allowing you to summon a portal of which your 4 other members will be able to TP to that location for free.
Yeah, not only that, not to be outclassed, you also add sex appeal to this group.
Okay, it's like this family group ABBA.
Yeah. So they're going to be going in. It looks like the draft, we know what's going to happen. We know, well, we don't know what's going to happen, but we know the draft. Who are you giving the edge to, Kin?
I actually prefer the Twisted Minds draft, but if BSE plays their cards right, we could go Mamma Mia.
We're going to have to find if we go that far, but this is going to be an interesting one. I mean, look, I like the BSE lineup. Whenever you see Ogren on, Musang King on the Ogren, you're going to have a good time.
Yes, and I really like it a lot because there is a lot of saving capabilities. Now, Zhihong playing this Yuan in the mid probably will go for that magic build. Thanks, right? It's a big helper, gives you extra heals, and also helps you damage the lineup of Twisted Minds. But this Byron pick, I have a big concern here. Byron is actually one of the strongest Clash laners available.
Yeah, strong. And the way that they were able to pick it last, I mean, it was still open. It just seems like it was like a no-brainer.
Boys, it's time. The Gorge is ready. Holler, Kin, take it from here. Let the battle begin.
Thank you so much, Isaac. As we go into Game 2, everything on the line right now for BSE. They must win this or they are out of the KWC.
Yep, that's a plane ticket that Twisted Minds want to send over. Now, right now, Dian is going to have a very important role here. He needs to check those brushes. He needs to help clear the lanes faster on the side of BSE.
Yeah, and it's also about providing space. Which buff was taken up? It looks like they're going to look to invade here, making things a little uncomfortable for Clean, especially at the beginning of this game.
Smart. This is exactly the BSE that we recognize. And Musang King, he will make this life difficult for the side of Twisted Minds.
I mean, Nighty's going to have to join up. They need to support this. They need to protect it. But Clean will smite that for good measure. Now it's a little bit of a waste. But the Sea of Fate, you were talking about the risk that they can do. And they do get out.
There we go. That is why you pick up the Da Qiao. She is able to get you out of jail for free. But of course, it's not that simple because you have to manage the timing.
Yeah, you have to manage the timing. But look, that was a big commitment by BSE as well. I mean, they were trying to go for the invade. It was not successful. Yes, nobody died, but they're still losing a little bit of time.
Yes, it is. 90 now going to try and focus on putting pressure here, but Dian is here to support.
Yeah, that Storm Strike onto him, and Dion shows up, and Nighty's like, all right, I'm going to respect you a little bit. You got too many numbers for me.
There we go. Once again, that is the Sea of Fate for this skin. You will be able to be sent back home, but it takes a bit of time before it starts being operated.
Yeah, and here we go. It looks like CT Boy will join. A little bit of a tryst in the top lane here. They find Nighty, who's trying to dash away. He actually has to use the flash to get back.
Okay, this is an important point to note for BSE. So now they can actually force out mistakes from Nighty if he overcommits on his position.
Yeah, and look, it looks like Musang King wants to teleport. He does get out. He was not affected when he was going through that one. But look at this. Hailong continuing on with that, those couple blades. Really annoying for Xiong to deal with.
Exactly, because it might force you to use your ultimate early. And Zhihong also burnt his flash here. So I think for now, Hailong doing very well in lane.
Yeah, that's all you really can ask for him, right? Just staying alive, wave clearing, making sure that you're getting as much farm as possible. But at some point, those blades are going to hit like a truck.
And you do not want to be hit by that if you are JR. There is a very high potential for Hailong to get those surprise snipes, and JR will be out of the game.
Yeah. I mean, it would help if somebody else was able to get the stun potentially on, but this is why JR's positioning needs to be, very key.
And also, Dian. But for now,
a little bit of damage onto CT Boy, who eats a flaming palm. He's at half-life, not the end of the world. He's still pretty tanky.
Okay, so let's talk a bit about Dian, right? His role here is very simple. He's supposed to go and check the crushes, give information, so they don't take that huge risk of, number one, getting sniped out by Hailong, or in the worst case scenario, taking a bad team fight for BSE.
Yeah, it's got to be key, right? And ensuring that if they're going to go for this one, at least, Dian is nearby to potentially save if they need to. There's a lot of moving pieces, but when they play well and everybody's in sync with one another, they could have a really good time.
Okay, so let's help you with your map awareness. Let's go through the different portions of the map as well. Clash lane, this 1v1 between Nighty and Xiang is actually dependent on the passive of Nighty and skill 1 on the side of Xiang.
Yeah, and look at that one. I think the teleport was actually canceled in the top lane by Nighty, not letting anyone get out of this one. And pressure on this bottom T1. This is going to be very uncomfortable for BSE, who has to use the Inventive Fastness now just to stay alive.
This could be an opening for Hailong, but he will not be in range. JR actually takes the dragon form and flies behind.
Yeah, they're still sticking around. Shanks chipping away at it. You got the minions. You might as well do as much damage as possible here.
Yes, 4-minute mark. This is an important timer for both teams.
The teleport in the mid lane. Xiang will be looking to join. With this 4-minute tyrant, they do not want to give it up like they did in the last game against Twisted Minds.
Yes, so they need to watch the positioning, but right now, Green is looking for an opening. He can drop Furball down anytime.
Yeah, and the Wild Growth right on top. The Tyrant is there. He's doing a little bit of AoE damage, but JR sticking almost on the clean, but he's a tanky boy.
Okay, Musang King.
Hailong gets the steal. Those blades just way too much at this stage. Xiong on the way out to the bottom lane. They've taken what they've wanted.
They want to force this mid lane. Look at the shouting coming out from the players as well. BSE, can they defend this? That turret protection is no longer available.
No longer available, but taking that Tyrant was huge for Twisted Minds, especially early. It really helps accelerate the team, and turning that buff into the mid T1, huge for Twisted Minds early.
Yep, that's a big advantage on their side. Look, it's not the biggest of gold leads, but map control will assist you in garnering gold for your team. Dian here forced to go back. He doesn't have enough mana.
Yeah, doesn't have enough. I mean, it's not the end of the world. world. Yeah, he's got to do the walk of shame back into lane, but JR is getting that space and farming. He's kind of keeping on pace with Shanks.
I mean, JR has really impressed with his farming ability, right? He has been one of the most consistent farm laners in the game.
Yeah, well, definitely one of the best. And looks like Hailong, I think, actually got that steal.
Yeah,
he's got the blue.
That is a big detriment to the side of BSC. Right now, this means Hailong, number one, he has mana regeneration, and the cooldown reduction, he's able to throw even more blaze than the usual status quo.
And taking anything away from Musang King is just a huge kick in the face kind of thing. It's super uncomfortable. You don't want that, and you want to let Musang King get his farm, but he's actually falling a little bit behind Clean here.
Okay, it's not the biggest difference for now. Look, and the only difference that is being made is Twist is not giving them a fair long fight. They want to have that long range fight.
Yeah, I mean, they want that, but Twisted Mind's not giving anything right now, and slow sieging. This is the power of the Agudo. How are you supposed to farm on this Ogren when all the space, all the towers are being taken away from you?
Yep, and they'll happily trade that T1 on the top.
Yeah, taking that one out. But look at Xiang looking to create that space. They're going to go in. First blood is going to be given. CT Boy takes that one out. Finds Xiong in a bad spot. They're going to take the mid T2 as well.
And the restraint is so good coming in from the side of Twisted Mind. They didn't want to aggress more. They just wanted to take the T2. So right now, the bottom side of the map, completely dark for the side of BSC.
Completely dark, tough. And this is where BSC are like, oh, now we're struggling. How are we going to get that farm from Musang King? They're looking for scraps. They're not finding anything in the bottom line.
Yep, and I need to make a comparison here. Zhihong is level 8, Hailong is level 9. One of the traits of the gun and Mo, look, he can solo take neutral objectives, that's number one. Number two, even when a gun and Mo is behind on levels, he can actually out-damage his counterparts.
Yeah, and I mean, it's all about that right at this point. But Twisted Minds potentially going for the flank. The steal for Musang King, he does steal that one. He smites it, but now Musang King in a bad spot. They have the Sea of Fate if they want to go. But Musang King already at half, they're going to be looking to go onto this one. Musang King, he should get on out of this.
Flash by JR.
Yo, JR in a bad spot. The Infinite Fastest, they find Hailong. They got that pick off. Xiang making him pay. Finding the back line, and Musang King back in with that Whirlpool. And just like that, this turn of the tides have turned.
Okay, it's a small win for the side of BSC. They did manage to force Clean to use his Blood Rage because once again, if you're playing Ogren, you can actually instant execute someone based on if they're less than 10% of their total health.
Yeah, and it's all about that execution. Just closing them down, ensuring that you get that kill. Xiang with that play, but Musang King still up in front. That Sea of Fate right on out.
Yep. This could be a big marker of success for BSC, right? Timing that Sea of Fate with your aggression, making those extra damage onto the T1s, T2s, that's going to be an important marker. But let me break down this fight for you that really went quite badly for the side of Twisted Minds, right? End of the day, that flash, I was quite surprised by it. You know, JR flashed it. I thought that was a bad mistake, but it's actually to push them closer towards Hailong. And when you take out the Guardian Mo, there is no more big burst damage. No one else on the side of Twisted Minds can offer that.
How dare you question JR, right? I mean, the way he was going in, to be honest, I was questioning it too, but I'm not a pro player, but he flashed in, got the pick up, and he understood exactly where Hailong was, got that pick, plus you have that Infinite Fastest, you're going to get out of safe.
Yep, it's actually just creating space because one other member that can make a huge difference in the fight is Xiang and Musang King. And Xiang was at the perfect range there to be able to catch out Hailong.
Yeah, and look, Xiang is always that scary guy. Once he finds you, and there are some squishy ones, Hailong and Shanks, those are the main two targets. He gets on top of you, you're going to have a tough time. Oh, the Umbrella offers the Unending Sorrow mitigating most of this one, but it looks like they got more. They find Dion, but that's just the roam. Great start for Twisted Minds, at least in this team fight.
But there's no more escape. Right now, Xiang, he is going to be safe, but it opens up this 9-minute Tyrant, not the Shadow variant just yet. But with that Tyrant buff, the extra damage is going to allow them to push the aggression, which locks BSC closer to their side of the map.
I love the way Twisted Minds to play that one route, right? I mean, they were looking to take a single team fight. They were able to get that pick, turned it into a big neutral objective. Huge for them. That's going to be the last one before the Shadow Tyrant later.
Yes, and with 30 seconds to go, this could cost BSC quite a lot because the map is slowly crushing down onto BSC on all 3 lanes.
Yeah, I mean, 3.5k net worth. worth lead. Twisted Minds literally taking the fight to BSE, taking over the map, making things uncomfortable. Yeah, you have the Musan King on his Ogren, but man, he's not able to keep on pace with Clean.
So this is where offense is the best defense for the side of Twisted Minds, but it also opens up a gap, right? As you dive onto the side of BSE, one of the things is that Hailang actually is going to be open, as well as Shanks. So that could be the opening that BSE are looking for to get the counter attack, but it requires someone like Xiang or maybe even JR and Musan King to jump into the heart of Twisted Minds.
Scary, scary. I mean, jumping into this Twisted Minds lineup, I mean, you have so many different ways to keep them alive. They want a death ball. This is so tough, even for Musan King to get that vision onto the Tyrant.
Yep, and look at the positioning of 90. He wants to keep an eye on Xiang. He knows he's going to try and open up that the fight from the back.
Yeah, he's on. It looks like they're going to go. Xiong gets a point, and they find Shanks. They get the insta-pick, the infinite fastest. They're going to want to go aggressive. JR at Half-Life, not in a great spot, though. He gets picked off. Hailan makes him pay for going aggressive, but he trades away his own life. It's a 2-for-1 thus far. The Azure Golem will be picked up by BSE.
It's a numbers advantage for BSE. I don't see how they're supposed to contest this. Clean does have his smite, but without the support of Shanks and Hailang, there is not enough damage.
I love the decision and the way that they were just able to just go. BSE was like, we found that moment, we're able to catch them out, but JR, again, this infinite vastness, if you're using it aggressively, I think you're using it incorrectly.
I think it's still okay, but for now, look, Clean, I like this decision coming out from Twisted Minds. They know that they can't contest this, so why look at a lost cause? Let's just go straight for the trade, and they could potentially get more. They actually get the Azure Golem. This is going to be a heartbreak for the son of Musan King, but actually, I think he stole the Azure Golem as well.
Yeah, look, the Twisted Minds will take whatever they can. I mean, the Shadow Vanguard will push in the bottom lane. Don't need to worry too much about that for now, but they've kind of grouped up at this point. Yes, this net worth lead had shifted a little bit by that team fight. BSE trying to claw their way back in, but it's tough.
Yes, does it really matter? Because they will not take a fight on the side of Twisted Minds. They know you have the Tyrant buff. Now it's really just about taking the objective. The turrets, T3 is now at risk for the side of BSE.
Yeah, definitely at risk. Musan King still up in front, wants to deal with the minions, but with that wild growth, it's tough. Shanks has got those shields, the Flaming Palm on the Clean. They're going to limp away, but it looks like they're just going to regroup more than anything else. Knight now under attack. He's potentially looking to go. He's got that force field suppression. He's eating most of this. The Furball up and forward. He's going to be tanking, but Twisted Minds looking to disengage.
Yep, like I said, they won't want to entertain a fight. They have the timing of their own jungle, obviously. So now it's all about securing that Azure Golem for their team. And in fact, I think they might give it over to Hailang. Damage dealt here, of course, Zhihong, I think, has found himself in very good positions. But that chart could switch any time. But gold, also equally important, Shanks at the top, 8,000. This time it's his turn, 1,000 ahead of JR.
Yeah, I mean, he's got that edge. I mean, dying that one single time, yes, it was just a single death, but you cannot die. You need to constantly be farming, and you're falling behind. Shanks, not a great situation for BSE here.
Actually, for both teams, it's quite scary because Daybreaker onto the hands of Shanks, that pink color bow, and you also have the Starbreaker, the red color hammer on the side of JR's itemization. These are the armor penetration items, which means you can actually burst down heroes now from either farm laner.
Yeah, either farm laner, and that's kind of, I mean, the burst and just catching them out. BSE, if you're looking at that lineup, they got some squishier guys. Yeah, you have the sustain, but you could be potentially bursted before you get your ult off.
This is why Hailang is such an important member, and also why Twisted Minds have actually funneled that Azure Golem to the Garden Mole. Garden Mole, look, normally you have 3 stacks of your second and third skill, right? Of which, if you use your ultimate, it refreshes instantly with another 3 stacks. So that's 6 different times of blades flying down onto you, and JR does not survive that.
Yeah, no chance at that point. I mean, like, he doesn't want to use that infinite vastness, like, you know, just early, right? He wants to kind of hold it, and when they jump on him, he's able to stay alive. But Nighty looking for that target, not able to get the Storm Strike on. BSE dodge a bullet for now.
Okay, but JR, he's alone at the back, and if Nighty spots him, this is going to be bad. He does have his ultimate, force field suppression and flash as well.
Yeah, but BSE still up in front. Musan King taking a lot of damage. The Conductor of Souls, they're looking to turn this around, but Musan King gets back to safety, and Xiang looking for that play, and JR is now showing up, but he's running to Nighty, not the target that he really wanted. Shanks is a little bit low as his Hailang. Musan King gets bladed, and he gets sliced down. Hailang cuts him down to size.
The idea was there. JR wanted to get the flank so they could use the right to win the third skill that uses CC to push everyone into a bad position. But unfortunately, they could not find out Hailang to be able to assist in that matter. And when the gun
they're fighting for it. They're going to look to contest, and they go for this one. They do get the pick off. They find Shanks. That's a huge win. JR back to safety, and now Xiang all the way up in front. Nighty's going to be disengaging, but they've taken down Shanks, and that should just destroy the siege.
Okay, that's a good play, but they need to get rid of Hailang as well. BSE needs to get rid of this gun and more, or you don't win this fight.
Yeah, but Hailang and Shanks are doing so much damage. They're blood brothers. They do so much damage together, like Bash brothers. Like, how do you kill both at the same time?
Too late. I have the Whirlpool.
Yeah, no chance. The Whirlpool a little late. Clean getting gone on. He gets zero-stated. Clean is down. Nighty tries to dash away. He's going to be chased. Hailang's just keeping him alive with those couple blades who are starting to hurt. And Nighty taking this out. It looks like BSE don't want any of that action.
They can't do much here. They cannot overcommit because Hailang does have his ultimate. He does have the Azure buff. Cooldown with so much mana regeneration. He can pick up almost any member on the side of BSE.
Yeah, now Musang King looking to be aggressive. BSE potentially going for that Overlord. They're going to be backing on out of this one. Twisted Minds understanding that, hey, this is a big objective. I don't want to give this up, but the bottom lane is pushing.
Okay, so that's some breathing space for the side of BSE. And Musang King, he's going to start working on this Shadow Overlord. Might not commit because they want 90.
He runs right into 90. Musang King still up in front. The Umbrella Outburst on Black, and it looks like Musang King with that Conductor still barely staying alive. He was on the lower end. Hailang and Shanks do some serious damage though.
They get the TP, Sea of Fate. They send him home. Musang King is safe for now, but this is something that Twisted Minds, they're ready for.
Yeah, ults have been committed though. That's something to take note of. Clean still up in front, finding Jihong with that Unending Sorrow. He's going to be back to safety. Another big ult on cooldown. Xiang on the run. Nighty looking for this one. Gets the Storm Strike onto him, but he's going to just walk away.
Yep, they push him away, and look, BSE is under an immense amount of pressure. As a Twisted Mind fan, you must be happy. But BSE, there is still a decent chance they can come back. Just get rid of Hailang, get rid of Shanks.
Look, I don't think any of the team's fans right now are happy. I think they're more stressed out more than anything else because of how close this game is. Musang King still up in front. Twisted Minds might get flanked. They try to go for Xiang, but Musang King with that Conductor of Souls catches out a couple. Nighty is going to look to stay going, but Infinite Fastness, they find Xiang. That's a huge pickoff. Infinite Fastness on back. He's going to look to go aggressive. Shanks is looking for him, but JR's in a bad spot. He's potentially going to go. Shanks is down for the count. That's going to be Sage's Sanctuary. He's going to look to turn. They still have a power play, though.
It's so hard because, look, JR, it's very clear what he wants to do. He's consistently trying to find Hailang, but because he can't, this allows room for Shanks to really come in. Look, he is now topping the damage chart. Him and Hailang, the both of them, close to 100,000 worth of hero damage. This is not good news for BSE at all.
It's so tough. Like, you kill one, the other one is there to clean up, right? So it's like they just need to stay slightly apart so that they can cover each other in case one of them gets jumped on.
Exactly, and this is what is why it's so difficult to play this game if you're in the hands of BSE as well. Now, to make matters even worse, Twisted Minds, they have gone on that Shadow Overlord. They have summoned it on the bottom lane. That clears the entire lane of minions, and it opens up the chance for them to take this T3. T3 mid already down. This is not good for BSE.
Not good at all, and if you're looking at Dion, he's just trying to provide that space in that top lane. Look at his split push. He could see a fade on back if they need to go, but it might be too late.
They want to make the trade, the far T movement. They want to force this T3. They want to force them back, but still, that attempt is not worth it. The T3 at the bottom has been secured by Twisted Mind.
Yeah, no chance. I mean, the idea was there to potentially go for that backdoor play with that Whirlpool, but to go through that one and the T3 with the Shadow Vanguard already at your pace, not enough time.
It just shows a disconnect in communication, right? Because, look, I don't think it would have been the best idea to summon all 5 members over there. Even just putting Xiang up there, it reduces your counter-attack ability.
Yeah, and this is going to be the Shadow Tyrant here. BSE spotting this out. It's going to do a decent, it's going to take a lot of damage to take this one out. Musang King cannot give up yet another Shadow Tyrant here.
Yep, they need to find an opening. Hailang is so far behind.
They find Clean. Jion goes in for this. The Unending Sorrow going to be expended. The Umbrella Outburst, but they find Shanks. That's the target they want. The Tyrant is back in his lair. They want Hailang instead. They're looking to go. He's going to go golden, at least for now. He tries to flash, but he gets zero-stated. Musang King finds him. Nighty still fighting this 1 versus 4. He flashes under the tower. He will stay alive. Xiang is still there. He's going to see a fade on back, and BSE might have done it with 2-0 in that kill.
Okay, so this is a start of a comeback, but for now, the map is not working in their favor. They mean, this is a silver lining for them, a consolation prize. JR does get that Shadow Tyrant for the team. But let's talk about that fight, right? Hailang getting caught out and Shanks dying so early in the fights was a big problem for the side of Twisted Minds.
I mean, he cut them both out, right? Damage dealer A, damage dealer B. Like, those are the main ones that you wanted to have done. And they won the team fight because of that. That was huge for BSC, but their base kind of wide open. That T3 is literally being, like, strung together by string.
Yep, and Shanks previously in that fight, one of the reasons why he died was because he didn't have the ability to activate his Blood Rage. He actually sold that item now, changed it into the Succubus Cloak, so that he has a little bit more magic defense. Because look, Zhihong is following close in the damage charge. You cannot ignore the T1.
Yeah, look at this. Tempest Dragon up in about 5 seconds. Twisted Mind still, though, with that T1. It's going to make it tough for BSC to make the siege because, again, the back door is potentially open.
Well, they could if they can find the back lines.
Yeah, I mean, if they could, they'll go. But they find Busan King. He's looking to go. The Conductor of Souls onto about 4 or so. But here comes Xiang. He's looking for that flank to push away. Clean, still alive. 90, not as lucky. That's going to be Sage's Sanctuary. Twisted Minds need to figure out a way to get him, and they find JR. He gets that pickoff, so he trades his life away.
This is a horrible situation for the side of BSC. Yes, they might be able to delay this Tempest Dragon take, but Twisted Minds don't care. The map is in their favor. They have 2 lanes of Mega Minions and Super Minions marching down.
Yeah, I don't think that this is the right time for Twisted Minds to go for the Tempest Dragon, but again, you were talking about the lanes pushing less space for BSC. It's going to be tough for them to hold, especially the longer this goes. Twisted Minds looking to start it.
Yes, and look at the impressive damage taken. 90 and Clean doing so much work for the team, opening up so that Hailang and Shanks can really lay the damage in.
Oh man, Musan King still around, sticking this out. They find it. Shanks, he's in a bad spot. He does get to safety. He gets back in the lair, and the Unbridled Offer is now going to be used. Sage's Sanctuary, keeping him alive, at least for now, but Shanks is down. They find CT Boy Clean and Hailang on the run. BSC with an opening to the Tempest Dragon.
Why did they commit? But nonetheless, BSC, this is the start of what may be a beautiful ending to game number 2. They secure the Tempest Dragon. They provide so much space for themselves.
Not smart for Twisted Minds to go for that one. There was no reason to go attempt that Tempest Dragon. They were in a bad spot. They paid with their lives. Now BSC have a chance to come back.
Yes, and this is a beautiful chance for the side of BSC. Number 1, Xiang. He takes away the Crimson Golem, takes away the Sprite as well, so vision is obscured for the side of Twisted Minds. And finally, they can start working on these T3s on the bottom and the top.
And this is why, I mean, Twisted Minds, you were trying to go greedy. You thought you had that advantage, but with 90 down, probably not the greatest time to go. And now BSC looking to siege, Clean at half-life. This T3 mid is looking to go down. Musan King just providing all the vision in the world.
Yes, and Xiang, I think he is hitting that mega power spike here. The damage he's dealing with the Shanks is insane.
2 T3s taken down. Musan King, look at the die. They get the Conductor of Soul. Shanks has already been killed. It's a huge win for them. CT Boy just trying to outtake that. He gets seer-stated as well. And BSC coming back, and they will win game 2.
A perfect comeback. BSC, they were struggling the entire game. There is no way to say that story about BSC. That is why you do not count them out.
You can't count them out, but you also can't make mistakes like that. They had a winning opportunity. The positioning was there. That was perfect for Twisted Minds. They had the opportunity, but unfortunately, just one too many mistakes.
I'm so curious, what would make you think that taking the Tempest Dragon there was a good idea? If you had just let nature take its course, right, you would have advantage in the mid lane, in the bottom lane. I think they were a little bit too impatient.
And this is the problem, right? Like having that situation and your nerves are there. You're thinking that, hey, no JR, I got an opportunity for this. You're trying to take it, but the call, man, was just not right.
Yes, they couldn't protect the win condition. And that was Hailang and Shanks. You need these 2 members to stay alive. And BSC, they were really clear about it. The moment they saw the opening for Shanks and Hailang, they were going in. No flash, great. This is the time that punished them.
Yeah, and look, they made them pay, right? They were finding out who was like Hailang and Shanks were always doing that damage, and BSC were like adjusting on the fly. And this is a moment where Twisted Minds really put the pressure on. There were like no T3s, they had no space, and just being able to kind of barely get alive just by killing Shanks in that one fight.
Exactly, and also this highlights the pick of the Ogren. Why Musan King is so good is because Ogren is kind of like a cheat sheet. You don't exactly have to kill them, you just lower them down to less than 10%.
Yeah, and let your Seer State kind of work work it out, right? I mean, there were moments where you're like, even this is that fight, right? The Tempest Dragon going in, a terrible situation to be in, losing Shanks there and CT Boy in the lair, taking the Tempest Dragon for BSC, and they just completely shifted this game.
Exactly. They could have reset the situation. I'm really curious what was going on their minds at that point.
I mean, I think it's just more of like a green light. We gotta go. We gotta potentially end this game. We have him on the ropes. We have it. And then it's just like one too many like misses, and he just like BSC just struck back.
Yeah, it felt like they were kind of desperate. You know, it was not a decision I agree with, but for BSC fans, they must be elated at this.
No, they gotta be elated. They're back in the game. They're 1-1. It is amazing for them. But the problem in here is when you analyze the way that BSC played the game, it just seems to be like Twisted Minds is always in control and BSC is just fighting their way back.
I mean, it's not a great situation to be in all the time. Obviously, you don't want to be on the losing side. But this is one where it just shows you the championship resilience of this team from BSC. Of the never say die, we're not out of it. We have ways. We know that they'll make a mistake, and Twisted Minds made a major blunder, and they made them pay.
What do you think puts them always in that position, that they need to kind of like come back, that they're not the ones actually just controlling the game since the beginning, Ken?
I think for BSC really is, hey, you need to take more control of the jungle. As an Allgren, you have your sheer state, that 10% insta-kill, you need to make full use of that. But of course, with that being said, I think Twisted Minds knew exactly how Allgren operates, and the entrance to the jungle, either top or bottom, was always closed off, even when Dien, with this Star Child pick, who is meant to kind of avert the risk for Musang King, they still couldn't do it.
Yeah, and for me on this one, I feel like Twisted Minds just understand how to play strategically, right? And not just like playing that early game and just kind of like the slow, like choke you out type of play style. And it really kind of gets into BSE because they have to play defensive, they have to play reactive, and they have to catch back up in the game.
I know that from a fan point of view, like we like fights, we like fighting, and we like throwing punches, getting the kills and everything. But from a professional point of view, which of these two strategies do you believe is going to fit better? Because Twisted Minds that is just playing to a little bit more of the commanding, kind of controlling the game, seems to be doing a better job.
I think you definitely need to control the map much more in the early parts of the game. And as you transition into what may be a late game, I think the decision here by Twisted Minds was not a very good one because Shanks actually burnt out the 2 charges of his Sage's Sanctuary. For our new players, you have a item in your defense inventory called the Sage's Sanctuary. This gives you an extra life, but you can only use it twice in the game. And Shanks burned through those 2 usages pretty early on, and he was left with no option. Expanded the flash, changed his items into the Succubus Cloak, which is meant to give you that magical defense. Still nothing there.
I mean, it's more about positioning more than anything else. I mean, it's hard because the BSE knew who needed to die, and they were trying to prioritize. They were jumping on top of him, making his life very difficult. It was not great and not an easy game for Shanks to kind of really get going. I mean, there was a moment where there was like that onslaught, but once BSE was like, hey, let's turn it on. Let's find these guys. Let's kill them.
And it was about positioning, right? Like the positioning from Shanks was very limited because Xiang was always trying to find the flank, always trying to come in from behind, trying to always push them into a corner. And that's the reason why he's going to take the MVP.
He was very good this game. The positioning on Xiang. And as you go late game, this is one of the serious problems you face against Fatih. He has a lot of burst damage. He took Shanks down in, I think, 4 slashes. Like, half his health was gone. And that's like, what? 1 second, 1.5 seconds. So it's a very scary pick coming out from Xiang.
Yeah, very scary pick and well-deserved. I mean, proving that, hey, KDA doesn't really matter, considering Musang King was like 9-1 in like 2 or whatever, right? Of course. But Xiang set it up. I mean, you're talking about pace and tone and all these things, but Xiang was always on the back line, understanding who needed to die, and it was, of course, around Hailong and Shanks.
Who needed to die? Like, the decision in there was very difficult because from Twisted Minds, they had the 2 damage dealers. They had Shanks on that Direndia, and then had Highland on that Ganon Mo. Who do you take first? We were always discussing about this. Who do we take first? If you take one, the other one's still going to be alive. What do we do? And seems like just kind of like cornering them and forcing the mistake was the right answer for that.
There's many ways to play this, right? So, I mean, as a professional team, you're looking at the options you have. Do you want to melt down the tank so you have free access into the backlines? Or do you just want to take out the backline where Hailang and Shanks are the main damage dealers, and once they're down, they don't have damage to fight, right, on the side of Twisted Minds. But likewise, on the other side, you know what? I think Twisted Minds shouldn't fight at all. And if you really have to pick off someone, pick Dian away. Because he was the save condition. He was using the Sea of Fate to TP, save everyone, send them back home, and they come back full health with the Eye of the Whirlpool, and you're done for. It becomes a 6v5.
I don't remember at the beginning of the game, actually in the mid-game, there were a couple times that Dacia was not part of the composition, and the Twisted Minds just pushed really deep into the lanes of BSE.
Yeah, I mean, just keeping them alive. I mean, that was the whole power of the Daciao, of just being able to get away when you needed to. You can play a little bit more risky, and your positioning can be a little bit RE at times. But this is a situation where, again, there was just a really good draft and understanding the playstyles and the limits of the heroes to have your hands have a chance of success.
And this is what is so scary about both these teams, where as we reach that final game of the series, Twisted Minds and BSE have one of the deepest hero pools in the competition of KWC. So we're going to see a lot more picks coming up.
Well, right now that all those top heroes have already been picked, they won't be able to show up again in this game 3. That is going to define who is going to move forward and who is going to be sent back home.
Which is the saddest part about all of this, right? I mean, I think BSE was like, hey, never say die, even on this one. We're not going home after this one. And we got one last opportunity. This is what everyone was dreaming about, getting into that game 3.
They were dreaming about that trophy right over there in the middle of your screens. That trophy really puts your hopes up there. Everybody wants to put a hand on top of it.
So right now, I think both teams really need to reconsider, okay, what is the win condition for this game, right? As you take a look at the series between BSE and Twisted Minds, it will be evidently clear to you that you need to understand what your win conditions are. That's great, but you also need to know what your lose conditions are. And I think Twisted Minds, for game number 2, didn't know it.
Unfortunately for them. I mean, look, I think that's... They're going to really have to dive deep into the replay on that one, right? I think that it's, for now, going into Game 3, forgetting about it and moving on is going to be probably best for their psyche. They want to stay motivated. They want to ensure that, hey, this is a chance that we had. We had Black Shrew Esports on the ropes. We just got a little greedy. We need to play a little bit more patiently, and we can close the series out.
And let's take a look at what's open for both teams, right? Now there's the combination of Lady Sun and Ming as well. This is a stock standard combination they could explore. We also have like the Dolia refresh with multiple different heroes available on the side of BSE and Twisted Minds. And both teams benefit from this playstyle because they know how to do it.
Yeah, I mean, the world is your oyster in that sense, but Twisted Minds going fast and furious. They're going to go with the pay. I like this pick. It's 9-3 thus far. It has a 75% win rate. Just a great overall hero that really sets the pace of the game.
I mean, but they've already expanded the Byron, which is a stock standard combination with the pay, right? So they need to look for a replacement to be able to put that power spike in that level 1 rush if they really want to get the kill in the clash lane.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's not the be-all, end-all, and there's a reason why, like, you can pick twice in, your combinations, but it looks like Princess Frost and Liang for Black Shrew Esports, this is a combination that we know tried and true. It can lock down this pay, especially with that winner is here on top of it.
Yes, so positioning is going to be very important for BSE in this game. So how this combination works is that the Liang is supposed to stun the opponents, and then Princess Frost will use a second skill to get the freeze, and then you have the full combination of either Liang's ultimate or paired up with the Princess Frost ultimate. And it's really hard to cancel this combination. But here's one of the solutions you can explore, which is what Twisted Minds has shown us, the Lianpo and Liu Bang.
Yeah, and that will, of course, the Liu Bang with the Battlefield Command right on top. You can shield and basically just teleport to that teammate, and then you have Liang Po with all of his arsenal of stuns, just really able to just like lock Liang down because he's such a static hero. But Black Shrew Esports going with the Jing.
This is a matchup that we have seen, right? So if you want to go for burst damage, this is a comparison of number 1, positioning, and number 2, amount of burst damage. So farm is going to be extremely important for both these assassin-style junglers.
Yeah, look, they want to let Musan King just fly, right? I think Jing is definitely one of his heroes that he really likes to kind of, bring out to the gorge as much as possible. But going up against the pay, which he knows that he's going to be fighting for farm every which corner.
You know what? In this game, I would really like the Consort Yu on the side of Twisted Minds. Likewise, for the side of Black Shrew Esports, I think they need someone who is mobile. You could consider the Fang. You can burst down a pay in a very quick take. You can also complement the Jing pick. Jing pick is also known as a hero that is able to split push really fast. She can traverse the gorge at lightning speed. Fang complements this because she is able to take turrets, or he is able to take turrets lightning fast as well.
All right, I'm just gonna say no to the Consort Yui thing. I just like not a big fan of this hero only because Blam mains it.
Okay. I'm sorry, Blam. Some love for you today on the broadcast.
But they're going to go with the Marco Polo, Black Shrew Esports, picking that up. That does a decent amount of damage. You're going to have a great time with this one, especially since the other farm laners, like the Arlie and the Loong, I mean, they've already played it. But they have a lot of heroes that have been taken away already.
I love the fact that BSC take out the Yixing. Yixing is a perfect combination to pair with the Twisted Minds lineup, especially when the Lianpo and Liu Bang comes in with their combination. Because Lianpo can just charge in the backlines. Liu Bang comes in, gets the stun and the burst from his first skill, that shield. It's a really insane story because you don't want to be stunned up. BSC, one of the weaknesses is actually control.
Yeah, I mean, look, Twisted Minds also, I mean, you have the Lianpo who has, again, quite a bit of stuns in his arsenal, but it's going to be tough to kind of really lock down this Jing. You're not going to have a great time, but it looks like they're going to go to the Kin playbook, and they're going to pick up the Consort Yui.
Do you know why you pick up the Consort Yui here? Look, Jing is going to have an access to your MM, regardless whether you want to stop her or not. So it's better. Consort Yui is a special hero where she has a physical immunity with her second skill. It's called the Protecting Winds. And when you activate that skill, you are physically immune for, I think, 1 or 2 seconds.
You're going to have, I mean, you just need to stay alive more than anything else. But the Miyu is the last pick. Walk me through this one, Kin.
Okay, Miyu is one of those Clash laners, which is a monster in the 1v1s. You rarely win against a Miyu, especially when she has her ult, because not only can she heal up, if her ulti touches you, she gets extra damage on you as well.
Yeah, a lot of damage. Plus, it makes it super annoying in the Clash lane. Usually we'll win out because of the range versus melee combination that you have and going into this lineup. But look, going in and checking out the rest of this lineup, very glass cannon. You have that potential. Yes, you have the Miyu in that way, but that's pretty much it. Like, who's going to be up front other than the Jing making those plays? Look at this lineup, Kin. Tell me your thoughts.
It's a burst composition lineup. They will play the map very well. So on the side of BSC, the win condition here is if they can take that T1 in the mid, they have to make full use of vision control. That's the only way. If Twist does not know where the punch is coming from, they will lose this fight because they have a lot of big burst control in the form of Liang and Princess Frost, that combination. They also have the damage over time from the Miyu. And while everyone is distracted trying to handle the Jing, the Miyu, the Princess Frost, and the Liang, the Marco JR, known for his farming ability, is going to be very strong.
Yeah, this is going to be...
1 game, 1 gorge, no excuses. Holler, Kin, take it from here. Whoever that wins moves forward, and the loser gets home.
Thank you so much, Isaac. As we go into the elimination game, one of these teams, I mean, look, BSC, Twisted Minds, I don't want either of these teams to go home, but unfortunately, we are where we are. But who are you giving the edge to in this draft?
I definitely prefer BSC's draft. We have seen the potential of the Princess Frost and Liang combination, but they need clean positioning and vision control.
They're doing a decent amount of damage onto Dion already, but CT Boy just being that nuisance, but clean, looking to go for that steal.
Yeah, that's a big moment here. If he gets it, that's big. So he does get that Crimson Golem. Now the team on the side of Twisted Minds needs to protect their buff, which is exactly what Hailang is doing.
I mean, Musan King, if anything, he needs to ensure that he gets the blue buff. That's like the de facto one that he needs. He needs to ensure that he constantly has that to help his farm accelerate.
Oh, that was a nice slick movement there by Shanks. Look, if you can take the dew under the tower, but if you are attacked during that duration, you actually cancel out the healing factor.
Okay. I mean, understanding the limits of this hero here, but look at BSC, both have to flash away. Twisted Minds looking for that potential gank, not able to find it though.
City Boy, that flash, was it really necessary?
I don't really know. I mean, you're threatening, and if anything, you want them to be uncomfortable, right? JR, like, again, if he's free farming, he's going to get all that, just all that damage, and you're going to have a tough time.
True, but end of the day, if you're going to commit such an important common spell such as the flash, you want to force it out of the opponents as well.
it's still not even 2 minutes in the game. Why are you being like an Asian dad? Let the man go.
Because I am an Asian dad.
I know. But looks like they're going to go with this Battlefield Command right on top. Musang King with a mirror domain in return, but they find Jiyoung. Highline gets the snipe in. Clean a little bit on the lower end. Nighty has to flash away as well. Musang King not able to get anything in return.
And this is the risk that they took with this draft for BSC. Their glass cannons. It's pretty easy to melt them down. And you will not be able to survive, especially if Twisted Minds has an advantage in the gold, which means better items, faster items.
And that's scary, right? I mean, if in an elimination game, backs on the wall, you're going in with this like high-flying lineup that has some weaknesses. If they're able to outlast you and you're going up against a clean pay, this is kind of scary if I'm a BSE fan.
Okay, so at the same time, there is one particular thing you need to pay attention to, which is Liang. The Liang combination. First skill, you actually get the barrier down. No, the passive. So the passive for Liang, actually, if you can land a normal hit basic attack or a skill within 2 hits within 1.5 seconds, you actually get true damage added into your damage potential.
Yeah, but Dion right now, level 4, that flash control, locking somebody down was potentially there if they want to go for it. That would do some serious damage, and that would guarantee them a kill. And I think that Dion wants to do that as much as possible because, again, BSE being down, not great in the early game.
But this is where City Boy is going to shine, right? As the Lianpo, he's going to be able to kind of stop those movements coming in because, yes, Liang's ultimate is great, but the moment he gets stunned up, it's cancelled.
Yeah, I mean, look, and that's why Twisted Minds, it really comes back to them of playing this out. If somebody gets up front and he's a little bit baited, you have that Battlefield Command to potentially save that guy.
We've seen that combination just now in the first part of the game. Wasn't really successful because Musang King actually managed to escape that. They got that first blood off of Zhihong, which is not a bad thing. Zhihong on this Princess Frost and Dian on this Liang. It's a very cost-efficient draft. They don't need gold. They just need to be able to set the team fight up.
Yeah, and basically Musang King and JR needs to be funneled that gold. They're the ones that are going to carry you in the end. JR, again, with this Marco Polo, it takes a little bit of time to kind of get online. I mean, he needs those items to really do what he wants in that late game.
Yeah, but once he gets online, I think it's a tough time for the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, that's what they're aiming to do. But Twisted Minds not letting anything go. They're going to give up this Tyrant here. But again, Clean has done a pretty good job of invading thus far.
Okay, we talked about this in game number 2, right? Which is Musang King, and he needs to control his jungle. And this game, on his Jing, he has controlled the rotations, the pacing, the timings extremely well.
Yeah, and they're not giving any sort of space for Clean to do that jungle invade. Because again, it's all about that blue buff. Yes, he previously gave up the red, but now Xiang in a bad spot. They have that control, and it was a bit of a bait, and they find Nighty, and they get the kill.
Beautiful bait, and Xiang benefits off of this. He takes a T1, and now this is going to allow him to have a level advantage, 1 level ahead of 90, and 90's not going to have a good time.
Not a good time, but he didn't expect there to be 2 other brothers from BSE waiting in the wings, looking for that control. And we're talking about the fact that, hey, Dion needs to be making as many plays across the map as much as possible. That's a great start for them.
Yes, and BSE, like you noticed, they will not take too many fights, right? It's all about the map, and because of their splendid performance, they are now ahead by 1,000 gold.
Yeah, a good start for them, and BSE need to get going. They do not want to fall behind. Clean looking to go for that steal. The burst ram, no, the Fever Barrage will keep JR alive.
Yeah, City Boy, I feel like he's struggling to find his pace in this game, and Musang King looking for the punish.
Oh, the Battlefield Command right on top. They find the punish in Jihong, but here's the mirror domain from Musang King, who actually walks into that the flowing ocean of tears. Good God.
Yeah, a very tough situation to find themselves in, but Twisted Minds are making it work for themselves. They actually trade out the T1 at the bottom in time to come, right? So Shanks gets it, so they have equal turret takes. Yes, it's 1 tower apiece. The only deficit for the side of Twisted Minds now is that they don't really have access into the jungle of BSC.
Yeah, and taking that tower, though, is actually going to be huge for Twisted Minds, all right? Again, they like to play when they have that lead, and taking any of those towers is going to create more space, making things uncomfortable for BSC, because, again, they're not really tanky enough to kind of push themselves out of that.
Yeah, they can't. And right now, Xiang's in a great position. He's actually able to force City Boy back into unfavorable positions, and City Boy cannot allow that to happen. happen. He needs to be in the heart of BSC.
Yeah, and that's kind of where they want to be. But JR being aggressive. Here's the Battlefield Command on the clean. They find JR. They get the pick off. They make him pay for going slightly aggressive.
So this combination, multifaceted. You can jump on the City Boy with your ultimate H90, but you can also jump on clean. And he's one of the most mobile heroes in the game. He's a tiger, for goodness sake. And you will not be out of his reach.
Yeah, so great. Getting that pick off and then, again, turning that into objectives. They're putting the pressure on this bottom T2. BSC not able to kind of deal with that one, but they take the top T2 themselves.
Yeah, so that's a good trade, right? So look, both teams playing the map, and this is very important because like I said, both teams thrive on vision control. If you have the information, you can make very smart plays.
And if we're looking at this one, I mean, yes, if BSC were to take the advantage and where they were able to siege, Twisted Minds actually have a decent amount of wave clear. It's not going to be easy to get into the high ground.
Yes, it's not. So for now, okay, Twisted Minds clean. He's at the top of the goal chart, but it's not that big of a detriment because Musang King is following closely behind.
Yeah, falling behind, and that's not where you ever want to see your Jing here. And Musang King, just more space, more time, but BSC finding difficulty in trying to get in that farm. And look at how they're just like all funneling around, ensuring that he gets this.
Okay, it's just for the moment because the moment JR gets his frigid charge, that armor, that blue armor, he will have an increase, a huge increase in attack prowess. He's actually going to be able to find the backlines of Twisted Minds.
And look at how annoying Xiang has been. Just pushing him out. Nighty, he teleported. They can't defend. Xiang taking what he can. He took out all of the towers in the top from the T2 on, and then he's also taking the bottom T1. Xiang has been making some good moves, though.
They need to make this trade.
Oh, they find Xiang. He's going to actually get out of this one with that Umbral Moon. He gets to safety. He's going to get sliced down. Nighty finds him out, gets that pick off. Twisted Minds making him pay. Now this mid T1 under siege.
Yeah, this is restraint for the side of Twisted Minds. They knew exactly, look, the moment you burn that Umbral Moon, if you're still within range of your opponents, you are dead.
Yeah, no chance at that point. He's down for about 10 seconds. That's on me. I complimented Xiang, and that's why he was focused there.
Unfortunate for them. But BSC, they do get a consolation prize in the form of the Overlord, not the Shadow version just yet. So it will just turn the minions into Vanguards for now.
Yeah, and I mean, you're going to take whatever you can get. I mean, that was space created in that regard. Twisted Minds taking that Tyrant, probably a little bit more important. But we're almost at that Shadow variant timing of 10 minutes. Twisted Minds, again, like, they're a little bit ahead, but has this been enough? They got to control the Battlefield Command. It is not enough, and Shanks gets picked off.
This is why you pick up the Liang, right? You have the suppression, and more importantly, yes, we talked about the consort. She has physical immunity, but not magic immunity.
Just way too much damage there. That came from all fronts. Shanks just got insta-gibbed on that one. But when you have, like, what, 4 or 5 members of BSC right there, ensuring that they get that kill, really smart play by them.
Yes, they made sure they got the kill. They committed 4 different ultimates for that play itself. So right now, we're neck and neck in terms of gold. But this game is not about the gold. This game is about the map. And for now, it is in favor of BSC because a Vanguard actually naturally clears off 1 wave of minions.
Yeah, look, I think it's great for BSC to be there, but with this advantage, they will fall off at a certain point. Twisted Minds will hit that part where they hit that critical mass. They're too tanky and BSC can't do anything. So if anything, there's a timer on BSC.
True. It also comes down to that second skill of Zihong, right? The Frigid Prison. Because Frigid Prison, if you land it on someone, you actually get extra damage when they're frozen.
Yeah, and look, the Shadow Tyrant here, first one to be spawning of this game. JR just looking to just push them away more than anything else, as well as the Oak Bolt. The Tyrant has been pushed out for now. The winners here has been expended. The Battlefield Command, they find him, and they find Dion. They want to go for this, but the control, they've already gotten Ji-Hong, but he's going to trade away his life from CT Boy. Musang King looking to go in, doing a little slicing and dicing, but he gets low.
This is a perfect situation for Twisted Minds. Look, giving away CD Boy, that's his job. He's meant to be the tank. And yes, roam lives matter, but for this one, you have to give your life for the cause.
Yeah, actually, CT Boy, that's a well-deserved sacrifice. Going in, making sure that they got Ji-Hong, that's going to change things up. Now they take the first Shadow Tyrant. Great play by Twisted Minds.
So does that give him the triple S marker?
I don't think so. I don't think so. It's just one. I mean, it's still too early, let's be honest, right? But it was a great play, and I think it's a good setup for him. But CT Boy going all in for that, ensuring that the team gets the kill. Finding Ji-Hong, again, it's about that utility and those AoEs. You got to just take him out so that you kind of create more space for your team.
Yes, it's really about setting out the team fights, right? So if I could make a request, right? I know I sacrifice myself for the team a lot of times in ranked games. Maybe you can add that as a marker for me to get SSS.
No, no, no. Every time you die, you sacrifice yourself. I will create a tombstone of where you died. But most times, it's so far away that I can't even do that.
Okay.
Boom.
But I'm always looking at the map. I'm helping the team. And that's exactly what needs to be done for both sides, right? Critical vision information is so important for both
Definitely
sides.
important here. But this Crimson Golem going to be contested here. It looks like Clean has picked that one up. And even in pressure on the top lane, taking that away from BSC. Even more farm going the way of Twisted Minds.
Okay, so a lot of people are asking, why do you take this Shadow Tyrant in the first place? Now, take a look at the situation. BSC cannot go for the Shadow Overlord because there is fighting prowess on the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I mean, look, it would be tough, but that buff, that debuff that's on them, that Primal Bond is going to be a little bit of an issue. Twisted Minds just waiting it out. They can play a little bit patiently. They don't have anything to do. They're definitely in the driver's seat, and they can go and make things uncomfortable for BSC here.
Yes, and City Boy, his job now is very simple, right? Take a look at the members of BSC, where's their positioning, and then go for the ulti.
Yeah, JR looking to potentially go. The burst ram is on point with that battlefield command. He slams, dunks it, but JR has already been killed. CT Boy, he's locked in. He doesn't really care. They find Musang King. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of Twisted Minds.
The King has been taken down, and the kingdom might crumble at this point. Twisted Minds, they have an opening. Look, the map is all in their favor. 3 lanes all pushing in at the same time.
The second place team from MKL trying to stay alive. This is an elimination game. Lower bracket finals for them. Twisted Minds putting the siege on this top T3.
Okay, so they shouldn't be able to end the game just yet, but it should be a Baron base on the side of BSE. There's 5 seconds before they have JR and Musang King coming back into the game.
I mean, that was so smart. Twisted Minds taking everything. The minions waves had crashed all at the same time. They take everything out of your base and they walk away.
Yep, they don't lose anything. And right now, Crimson Golem for the taking on the side of Clean. And here's the worst part in this position for BSE. They won the last game because of the Tempest Dragon. They're 7 minutes away. How do you hold for 7 minutes?
Well, thoughts and prayers to start with, but hey, break down this replay.
Yep, this one was a split fight, a very good decision. This is why the combination of 90 as well as the roam coming in from City Boy is so important. And you talked about this just now. The later the game goes, 90 and City Boy, they're so tanky. You cannot burst them down.
How are you going to deal with them? And this is the deficit of this draft. Yes, I mean, I understand the concept if you're able to play against teams that you can maybe steamroll, but going up against Twisted Minds, when you see the pace, you see the pace, everything is going to change where you have to play defensively. Not a great game for BSC right now.
And to make this point, look, damage dealt highest by Clean. This tells you one thing. BSC is having to focus on their defense right now. He's already at 14,000 gold. He is 6 slotted. Pure Sky already in his hands.
Clean, literally trying to carry this game on this pay. I mean, he's 3-0-3. He's had such an impact. It's been so difficult for Musang King to get going. I mean, he is a great Jing player himself, but he hasn't been able to find his footing in this game.
Okay, you can hear the comms. They are looking for an opening.
Oh, they're looking to go. The Battlefield Command, CT Boy not able to do it. It was all for nothing, but ults were committed, but they pushed them away. They've taken the Tyrants.
That's a nice save by Dian. It was actually the barrier, his second skill on the Liang that was made available to stop that jump coming in from City Boy.
Yeah, and now Twisted Minds just regrouping. They're like, hey, actually, we're fine. Let's fix our mistakes from game 2. We were impatient. We kind of went a little more aggressive than we should have. Now we're going to slow siege. We're going to try to end the game here.
Yep, do the signs. Howling Wind committed by BSC.
Oh, the control. They've got CT Boy. Not the greatest one. They find him, but Siang has the Umbral Moon. He tries to get back from Musang King. He gets sniped out. Now JR just trying to stay alive. He gets picked off as well. 2 huge members. Clean looking to go. Looking to dive. 90 still under the tower. He makes him pay. He's a little too dangerous, and with no minions, it looks like Twisted Minds are going to hold off, at least for now.
Oh, they're so lucky on the side of BSC. That is 30 seconds without JR and Musang King, the main damage dealers. They still have the combination of Zhihong and Dian, but what can they do against 4 members? They're a bit low, so.
They are low. That is a potential opportunity. Xiang looking to go for this one, just trying to stay alive. Tries to go for the Umbral Moon play and get on top of Shanks. He's trying to get him, but they've gotten the pickup on the Xiang, and they get the crystal, and Twisted Minds will move on.
This is a big marker of success for the side of Twisted Minds. You can hear the screams of happiness and elation. Twisted Minds, did we expect this today? Yes, I did. Sagi, I told you so.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, it sucks to be Sagi in this one. It's a tough one to take on this. But, I mean, Twisted Minds, in all 3 games, they were definitely winning. They should have won that game too. They made some mistakes. But going into this one, you're kind of seeing that momentum. They're starting to build it, and they're starting to believe.
Okay, so let's wind down and talk about the different pain points that BSE experienced in this game. So like we mentioned before, at the start of this game, you pick up a Princess Frost, you pick up a Liang, you're looking for control, but you need a defense. You cannot be disrupted, which is also why this City Boy Lianpo along with the Liu Bang combination is such a beautiful counter draft.
Yeah, that and the Liu Bang insta-picked. They were so smart understanding what's going to happen. It's like, hey, you control a guy, I'm going to get on top of you, Battlefield Command. Plus, it just adds so much value to the clean pay. I mean, this is a really well thought out draft that just countered what BSE wanted.
And exactly at this point, timing is of the essence. If you take a look at the last fight as we head through the highlights of this game, there was one moment where Zhi Hong actually committed his Frigid Prison second skill at City Boy's position. But City Boy was ready with his skills. If you don't know how Lianpo operates, every time he uses his skills, he is CC immune. So BSE thought they got the catch, but in fact, it was City Boy who got the catch instead. He jumped in with the ultimate, just creating chaos and clean. Shanks, 90. They all went crazy with the damage.
And that's all they need is space, right? For Nighty, Clean, and Shanks to really kind of make a menace, like just to go in aggressively. CT Boy setting it up so many different times.
Exactly. He has to be my MVP of this game. Look, Zhong even placed down his Winter is here, his ultimate as Princess Frost, because they thought they got the catch.
Yeah, they thought they had this one. I mean, there was this opportunity. Look at this, Xiang and Shanks trading. Shanks actually gets the snipe out, takes the crystal, and that's all you could ask for. Twisted Minds, understanding the state of the game and the win condition.
Yes, that last moment, I was very worried for Twisted Minds because there were a couple of moments where it looked like, hey, they were chasing the kills. And look, guys, this is a base race game. You get the crystal, ignore the kills. This winning moment shows you that decisions are important in HOK.
Twisted Minds are going to take the victory. They're going to move forward the last chance to make it to the top 8 of our KWC 2025. On the other hand, for BSE, this is the end of the road. They came, they performed, and they tried, but it was not enough. What about if we focus on Twisted Minds right now, and then we're going to bring you a little bit more of the analysis? Mara, what do you have for us?
Here with me is Hailong. He's actually shaking right now. Tell us why. And actually, you have goosebumps. Your hair, all of it is going up.
Because we're thinking about that. Because it's a pretty hard game, and then in the front of the game, you are losing. But we play very well, and then we win a game. So before, we didn't think we will win the BSE. So now we are winning, and I'm shaking now. Very excited.
You know, you defeated a runner-up from last year, S2 champion, KC champion. So what does this mean for your team and where you stand right now?
I think we are prove ourselves because lots of teams saying that we are a loser and we are not very good. And then they are thinking about, and they make a line like S, A, or B, and C like this, and we are the last team. But now I want to say, who is standing here?
Who indeed is standing here? I'm gonna tell you something. In the game, in the app, there's a voting system. 38 million people voted for BSE. Only 6 million voted for Twisted Mind. That's a 32 million difference. How does it feel to prove the world wrong? And what do you have to say to them?
I want to say thank you for the people that, how to say? Prove us. Yeah?
Doubted you?
Doubted us. But I want to say, if you're thinking about that we are not very strong, then we will beat every team that you think they are strong.
I hope this win gathered a lot of confidence for your team, and now you know that you have what it takes. Congratulations. Now we're gonna head back to the desk. Lead the gorge.
Life is such an interesting journey. You are just trying to prove to others that they're wrong, and sometimes in life the most important is just to prove yourself that you are right. To prove it to yourself without thinking about what others are thinking about you. 32 million people thought that BSE was going to take the dub, and then Twisted Minds came in and proved all of them wrong. And I hope that they're proving themselves that they're actually worth it of standing here at the KWC 2025.
And that's the power of this KWC, right? These teams that are just like clawing back and forth, they're going to excel, they're going to get better, and they're leveling up. You're seeing this right in front of our eyes. Yes, they won the KM West, and they impressed, but going into this one and striking back onto BSE like the way that they did speaks volumes about this team. I love where they're at.
I'm telling you, it's just very important just for us to understand that some people might come up and then just make all these ranks. They talked about the tiers, right? Like the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 0. All of those data and the stats just go down the drain when you've got the pure confidence on yourself that you can actually excel.
Exactly. This is not some calculation or calculator that you do.
No.
There is a human element here.
Sports.
And with that, I think, once again, City Boy tanking up 30% of the damage taken by the team. That was a very big marker of success. And showcasing to you why Lianpo is such a great pick. The timing of your usage of your skills. That CC immunity is so detrimental to the side of BSC. And I hope you will watch many, many times of the replay, because that's exactly how you should play the Lianpo and Liu Bang combination.
It was such a clean victory from Twisted Minds, and that's why Clean is going to take the MVP at 306 on that pay, just making the stats for that pay just to go up to an 80% win rate right now.
I mean, completely control that game. I mean, we knew that the Clean on this pay was going to be a bit of an issue. Really, BSE had no answers. Plus, you had the Liu Bang Battlefield Command on top whenever they wanted with Nighty. They just had this 1-2 combination. And Twisted Minds, I mean, every single one of these games, they were winning. That's a great spot to be in, you know, going in with a lead in the early game to mid game. That transition, Twisted Minds just stumbled on game 2. Yeah. They've learned from that one, but they move on.
Okay, so they're getting prepared. What does the king do when he's hungry? He feasts. And with 30% damage, this Tiger from Clean was definitely putting in the punches for the side of Twisted Minds.
We've talked Twisted Minds already for a long time. What about we talk Black Shrew Esport? They are good in the season. When they come in, week out, they're performing really well. What is happening right now in these games where everything is on the table that doesn't seem to be clicking?
Look, I think, especially that last game, there are just like minor things like the draft, right? The play. You cannot be losing the laning phase against good teams at the KWC. We've proven that time and time again. It's very difficult to come back with. Yes, the potential is there, but to get there is not a situation you want to be in.
Unlucky for Black Shrew Esport, was put into a group that, for me, it was the group of death. All right. We're going to move into a little break. Thank you very much for being here. This is the KWC 2025. Game 1 is done. We're going to move into match 2 of today right after this break.
Come on, let's go.
Rush mid now. Come on. Jungle combat. Rotate back to low HP. Victory!
Team Vitality against Dominator Esports is going to be our match number 2 of today. We already finished match number 1, Twisted Minds moving forward. Sadly, BSE is going to be sent back home. Do you think that that's going to affect the teams right now as they see someone so strong as Black Shrew Esport just leaving?
I think every team that's like the top tier or predicted to do really well is going to be at that point where you're kind of like thinking, oh, that could be us, right? But this is for the moments for like Team Vitality or Dominator Esports to really take the reins of this championship.
I think I would say otherwise, yeah, at this point. I feel like for both these teams, they might be sucked into their own world, right? Because look, there's so many things to prove today. Number one, Vitality beating Dominator that first time in KWC.
Yeah.
Was that a fluke? Was that a chance? And Dominator, of course, looking to prove that no, that was a fluke. So both teams actually have something to fight for. And it's also about their regional pride. Both teams come from IKL.
IKL second place against IKL third place. Is there a very big gap in between the two of them?
Not at all. Not at all. Almost every single series usually goes the distance between these two. I mean, they're very familiar with one another, and there's really no underdog, and especially in that first series, we're kind of like, Dominator, they were second place. They probably should have gone first place over Kagendra, but unfortunately they stumbled. But this is a situation where these two teams have been fighting back and forth. They're 1 and 2.
All right, so what about if we just deep dive already into the teams? Let's talk Team Vitality first. When we think about Team Vitality, and we cannot just stop thinking about that final of IKL and then how they dropped the ball in some sort of way, what do you think about that?
I think it's growth and a lesson about, hey, you need to have synergy. You cannot rely on one member, right?
Yeah.
So representing Team Vitality, Tufts, ZenQ, Zen, Neo, and 19. And I have to say, throughout the entire course of their history, coming from IKL into KWC, Team Vitality is one of the teams that have really surprised me. I did not put them too high in my personal rankings, but I knew that they have a foundational quality of the team. But they have proven me that, look, we're not foundational. We are special.
Yeah, we're special for sure. I mean, this is a very strong team. Like, I think that, like, let's not undersell what they do. I think that they are starting to gel with one another. Unfortunately, you run into some juggernauts, you get knocked down. This is what it happens. But they're going up against Dominator Esports, which, again, they are very familiar with one another.
Yes, very familiar for sure. And with the performance so far by KWC, while of course certain results did not go their way, I think you will be sorely mistaken if you think that this is going to be a walk in the park for either of these teams.
Definitely not so. I mean, I think that going into this one, it was a little heartbreaking losing to Alpha 7 Esports the way that they did. They had an opportunity to really be, like, make an upset, right? Especially in that one. Alpha 7, I mean, well, Alpha's great for Alpha 7 to move on, but Team Vitality, now it's a little bit tougher road. And now you just need to retake over this rival again.
On the front road is going to be Dominator Esport. They already fight against Team Vitality. They already did having there an opportunity. Vitality was better at that game. Has anything changed in the span of these 3 days?
Look, I think it's more of Dominator Esports, right? I think that there were huge expectations from Guyu, Jurl, L, Ahem, and TNX here. We saw some uncharacteristic mistakes where TNX was being overly aggressive. I mean, we do see this. It's not something that he hasn't done before, especially on like Team Secret, but it's still a guy where he was still making those mistakes now. Like, at what point are you like, hey, I've learned my lesson, and I'm going to be with my team here.
The big question here, I think, for Dominator is who shifts within Dominator, right? Is it the rest of the members of Dominator that need to keep pace with TNX, or does TNX need to slow down so that his teammates can catch up?
That is an interesting question, right? Because we're always expecting that TNX is going to carry, and then just to dictate the pace of the team. Sometimes is that pace too fast, and then other people are unable to follow?
But it's more of the fact that, like, you're playing as a team, right? And TNX, he likes to play fast. He likes to kind of, outclass people. He's not scared of going 1 versus 3 or 1 versus 4. He's always going to be aggressive. That's the TNX playstyle. But the thing is that usually you need that support to help back him up. I think that, even in Game 2 against that series yesterday, or when they were going up, the TNX, it was really reined in by the playstyle of a Gudo who just sticks around everybody else.
Exactly. Throwing the fur ball, you get the initiation without actually putting yourself out there. And you know what? I feel like Team Vitality might say, let's give the Luna to TNX. Let him dive. Let him put himself in a 1v3 situation. We'll gladly welcome him.
We have seen already in this competition how they are letting some of those players take their characteristic heroes. It has had its ups and downs. It might be a big gamble right now, and the stakes cannot be higher.
Yeah, cannot be higher. I mean, going home at this point, heartbreaking, right? And this is all about day 5 here, sending 4 teams home. That is absolutely massive today.
Exactly, and it's not just for teams, you're also cutting off the regions as well. MKL representatives now left with Alpha Gaming, and now for the IKL, it is a battle between these two. So which one of these two representatives will carry on the hope of IKL winning on the world stage?
It is the KWC 2025, the top competition for Honor of Kings, where we have all of the different regions coming in and showing us the best out of the best. Now, 2 teams from IKL, 2 teams that they know each other, players that know each other, and these 2 have fought against each other a lot of times.
Yeah, and we've seen the rise of Zhangqiu. I like, if you've been following IKL, he's no surprise, but I think to the global stage, the fact that he's been able to just fly high with this Fade pick that has just been utterly domination, right? And I think it's been perfect in these best of 3s. I mean, he has 22 kills, which is a large amount if you're comparing it to TNX alone.
I mean, maybe it's just for this competition, right? But the GPM, I think, is what's going to affect this game, because it looks like there is a little bit more win in that sense for the side of Zhangqiu, as he has 746 gold per minute, slightly higher than the 664 that is offered by TNX.
You can see the damage dealt is actually for TNX, right? Like, the damage dealt for TNX is a lot higher than it is on the other side. He has less kills. So does that mean that the heroes that he has been picking has been different to compare to what Zhangqiu has done?
I think it's actually the hair buff as well. Both of them have colored hairs. So we'll see whose color is better, right? Do you want to go for the silver? Do you want to go for the gold?
That's not a thing. I mean, you have the hair dye. I don't know. Do you feel buff in any way?
I don't think there's a hair buff, man. And if there's a hair buff, please carry your skin.
I mean, I'm trying to, but you guys, we need to work as a team.
Are we too heavy? I mean, because it seems like he's trying to do the same thing. He's got 4 other brothers to carry. You only need to carry us.
You guys are pretty heavy as well. But nonetheless, this is a heavy burden to carry on both sides, right? This is the series to win because, like you said, if they lose, it's a straight plane ticket home.
Yeah, that's the saddest part about going into this one. I mean, there's got to be a lot of pressure on both of these teams to really perform, ensure that they bring their A game. There cannot be any room for error. But one thing that we've seen, even when the first time these two teams went at it, was that they like to fight. They like to brawl.
Yeah, and I think today will be a very interesting day because let me point you at some of the different players down here. Let's start with Dominator Esports first. The one player that we all loved that day was Joe. His Nuwa snipes, they were on point. I mean, okay, a couple of near misses, but I expect that they will give him the Nuwa once again.
Yeah, and look, also Ahem and L, both of these guys very strong in that farm lane, ensuring that they need to do it. L needs to get really going with that Zhang Fei. He has that potential for that team fight to just really change the pace of the game.
Okay, Joe on the Mai. Is that something you want to see today in a last chance game?
I mean, it's just game 1. It's not the end of the world. Again, the Mai has just really not been the be-all, end-all. Teams have been so good at being able to counter against it, but it's about pace more than anything else.
That's true. And right now, I think with the pay being banned, there are other options to speed up and ramp up the start of the jungle domination. And Dominator might go for the Guru here because the Ogryn is picked up.
Yeah, so Team Vitality picking up the Ogryn and the Yuan, #1 picked in the KWC thus far. They've been fighting for that hero, and picking that strong, or picking that first is a very strong pick.
Okay, so Team Vitality, they're giving me shades of Alpha Gaming, in fact. Alpha Gaming, they have a combination. If they pick up the Hano here, Team Vitality is going to have a very strong early start to this game because the T1 in the mid is going to be very heavily protected.
Yeah. Actually, that could be a really good one. I really like that draft. I mean, just being able to extend the game more than anything else. But Dominator Esports, again, you were talking about the Aguro pick. I mean, it's a tried and true going up against it. They're going to insta-pick that one, as well as the Lung, which is, one of Ahem's signature heroes.
Yes, stealing the Zhang Fei away, I think that's a good idea from the side of Team Vitality, right? Lung is already very survivable on his own, and as the game goes later, it's getting hard to kill this guy because he will have that mega burst damage. So Team Vitality, a deterrence pick here. They pick up the Zhang Fei for themselves.
Yeah, great pickup. I mean, let 19 work on him. I mean, it's one thing to take it, but it's also to take it away from Dominator Esports. It's going to be one of those things where, they want a team fight. They're very obvious with what they want to do, especially with this lineup.
Yep, they definitely want to engage into the jungle. Now, Zhang Fei, one of the most survivable tanks in this game, doesn't really have too much damage, and he's pretty straightforward to play, right? That first skill, he will spin his staff and deal damage. Second skill, the Leaping Savior, he will give you a shield, whoever he touches. And of course, when he gets his passive, the Madness full charge, he's able to do his ultimate, which is the Unbridled Outburst, turning him into the Beast, and that will allow him a change of skills. Mad Slaughter, as well as the Slam on the ground.
Yeah, just a lot of control, a lot of... I mean, I like it how flexible he is as a hero. Yes, he's a melee hero, but he's always there to make saves, or he's able to stun lock you, and he can actually do some damage that's kind of underrated at times, right? So if you catch them out, but it's all about the control, trying to lock down this Ahem Lung as much as possible.
Exactly, and you kind of be able to split the fights, or even open up access for Gen.G to go in as the Ogryn into the heart of Dominator Esports.
Yeah, if we're looking on the Dominator Esports side, I mean, look, they were kind of going... This is one way to kind of rein in TNX, to pick up the Agudo, make sure that he doesn't go too far, because he really doesn't have that mobility. And plus that furball, you can do it from afar. So it's a nice little lineup here, and just ensuring that, hey, we have this guy, we have the frontliner, this is exactly what we need to take any sort of team fight.
But this is also playing into the strengths of Team Vitality, because Team Vitality, they actually have pretty decent poke. The Yi-Huan and Chano, long range in their own rights, and they will be able to get some free damage before the actual fight starts.
So, look, we've seen the Chano time and time again. It hasn't had the greatest of success at the KWC thus far. why is, I mean, look, I know that they want the leader stance to kind of deal with the Lung, as like it kind of messes with the targeting at times, and it can kind of have that, those wolves can be really annoying, but it just, what about it just doesn't really kind of gel as a farm laner?
I think the reason why it's picked here, end of the day, is to give the advantage in the farm lane to Team Vitality. Because like we said, if you have not played Lung before, Lung does not do well with AoE targets. He's a single target hero. And when there's too many targets to deal with, then Lung is going to lose out because he's going to get free hit by Zen on this channel.
Okay, okay. It looks like the draft is at least underway. Well, I mean, completed for Dominator Esports. Leon Poe, we just saw the success of that. Just a really big bruiser, super annoying. They're going to pick up the Charlotte, though. I mean, your thoughts on this one?
I like the Charlotte because Charlotte is an entry hero. He's an initiation hero that you like to use. So he can actually choose to go in or get out at the appropriate times. And this might cause a little bit of problems because at the end of the day, the strength of a Lianpo and a Charlotte is to buy you space, both of which Mai and Lung users love.
Yeah, yeah, you're going to need that. And just being able to potentially get onto the back line as well. I mean, I don't know how you're going to get on the channel otherwise. I mean, the Mai's got to get some work in from Jurl. He's got to make some action happen. But this is a pretty decent draft by Dominator Esports.
Actually, for both teams, right? I think the win condition coming in from Zhang on the Allgren is also something very good. Like we said, he has that instant, less than 10% health bar insta-kill. So if Zhang, his teammates are able to assist him by lowering the damage, it's going to be great.
If we're talking about one-on-one jungle, TNX versus Zhang, like in a vacuum. Let's not talk about heroes or the
TNX wins, hands down.
Hands down.
Like we're talking about a hero choice, right? Or are you talking about the player themselves?
Player.
All right, boys. Tensions are rising. I can feel it, and the stakes are climbing. Boys, let's take it from here. Show us how it plays out.
Okay, so game number 1 between Dominator Esports as well as Team Vitality. The junglers, like we compared them at the earlier parts of the day, going to dictate the pace of this game.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of importance on that role. I mean, look, you don't win or lose instantly based on the jungler, but there's a lot of influence, especially from the early game when you're able to farm and you're able to kind of, set the pace by getting some potential kills in those outer lanes.
Yes, and L doing a very good job to assist Jill here. They have entrance into the Crimson Golem. So DMT, this is stock standard in terms of aggression, and there's no defense coming in.
Yeah, no defense, because, I mean, Zhang is all the way in the south side. He's all the way by himself, but Dominator Esports picking up the Crimson literally for free.
Yeah, this is not ideal. And this is also due to the fact that I think they did no lane swaps here.
Yeah, no lane swaps. But look, Team Vitality here, I think they understood that how Zonk was going to rotate. They've done a lot of research. These two teams are so familiar with one another. They know how Zonk wants to go for that blue buff early and then go to the south side.
Yeah, but for now, Vitality not in a great position. No Crimson buff to deal with for Zhang. And this is going to open up aggression from the side of DMT.
All right, let's talk a little bit about the top lane. Charlotte versus Mayin. Who are you giving the edge to?
At the start of the game, I would think Charlotte does a little bit better, but as the level continues to rise, then Mayin will be able to kind of burst out the Charlotte. This is really a timing-based matchup. Who lands the skills more?
Yeah. No, to be honest, I really like the Mayin, especially later on. Getting to that back line, I mean, Jurl and Ahem, this is a perfect hero to do so. You have a lot of mobility and to be able to kind of control. All you need is that bit of control for the rest of the team to kind of secondary initiate.
Yeah, but this clash lane matchup is really trying to catch smoke because if you time it right, you can kind of instantly avoid a lot of different things.
Okay, all right, okay. And then we're going back to this one. Zhang, again, trying to get all that farm, taking as much as possible, but most of it has been stolen away from him. Dominator doing a good job. And this is why whenever you see an Ogren on the NA team, you want to be aggressive, you got to take away stuff.
Yes, and it stifles the growth. Zhang now at level 4, he's already 1 level behind TNX.
Yeah, I mean, still very early. It's 2 minutes, 30 seconds in, but it's got to be like a feels bad man. Like, oh man, they're like really honing in on me, trying to take away my farm, making things a little bit difficult for me.
Which kind of piques my curiosity, right? So on Team Vitality now, if you're in the position of Zhang, what do? Where is this recovery going to come from?
Well, I mean, hang on.
They actually maybe get the kill. Zhang uses his ultimate. Will not survive this. The stun comes in. First blood goes to Jurl.
Well, dying is not going to help. Okay, let me help with that one. But look, I think that it's more of like team vitality, funneling that farm in. Maybe you give up your lane creeps in the mid lane as much as possible. You got to get him going. Him dying early and giving up first blood, absolutely huge for Dominator Esports.
Yes, and it's given to Joe, right? So he's going to have a big burst of power spike damage as well. And Zen here, I think with the commitment of the Audi, he did manage to force out the Dragon form. So it's not ideal for vitality. They have no openings.
Yeah, but all for alt, right? I think that they'll be both happy with that. Nobody died. As long as you're staying alive and you're sticking in the lane and you're continuing to farm, I don't think it's the end of the world for both of these guys. Again, Ahem and Zan, these guys will be going at it. But look at how 19 has been rotating around, again, trying to provide that space for ZanQ.
He needs to give information to the team because right now Joe has been completely not stopped. He has been stealing camps. He's taken, look, he has the Crimson buff on him.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is why the Mai is kind of on point. It's like once it gets going and it's able to kind of move around, it's going to be super annoying to deal with.
Yes, a lot of people are asking, right, over the course of the few days of KWC, why is Mai picked up? Because when she has a lead, she is so hard to play against.
Yeah, it's very difficult. I mean, look, in the late game, she's kind of underwhelming because she's just so squishy.
Yeah, but they get that ultimate down. The beast is unleashed, but it's 10X who secures the Tyrant. But it's looking like a bad fight for the side of DMT. They will back off. Nobody really dies. Maybe just Gui at this point, but 1-to-1. There is a bit of life in the side of Vitality.
Yeah, Guyu going down. I mean, he's trading his life away for that Tyrant. Not the worst thing in the world. I think that the Dominator Esports will be happy with that, considering like the Clash lanes net worth are tied. So again, it's all about really TNX kind of getting going. Once he hits those items, that power spike, then they're able to slow siege together.
I'm kind of curious about L in this way, right? Because like you said, this advantage that DMT have acquired for themselves. If L is able to force them into bad positions, Joe is going to have a great time. Janice is going to be able to land his furball as well. And everything sets up Ahem and Guiyu to get the final kills.
And you bring up a good point, because whenever you see the Lian Po, I don't like him as the initial initiator. I like him as the secondary one. Like, let them group up, and TNX is like the perfect guy to do that with this Agudo.
And I think Agudo might be the best pick coming in from the experience of watching TNX over the past few months.
Yeah, just rein him in, man. Let him stick together. It's one of those things where, because he's like kind of lacking in the mobility department, or compared to some of the other junglers, you're like, he's forced to play like a team game.
That's kind of funny because yes, TNX is a team player, guys. It's just that he's sometimes he gets ahead of himself.
Yeah, he just gets a little overly aggressive at times, thinks he's strong, and gets a little out of position. He's trying to make a play, right? And I don't like, you know, I don't want to speak negatively of him, because you need that confidence to really just go in as the jungler.
Yeah, Unbridled Arbor is going to land that first stun. They're trying to get the burst in, but it's not enough just yet. TNX falling very low. Will give his life, but Ahem gets onto Tufts as well. It's not looking like a decent fight for the side of Dominator. Losing their jungler, but Jero, he comes in, gets a knock-up as well. Has to follow up, but there's no more damage coming in from the side of DMT. Vitality, they're performing a lot better.
Yeah, they're going a lot better, but they went all in on the TNX machine. They tried to ensure that they got that kill. Tufts trades his life away. I think that they'll be fine with that, because again, you got to get ZanQ going a little bit and hopefully catching up, because he's still a little bit behind.
Yep, DMT actually recovering quite well, pushing away ZanQ, and Ahem secures that Crimson buff for himself.
Yeah, Dominator Esports up about 2K, so they're in the lead. I mean, yeah, TNX was down, but now they're on the chase here.
Yep, they won slightly with that fight, but ZanQ's still behind.
Yeah, still behind, but Gerald making him pay a little bit.
He forces out the out, gets a knock up with the Neil. Here comes TNX as well. Furball will not hit the mark, but the damage comes in. TNX gets Neil. 19 falling low as well. Ahem fed with the meat of this guy as two members are falling down. Zen as a run for his life. They're chasing in Ahem. A double kill as DMT hit the stride.
And Ahem, this is why he's so good on that Loong, just being able to flash forward. And sure, he gets that kill with that Flaming Palm. He could have gone out on his Dragon, but he decides to walk it off. But Dominator, just a great play, catching them out. The L Tremor Smash was on point. What a great initiation by him.
Yeah, that's the strength of the Lianpo, right? And right now, look at the amount of aggression that DMT are putting. This is the DMT that we wanted to see since day one.
Yeah, I mean, we wanted to see it, but, you know, they brought a little drama into the league, right? By kind of a little bit of a stumble. I mean, let's check out this replay here. Look, Neil was getting gone on, no real chance. But look look at that burst ram, 3-man stun, and L setting it up for everyone else. ZonQ has to run away. They find Zon, who gets over the wall because of him, not scared, flashes forward, gets the kill.
The big thing is they actually isolated Zan, right? And they cut off that escape route for him and forcing ZonQ to go in the opposite direction.
Yeah, I mean, once there were, like, Neil was down, it was pretty much, we got to retreat. We just got to stay alive. And, you know, you got to kind of go your separate way, so to speak, and just try to stay alive. Vitality got paid. They paid for their sins.
And what's more painful and most painful about what's happening now is the fact that they have taken 3 different turrets on the side of TMT. So Vitality, they don't really have a lot of space to work with.
Not a lot of space, down about 4K, and it's making it even more uncomfortable as Dominator Esports looking to just invade. But Guyu getting low.
Yep, he's one-on-one, but the support is coming in. It is not a fair fight. Guyu takes that fall. And for now, DMT, they are lessened in power.
Yeah, Guyu just kind of, I mean, he was outnumbered to begin with, and then there were more members of Team Vitality showing up. It was like, oh, you are on the wrong side of the neighborhood, my friend.
Exactly, but that's what a Clash laner is supposed to do, right? It's supposed to be aggressive, push them away. Unfortunately, it did not work out this time.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Clash laners are supposed to do, and they were supposed to die, no?
Not like that. I mean, yes, a lot of times my Clash laners do that, but hey, we learned today.
Yeah, we definitely do. And Zonk.
Yeah, big knockup. ZonQ gets that ultimate, but once again, they turn around. Maybe they want to go for more. TNX did drop the furball. He does have access to a little bit of mini stuns and lightning charges on his basic attacks. But for now, they just want to push them away. No need to go over aggressive.
Yeah, just stay calm. You know, I don't think Team Vitality are completely out of this. Yes, this like 4K net worth lead is a bit daunting, but Team Vitality still have options. They have their T2 still standing at this point, and that could lead to potentially more. But again, they need to figure out a way to kind of get ZonQ his farm because he's about 500 gold behind TNX.
Okay, not the biggest difference. In fact, the biggest difference comes to me in terms of gold. It's the farm and the roam, right? And this is a concern for Vitality, but it's not something that will cost them the game just yet.
Yeah, Shadow Tyrant is going to be like spawning at this point. But again, Team Vitality, you cannot give this up. I think that you have to contest. You need to make things a little uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's why ZonQ's hiding in the corner. And with the Radiance, L surprises him and reveals his positioning. They might want to go for the reset here.
Yeah, it looks like they're backing off. They want him to reset, but it looks like they're going for the flank themselves.
Yeah, he of course spots them out. It is going to be a small but Mexican standoff at this point.
Yeah, the mid T2 is under siege. Tyrant, they're going to start this one back off. Team Vitality, though, yes, they're just trying to protect their own jungle at this point, but man, it's all about this Tyrant here.
Yeah, ZonQ taking a lot of damage in the front lines here. They're looking for an opening, but they're pushing them away. Jill right now just making sure that he stays his dominance in the jungle of Vitality.
Yeah, ZonQ was just too low. There was no reason. I mean, there's no way that they could have contested at that point. They were trying to go in, potentially going in with that vision but provided by Tufts. He gets a little bit of a knock-up and realizes that, hey, we don't have the time or the life to really do this.
Yeah, and they're looking for an opening again. If Jill gets this, this is going to suck. Oh, no!
Churl, the sniping, and they have both of the red buffs. Ahem just lost it right now, but that was actually huge, slowing down ZonQ even more.
Yeah, you were asking about the Charlotte pick. Why is it ideal in this matchup? Look, you're able to poke from distance, and there's nothing that Vitality can do. They have the goal lead.
Yeah, I mean, it's super annoying to deal with, that tri-slash and the potential jump in, but look, L providing vision himself.
Yeah, this is a pressurizing situation for the side of Team Vitality. This could be very well a T3 for the side of DMT here if they play their cards right. But for now, Vitality hang on.
Hanging on right now, but like, look, with this wild growth, they're going.
They get the stun. Ahem is far away. ZonQ in the middle of 2 members, but there's not enough damage, no support. Neil falls low, and Vitality, they had the idea, but the execution did not match it.
All right, that 19 Umbrella Outburst was like literally my Umbrella Outburst, where I like pushed them away and in a bad spot where my team can't catch them. And unfortunately for Team Vitality, yes, ults were expended, and you do survive, but again, you didn't get anything out of this.
I think, okay, look, the biggest thing that they got out of it was that the pressure on the TA3s were relieved for the moment. So that's a decent win for the side of Vitality.
I mean, they'll take it. They need to stay alive. They need to stay alive.
Yeah, a potential kill as Tufts is taken out by Jill. This is why the Myers picked the level advantage, the item advantage, level 14 for Jill, and he makes it work.
Yeah, Tufts, what did I just say? You need to stay alive. Come on, dying like that, especially a solo, Jill outclassing him.
Yeah, and now it is a T3 under pressure on the top side. We're going to be working hard on that. Gets the turret for the team. DMT looking a little bit more dominant in game number 1. The second turret in the middle taken down as well, as Gui is just throwing blades at them.
Yeah, look, a single kill, and they just turned it into 3 T3s. Absolutely amazing for Dominator Esports. They're looking to close this game out soon.
Yep, death by 1,000 cuts. They need something, and they need a miracle. Vitality, something needs to happen. It needs to happen right now. Zhang, he goes in, gets a blood rage down as well. But on the back lines, they're falling low. The flash committed by Neo as well. There is not enough control on the side of Vitality as they try to make their stand, but it will not work because DMT have shown up. Game number 1 goes to DMT.
Clean. That was the Dominator Esports, to be honest. If we're talking about day 1, this is the Dominator Esports that we expected. Just being able to kind of impose their will on Team Vitality. They forced them to play their game. And Dominator Esports, it's a suffocating one. It's a tough lineup to crack.
Yes, it is. I mean, cold, calculated, and I mean, the fact that Jill on this Mai showing you what we expected as well of Mais that have come into KWC.
Yeah, just really showing up. I think that was a great game by Gerald. He had such an impact. I mean, if we're going into this one, I mean, look, from the beginning, they got first blood. They were able to kind of take the Tyrant here. They just, again, once that Tyrant happened and they trade away Guyu his life, this is a huge opening because you know that Dominator Esports have that lead.
Exactly, and with a big lead like that, it's not like a tremendous lead, 2,000, but the lead game came into the hands of Gerald, and as a Mai, with that level and item advantage, you are able to kill off people so fast.
Yes, so quickly. And look, it's just like Team Vitality seemed a bit scattered at this point, right? Neil, once he got caught out, he was in no man's land. They paid, and they got many more kills, 2 other kills because of Neil's his bad positioning.
Okay, so a pattern has emerged for Team Vitality at KWC, which is every single time Zhang goes for a tank jungle, they lose.
It's actually a thing. It really is a thing. But look, Oghren is the tried and true. You have to have Oghren. You have to be able to play Oghren as a team, right? But I do agree with you. I do think that his style is more of an assassin style, and they need to kind of go back to like the Fade.
No, but on DMT's end, doesn't that, play straight into their cards? You have seen his Fade performance the other day. There is no way DMT is letting you get that pick.
Yeah, and I think they're going to have to just, look, it comes back to the draft, right? I do think that this is a very balanced one. I think it's an interesting, you have to have an Oghren lineup, right? And so that's why they brought it out. Unfortunately for them, Dominator Esports, just too many answers.
May I just ask a question over there? Is it really necessary that they need to have that Oghren lineup, even though they know that their jungler right now is not actually just giving the performances that he needs to have in that hero?
I would think that you do, especially at the KWC, because if you don't pick it, the enemy team will pick it, right? Yeah. So it's either one or the other. I think that you have to be able to just, it's a top meta pick. So either you're banning it, which kind of is in a bad spot, if you don't want to do it, so you pick it up yourself to play it.
I would very much rather they pick up the jungle as maybe the last pick. Give as much space for the side of Zhang, right? But take a look at the stats. This is exactly what you want out of DMT's lineup. Look, the fact that I think he took a little bit too much damage, 57.6% K, but 25% of the total team's damage. It really assisted the team, especially for players like TNX and Joe, who were able to deal more than, in total, right, 130,000 worth of hero damage.
Just a ton of damage. I mean, look, Guyu was on top. Like, he was just, his poking and prodding, he was constantly tenderizing Team Vitality, where it was very difficult for them to make any sort of assault because they were, again, pushed back and on the defensive, not where you want to be, especially when you have an Oghren.
And with Zhang in 19, yes, they were the tanks. They were taking the most damage in the game. But what was present in the situation was that Zhang and 19 were never in fighting form before the actual fight started.
Yeah, and look, Zhang right here, 33% in terms of team fight, was not really there for the kills because he was trying to find his own farm, but it was pushed back. They were losing from the beginning, and so it's like a feels bad man because you have no space to farm.
They lost the T2s in the mid and the bottom very early in the game. And once that map becomes so much smaller, you know who that benefits? It benefits TNX because when he throws that furball down, you are caught in that tight corner. And, claustrophobia, there's no way of getting out.
Yeah, Dominator Esports is going to take the victory in this match. And one of those players dominated the whole gorge. One of them stood taller, and that was Gerald on that Mai Shiranui.
No arguments for me on this one. It's like 100%, it's got to be him. His impact, his solo kills. I mean, his 403 plus the 23% damage. He was just really had such an impact throughout the entire game.
So for all the people in the chat, why is Mai picked up? This is the reason why Joe is showing you that a good Mai, 403, this is the reason why she is prioritized in a lot of drafts.
We have been having that conversation during these last days, right? Like we want to know exactly, is it just the Mai is not a good pick? Is it just the way that they played it? What happened today that made that Mai just look so good?
Advantage. Look, I think the first minute or so, you took the Crimson buff, you took the ball cam, you had a lot of power in your pocket.
Yeah, it's very scary. Just the amount of damage and the fact that she can kind of dash away to safety whenever she wants, right?
Yes.
She's a very strong hero in that regard, but it's like one of those things where if you don't have a great early start, you really fall off because you're just like a glamorized range creep.
All right. So what about if we just kind of like move forward into this conversation? We just kind of like let the ball roll a little bit more. We're going to move into game 2. We're going to try our very best into trying to get it to know who is going to move forward. We need to talk a little bit about Dominator Esports and what is going to be their strategy.
I think we've heard it very clearly just now in the past like 15 seconds, which is a loud scream, the woo, and everyone goes in ham for that fight. I think, you know, that cheer, it really makes a difference for them, right? You want to be confident, you want to be motivated going into game number 2, and you are in a great position right now. You have game number 1, and the pressure is not on DMT, it is on Vitality.
What do you think?
100% agree, right? I think that the pressure on all of that and Dominator Esports being in the driver's seat is where you want to be, especially in a best of 3, right? Elimination game, I felt like, you know, Team Vitality kind of came out a little bit flat. It didn't seem like they were able to kind of play the way that we know them, but it mostly because around Zonkyu's lineup, he wasn't able to get going.
As we are going to move into the game, before we do that, what about if we just go and analyze a little bit of how the players communicate, how do they play games, and how do they actually look like when they're not over there giving you their best performances?
Welcome to the 4-player chain charades minigame. The first player is given the answer and has to act it out to the second player. The second player then draws what he thinks is the answer, and it will be shown to the third player. The third player then acts it out one last time to the last player. This last player will then guess the answer. Let the charades begin.
Okay.
I think this is gonna be easy one.
No, I think.
Let's see.
Hopefully.
Oh, I see. Okay, I see. It's an easy one, bro. What? Bro, you don't know, bro? Bro, this is easy one, bro. Let's go, bro.
Oh my god, I know, I remember.
You can.
I don't remember.
Bro, you can, bro. Just
Top lane champion.
top lane champions.
Wait.
Bro, come on, bro. This is you, bro.
When you? I don't remember.
Bro, come on, bro. This is easy one, bro. The dragon skin.
I don't remember.
You got all the clue,
Oh
bro.
my god.
Bro.
Oh.
Why you don't remember that?
Good. GG.
I'm telling you, is that the best way just to express the Sunset ult?
I mean, it's a good one.
It's a good one, but is it the best one?
I mean, I think it's good enough. Some of the ults are like, I don't know what I would do, but I think that one is pretty on point.
Ken, what do you think? What would you do if it would be Sunset ult? Come on, show us.
I don't know, on a boat. Like, how do I show that I'm on a boat? Because there's also a Dune skin where he's like surfing. So I think that's why, you know, Freaks was kind of confused. So
I would do like sitting down and like rowing.
Yes.
Right? So
yes,
that
that would be a connection
like
to the boat.
right?
Yeah, true.
I would not get that. I would be like, what are you doing?
I would get it, Holler. It's totally fine, buddy. It's
No,
totally
I
okay.
would be
got
thinking
you.
like
I
that
got you.
actually is Guan Yu because like on the horse.
Okay, this is why when we play charades, Isaac's going to be on my team.
I'm going to
all
be
right?
your team.
We'll do really well.
It is just been a great game right now. Some of the bans and picks that we've had already in this one, what about if we just analyze a little bit? I know it's a best of 3, and when we talk about global ban and pick, it does not have that big an influence since we have so many different heroes. But when you analyze this, the Ogran is going to be available for Dominator on the other side.
So I think that, I mean, look, I think it would be great for Dominator to pick
Yes,
up.
exactly.
Again, it's one of those things where you like force TNX to play that playstyle, which is like the tanky frontliner. I think Team Vitality will be onto that. They might even ban it first phase to kind of take that away. But if you're looking at the lineup and the picks that were done by Team Vitality, that's a solid lineup. There's a lot of meta picks in this one. This is a good, very good potential to really take over. But Dominator Esports were just able to answer the call.
It's kind of a tough one for me because in my mind now, there's so many options to pick, right? If you take a look at DMT, what I'm thinking for them at this point is, look, why don't you go for the pay, right? And then just do a fast game, rush it down. And TNX as well, he has a mean Ogren. He has a, I mean, he's already showed his Agudo. For DMT, I would say, hey, TNX, please don't play the Luna now, you know? But for Vitality, if that happens, then you have the access for Jing, for Gen.G, and I think he loves that hero.
No, I do believe that it's going to come down to a little bit more of the assassin kind of jungler in this one. This one's got to be assassin against assassin.
It's got to be. It's got to be. I think more so for Gen.G more than anything else.
Yeah.
Let that man fly. Like, this is his jam, right? Like, that's his play style. He doesn't really like the tanky side. I mean, he's good enough. And, I mean, there's a reason why they're still in the KWC.
Yeah.
But if you really want to see this guy excel, you got to put him on an assassin.
And we need him to excel. We need him to just kind of carry the team right now because they're about to be eliminated.
So we're speaking to Kurus, which is their coach. Come on, my man. Give Gen.G an assassin. Anyone will do. We know he's a beast on that.
He's right there. Just talk to him. Just yell louder, huh?
I can't. That's counted as cheating.
I mean, it would help out. But, like, going into this one, I mean, look, you're seeing exactly how Dominator Esports are doing. That they ban out the Luna already, understanding that, hey, we're going to try to attack Gen.G as much as possible.
I don't think it's an attack on Gen.G. It's more of like, TNX, no. You don't get to play the Luna.
Okay, that's another way of just ensuring that you secure the right play style for TNX. I mean, look, there's a lot of options, and I think that, you know, it looks like they could go for the Ogren themselves right here by Dominator Esports.
I think Team Vitality will not go for a jungle pick first. They will probably save it for later because it's very apparent that Dominator are prepared to counter-pick this jungle role, right?
Yeah.
So they will pick up the Dharma first. A great start, right? Tufts, I think he's had some flashy moments with the Dharma, and the truth does come clean with Team Vitality. So it's a good start.
Very good start. Very strong pick. Doesn't show anything. And plus, it's a great laner. I mean, everything you want from a Clash laner, right? So it's going to be great to start for them. But Arlie Byron deciding to go insta-pick to kind of counter this Dharma. I like it. I mean, very meta picks.
Yes, true, but already could be caught out by the Dharma as well. So they have that going for them on the side of Team Vitality. But this Byron and Dharma matchup, it really then comes down to, right, do you use your skills at the appropriate time? For the Byron, like you see here, survival is pretty decent, also decent damage. Difficulty-wise, look, he is sometimes a hero that is hard to play because you need to really work on his passive to get the shield back, to get sustained back into your life bars.
Yeah, I have faith in Guyu. I think it's going to be fine, right? I mean, he just understands how to play it. And I think that, like, look, especially in the beginning part of this draft, you want to be going Clash laner for Clash laner and then just kind of counter-picking more than anything else. The Gen.G Diadea versus, like, the Yuan Arlie, I mean, who are you giving the edge to between these two farm lanes?
I think, for me, I think it's Gen.G. I know Arlie is great as a hero, but timing is also of the essence, right? If you're able to get the golden token, which lowers the defenses on your opponent, the Arlie will get bursted down. My main concern here is, you know what would fit very well with Team Vitality? I think a Hunching does well. You can chase down the Arlie.
Yeah, and actually that would be great for them to kind of, you know, last pick it, setting themselves. I mean, look, they're the Liu Bang. I mean, they could go with this combination right here, right? hang on, let me see this. The Fade has been banned out. Again, more respect to Zanq as well as the Menki. They're going all out. All of them junglers. If they're if they're honed in on one thing, Dominator Esports are like, we're not letting Zanq beat us.
Yes, and Team Vitality as well. Ban out the Ogrim because you don't want another tank in the front of Dominator Esports' lineup. Now, while Byron he's not exactly a full tank per se, he's actually able to soak up a lot of damage with his ultimate and his passive as well.
Yeah, a lot of that damage. And that's kind of what you need. You need that frontliner, like, again, just to kind of tank up some of it because they're going to initiate on it. You need to survive and then let the rest of your team kind of clean up. The Yixing and Yuan, okay, great. I understand the control and everything and the sustaining, but my only concern right now with the Dominator Esport lineup is that they only have damage in the form of Arlie, right? The other ones, yes, they can do damage, but you need somebody that's a little bit more reliable. They'll probably pick something up for TNX.
I know it's a bit greedy, but maybe they can consider Jing because Gen.G does not do too well. Yes, he can kind of debuff. Oh, okay, no, Jing is actually going to go into the hands of Team Vitality. So this Arlie that's going to be played by Ahem needs to really watch out in this game.
Yeah, he's got to stay alive. I mean, it's going to come back to this one. But I think that in the same way, the Jing could have been perfect for, you know, TNX on the Dominator Esports side. This is going to be an interesting pick to kind of counter that. I don't think that there's a whole lot of control to deal with the Jing. I mean, yeah, you have the Yixing, but the board, okay, like, it's all right. Yeah, Byron Storm Strike, but we're going to have to see.
I think it's a Dune. It has to be a Dune. No, okay. They're going to take a risk here. DMT. This hero, the Flowborn tank, has had a 0% win rate in KWC. Will Dominator Esports be the first team to make this composition work?
All right, so with that data in mind, seeing that it is a 0% win rate on the Flowborn tank, we just go to a game 3. We should just get this, right? Like, it's just over, right? Like,
No. All right. At this part of the competition, yes, stats are important, but sometimes, especially in a game and a series that is as close as this, some stats do get thrown out the window.
Yeah, look, I think that TNX will be up to the task on this one. I hope, right? Because at the end of the day, I just want to see the Flowborn tank, like, excel. I've always seen it as being a punching bag and just being on the losing side. It hasn't been great for them. But look, lineup aside, or lineups, who do you like?
Okay, well, it sounds weird, but I like the DMT one, even though there's a 0% win rate Flowborn tank here. The reason I like it is because it provides what the team needs. He is going to gather the attention of the lineup of Vitality. And I think DMT's coach, Mobo here, is so smart. Look, you want to dive, I'll give you a hero that allows you to dive so that you can create space for players like Joe and Ahem.
Okay. My only concern, though, is that it's more of, like, the damage dealing part. They have a lot of stuns, they have a lot of utility, but it really comes back to, you know, Ahem on this Arlie. Like, how much is he able to do? Because if he goes down, that's going to be, like, literally, I don't think they can team fight.
So that's the side of DMT, right? And then let's turn our attention to Vitality. Then this comes down to whether Tufts has a beautiful game on this Dharma. Because if he catches the Byron and the Flowborn tank together, not a good situation.
Yeah, he won't have a good time at all. So, I mean, going into this one, though, like, look, Team Vitality, this is all it, right? Is this the giraffe that you're going in, like, hey, we can fight anyone with this lineup. We know that this is an elimination game. We're going to be comfortable with it.
I think it is plausible to think that it can give you that confidence, but Tufts needs to have an amazing game. And knowing that, I think DMT might make the first play at the top side of the map in the Clash League.
Yeah, they should be aggressive. They need to change that up. I mean, Dominator Esports did that last game, right? They were the aggressors. They got rewarded for it. They kind of set the tone for it, really taking the fight to Team Vitality and being like, hey, we might have lost to you, but we're going to go at you.
Okay, so the unspoken #1 of IKL coming in the form of Dominator, and of course the third seed coming in for Team Vitality. A challenge that both want to rise to the occasion, but only one team makes it.
That's the craziest part about all of this, right? It's not only the representative of Indonesia at this point, but to kind of carry it on, one of these teams, it's heartbreaking, right? It sucks to see any of the teams get eliminated, but that is the nature of the beast. And going into this one with everything at stake, so much money, so much prestige, everything that you would want into this KWC, absolutely huge. And to be at its playing field, playing at that desk, I mean, it's got to be a huge honor.
Honor and stress as well, right? If you take a look at Gen.G, this is the most, I don't know, stoic I've seen him. They have not cheered today. They have not screamed. They have not shouted. All of that screaming you heard in the background, that came from Team Dominator Esports.
All right, okay, I did not actually know that. When I hear screaming, I don't know who's screaming, but you seem to have that honed in and you understand it came directly from Dominator Esports. That's a sixth sense. That's awesome. But Team Vitality, I do agree with you, right? They are been largely quiet. Like heads down, I don't seem to understand why they're doing this. It seems like it's not really their play. They need to be fired up. They need to get going, and they need to start like some sort of fire under them.
Exactly. You know what? This is a cause of concern for Team Vitality. In fact, for all teams across esports, right? The moment a team goes quiet, you know that they're kind of sucked into an emotional range where it's like, look, guys, we have to be focused. And then you add additional pressure, which I feel like isn't the right time for it. You are already under a lot of burden. Lighten it, right? Make yourself confident. Talk about what are the win conditions you guys are going to achieve. Picture your success and go for it.
I don't know if it's correlation or causation, but the biggest thing that I've seen in the KWC over the past 5 days is that the louder you are, the better you are. Case in point, OG.
And Alpha 7.
Yeah, and Alpha 7. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I like, who had Alpha 7 winning that group? I mean, going back to that one, right?
Yeah.
But the fact that they were able to do it, and like they're so boisterous, they like love it, right? And that was an amazing play. And again, like people need to be louder. Right now, we've seen Dominator Esports kind of yelling and hyping it. Yes, they won that game, but they need to continue that on. Team Vitality need to get their, they need to get into this too.
Yeah, that's the reason why I'm so happy that, you know what, we have a ambassador for EWC, so I get to say "Sue" for free, right? And I think that's what Vitality need right now, right? Even if it's cracking jokes, like lightening the mood, having some giggles and laughs. Look, serious is good. Serious is professional, and they are professionals, but they need to lock themselves in the game. This is the time to really lock in.
It's funny that you're talking about serious, because I don't think I've ever seen you serious before. So it's a very interesting way of being like, very preachy on that one, right? But yes, it does look like the ambiance, the way that the players are kind of sitting. Dare I say, like, this is the whole thing about taking that first game. You're putting the pressure on them, and now that stress is starting to build, and you can kind of feel the tension in the air.
Okay, I need to give you a rebuttal on that point. Look, I'm serious. I'm 100%, maybe 200% serious, but I'm seriously having fun.
Okay, all right, I see what you did there. Okay, yes, we're gonna move on.
There is no comeback.
That was good. No, I'm gonna let that one go. That was a good one. I think if we're looking at anything, Zonq, he had his glasses on the desk. Maybe that's why he's not able to see the game. No, I'm just kidding.
He doesn't need it. They have the mirror domain, so there's additional degrees to his vision there.
He's able to see everything, and he's able to do it in multiple places as well. But again, the players are just holding off just for a little bit longer to kind of ensure that everything is running smoothly. And going into this one, with everything on the line, is this draft good enough by Team Vitality to take on this Dominator one?
Let's compare, okay? So Yixing, a mid lane for the side of Dominator. Does he need a lot of gold? No. Princess Frost in the mid lane for Vitality. Does that need a lot of gold? No. Right, in terms of class lane, let's take a look at that. Class lane as well, Dharma and Byron, they can acquire gold on their own performance, right? It's a singular lane, nobody really needs to care too much about them. But it's the jungle difference, to me, that is very important.
So I'm like, this is why I'm just more interested in like how this is going to play out, because the Jing is very, very like obvious as of what they want to do. Obviously, jump onto the back line, and if you're looking at the rest of this lineup, you have some targets, right? You want the Yixing and the Arlie mainly, and to get onto that, you have that option, you have that mobility. But if we're looking on the other one, Flowborn, kind of more on the tankier side. Like, it definitely is going to stay alive, which is fine, but as another front liner, but with all this utility and control, everything in terms of damage comes out of this Arlie.
Look, let me be clear about this. To our newer players, you're not going to catch this Arlie in lane. it's so hard. You have the heals coming out from Yuhuan, and if they have the information, the stuns coming in will be able to set up safety for the early. The only way that they get the first blood on this early on the side of Dominator is if they have a consecutive lockdown. Number 1, coming in from 19. Vitality, this the idea, using the second skill. It's called the Bitter Farewell. You latch onto the target, they cannot move, they cannot use their skills, and then immediately followed up by the Princess Frost Frigid Prison. Maybe then you have that insta-kill.
Yeah, look, if they're able to kind of do that one, especially early, but like to come mid to late game when, you know, a Hem goes slightly out of position, he gets caught out, he's going to die, right? And then the rest of the Dominator Esports will really struggle to take any sort of fight from then on.
I understand that, but I feel like it's a mistake that I don't think a Hem will make at this point. And Arlie is a very long-range hero, not because she has a long reach, but because she's able to reposition herself, of which is going to be a very difficult situation because as a Princess Frost, your range is quite limited. You want to land your skills, and I play Princess Frost. I know her struggles when you can't. Like, it's almost impossible to touch an Arlie.
Yeah. Okay, all right. It's going to be hard to kind of get on top of him, but you're basically on a Hem believer in the sense that, you know, like, he's going to stay alive perfectly. I'm just kind of, I hate to be negative Nancy on the cast, but this is one of those things where, like, you have to have that perfect positioning, always stay alive, and ensure that, hey, you're there. Because once you go down, the world crumbles for this team.
But that's a hard situation to go. And once again, my friends watching all of our broadcasts, that was a cheer coming in from Dominator.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, after technical difficulty that we had in there, the game is ready to start. It's going to be Team Vitality against Dominator Esports. Holler, Kin, let's go.
Thank you so much, Isaac. As we get in underway, Game 2, Dominator Esports up 1-0 already. Team Vitality fighting for their tournament lives. Everything is at stake for them.
Yes, high stakes, high risk, high reward. That is the final challenge of the day, potentially, for the side of DMT. If they win this, they're sending Vitality home. One-way ticket, no return here.
I mean, that first game, when the first matchup, right, between Team Vitality and Dominator, when they first met, Vitality got the better of them, right? And they were loving it, right? The fact that they put the pressure on Dominator Esports, and now Dominator Esports on the revenge tour has a potential to knock out Team Vitality. That would be huge in terms of bragging rights.
Yeah, revenge best served or cold, right? I think that's the quote. And at this point, it's ice cold in the veins for the side of DMT. They have secured that opposition camp on the top side. They have taken their own camp at the bottom as well. There is very little advantage left for Vitality to go and acquire.
Yeah, very little advantage. But again, keeping it on pace. You just don't want to like lose out. I think that you want to be aggressive as much as possible. Again, everything is around ZhongQ. How is he going to get his farm? How is he able to get going? You need to ensure that, you know, he comes online. He wasn't able to do that in the last game.
How is he supposed to steal? That's the whole thing, right? As a Jing, you need to make the deficit big. You need to have them steal the camps away from the side of the Dominator. And until ZhongQ can achieve that result, it's automatically in favor of DMT.
Yeah, I mean, look, if Dominator Sports decide to be even more aggressive and look to take away that buff, that blue buff especially, if he's able to kind of invade, they're going to have a much more difficult time for ZhongQ to get going.
Yes, in fact, this Azure Golem is so critical, it's so precious to the side of Vitality. They need to make sure they keep an eye on it at all times.
Yeah, and look, a little bit of pressure already by Dominator. They're looking to go.
Yeah, the ball laid down, but for now it's just a pressurizing deterrent, right? To get the rotation faster, secure their own camp as well.
Yeah, and look, Team Vitality hold, nothing was really lost, but again, setting it up 2 minutes and 30 seconds into this game, like the rotations are kind of happening. There's a potential kill before that 4-minute mark for that Tyrant.
There really is. Okay, ZhongQ did manage to steal one camp away from the side of TNX. Does have a very, very slight level lead against TNX.
Look at this pressure. The TNX keeping on pace with ZhongQ, ensuring that he's got that farm. And Dominator Sports, like, look, you want to shove this lane as quickly as possible and then maybe invade the enemy jungle. That red buff is up there for a potential steal if they want it to go.
Which is why both Neo as well as 19, they are already keeping eyes on the Crimson Golem, right? They don't want to have those free gifts given to the side of Dominator.
Yeah, you're going to try to take that. You don't want to give anything up, but Tufts right now, it looks like he's going to invade here with this Truth, try to go for that Sprite.
Okay, that was not the biggest risk taken, right? The cooldown may be long, but it's not going to be that long that at the 4-minute mark, he doesn't have his ultimate again. He will have it.
Yeah, so at what point are you kind of like, TNX, you're good. You're good to go. Because again, this Flowborn tank, not the, I mean, it's definitely a new hero. So kind of walk us through some of this.
Okay, so he already has the Protector Cuirass. That's a half-item build. To be honest, at this point, 4-minute marks, I think he's good to go because he is not the main win condition. He's just supposed to soak damage. It's actually onto a hem. He needs that Doomsday ASAP, which is just about a couple hundred shy.
A little bit behind, at least in terms of, yeah, so he's got this one, 2.2K, 200 gold behind, but Zan putting pressure on, returning the favor in that bottom lane.
Okay, so he does have the Swift Strike Lance and going straight into the Sparkforce Dagger. So he does have some damage potential here.
And look at this, the Tyrant, they're kind of making their way around, and all 5 members from both squads are pretty much congregating, but it looks like Sanq is actually backing out.
They can't contest this. And you can understand why. Look, Vitality, if they make a mistake here, they lose an advantage, and DMT is going to walk all over them.
Yeah, it's all about keeping pace as much as possible, but losing the Tyrant, I mean, look, I love that Tyrant because the buff is very helpful, especially in the early game.
Yes, they do get the ball down. Onto 19 only. Does have the ultimate expended for now. Oh, it is going to be an invulnerable, but here comes a knockup. Chaos gets the first blood for the team, and they secure the T1 as well. This is a good start for the side of Vitality.
What a great play there. I mean, the fact that Tuff showing up at the right time, that was perfect. And that ambush was on point. That angle that they went in. Gerald had a really nice taking liberties. L actually saw that and thought that he was the aggressor. He had to go defensive and got stuck under the tower and got it caught out of position.
This is why situational awareness is so important, right? Jill putting that ball down. It might look good for the moment, but if you're not going to be catching the important targets that your team wants, like Zhang or Zan, then you potentially open yourself up for a counter initiation, which was what happened.
Yeah, and L just, again, thought he was just in a safe spot, thought he was there, but not the greatest situation for them. And Dominator paid with their lives, so to speak.
Okay, but here's one thing. They do have that knockdown. They have range poke on the side of DMT. So that provides them a certain safety net at this point.
Yeah, you need that nice little balance, right? I think Gerald needs to be kind of the initiator, dare I say, especially if he's able to kind of catch them out with those perfect boards. Gerald's going to have a great time.
Look, I like the fact that TNX is actually rushing the Long Night Guardian. That's the white little armor that you see in his inventory because it recovers his life. So that allows him to tank a little bit more.
Yeah, looks like they want to go.
They actually force him to expand the mirror domain. So TNX, very good job just limiting the resources as they try to look out for Zan here. I don't think they will commit too much.
Yeah, they're not going to fully commit on that one. But again, just an all down. That means a little bit less mobility and the potential. But he's looking to invade, at least in the top side.
Yep, Neo gets caught out, use the flash, still gives his life, and L punishes him. The 1-for-1, it's a big recovery for the side of DMT.
Yeah, just like that area is super awkward with that wall. I mean, that flash, he tried to get the right angle, but it's just not far enough. And again, they just made him pay. Dominator Esports to get the return kill, and it's tied up 1-1.
I think Neil is going to have a very difficult game because TNX, number one, able to reposition himself. Hem, you don't need to say. That is one of the most mobile heroes in the game. L can actually use his ultimate to get out of danger. And Guyi has a dash in his kit as a Byron. So the only person that really will get caught out is Joe. So Neil, do you really want to kill Joe? Is that the best target? I don't think so.
I don't think so. I mean, he needs to stay alive more than anything else. Like, look, he's a Princess Frost. He doesn't have to get all the items and do all that damage. He just needs to stay alive, cycle his spells, get as many stuns off as possible.
Yeah, 19, just giving a taste of what that latch is going to feel like to the side of Jill. Right now, DMT is just trying to get a little bit more control around the map.
Zanq gets that smite. He ensures that he gets the blue buff. That was huge. If Dominator Esports were able to steal that away and slow down Zanq, because he's starting to get out of control right now. He's almost got a 1K net worth lead over TNX.
That's great, right? That's what you want to have happen as a Jing. For now, you know that you can't fight. You need to make sure that you are far ahead of a Hem, because that is your natural target, right? The MM. As a jungler, assassin, go for the farming.
Yeah. I mean, look, Ahem is also behind. He's about 600 gold himself. It's a Zan. And then not only that, Zanq is starting to hit that critical mass where he can start doing some damage if he gets on top of Ahem.
So positioning, like I said, is very important for him. He needs to be very careful, and information is so critical. This is where L as a U1 needs to make sure he gives the correct information at the correct timing.
All right, to recap to the viewers back home, we were talking in the pre-game about how Ahem was going to have perfect positioning. That was what Kindofu was saying. Let's see if they can live up to it.
Yeah, these are expectations across the board. I'm very sure it's not just my expectations, because look, this is a potential game-ending series here. It's still coming out as Zen. How did he do that?
Oh, that was actually highway robbery. Kin, what is the number to 911?
I have no idea, but right now it's the time to go. Tufts gets the kill onto L as well. A perfect start for the side of Vitality as TNX 1v5. What are you doing? As Tufts gets the catch on the Gui as well. That is 2-3 there's on the side of DMT and Vitality. This is the power spike.
Oh gosh, TNX, sometimes like you live by the sword, you die by the sword, and sometimes TNX going in like that, not great, especially since, I mean, L was already down. Why are we continuing on? There's no reason to fight. We're just bloodthirsty. These are things that you really need to rein in.
Yeah, and TNX once again caught off guard, right? We're diving in the middle of 5 different members on the side of Vitality. What was that?
Yeah, what was that indeed? Like, just a crazy fight. I mean, L had died. Like, there's no reason for TNX to go in, and now he's fighting 1 versus 4. Guyu was on the side, but it's a 2 versus 5. That's a terrible fight to take.
Exactly, and this is where the punishment comes in from Team Vitality. They're going at it against TNX. He gets taken down and double kill for ZanQ. And once again, they're outnumbered, and the map is fully in favor of Team Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, completely in favor. Like, look, TNX needs time to farm, and dare I say, like, this is not the way. Continue throwing bodies at it, trying to slow this freight train that is Team Vitality. Not a good situation for Dominator Esports to be in.
Yes, and T3 now at the 10-minute mark taken on the side of Dominator. This is horrible.
Horrible. Checking out this replay. Yes, Tufts got picked off, and like, look at how low Jurl was, but they made him pay. And now TNX continuing to stick around. And like, why are you fighting 1 versus 3? It looked like Guyu and L were already retreating. That's a terrible spot to be in.
I'm starting to believe this is misinformation. Jill, every time he lands that ball, right? DMT have this confidence that yes, we have gotten the correct targets. But if you notice at that moment, ZanQ was not in that board, and he came out from the shadows, caught everyone off guard.
So it looks like TNX or Guyu need to be up front, initiating, finding the target, and then, because he's already on top of him, then Jurl will go in with the board.
Yeah, ZanQ is at 10,000 gold at the 11-minute mark. This is close to 1,000 a minute.
Actually crazy if you're thinking about it, right? TNX getting completely outclassed at this point. ZanQ is just otherworldly on this one. It just, look at the top D2, one single slice, boom, done.
Yep, and right now the T3s on the other lanes are all being threatened as well. DMT, they have to hold on for now. Gui takes a couple of licks here.
Yeah, but look, ZanQ might have gone too deep. TNX tried to go for the rebuttal, not able to find him. And look, even if he did, he's so far behind where ZanQ could just like solo him one-on-one.
Yeah, they're pulling him out. And actually, that's what Ahem needs to do, right? He should be baiting ZanQ out into the heart of DMT where he gets destroyed.
Yeah, and it looks like Dominator Esports have to just like to hold. They're losing their jungle. The lead from Team Vitality is starting to grow even more, up about 5K at this point. Team Vitality, just this is their game.
Definitely. And the Crimson buff in the hands of Zen as well as they go for the Shadow Overlord. No debuff anymore, no Primal Bond. And they will happily oblige.
Happily taking this one. Shadow Overlord, that means a big old Vanguards will be pushing all the different lanes, plus you have the Shadow Vanguard itself, so you have a lot of options in terms of just overall push, but again, it just takes away over the map from Dominator Esports here.
Yes, take a look at the gold chart. ZanQ once again at the top of this gold chart. They will summon their Overlord at the top side of the map, so that is a 1 lane of opening for the side of Team Vitality to put pressure.
Yeah, putting a lot of pressure on Team Vitality. Grown into about 6K at this point. ZanQ, never say die. This is the elimination one. 4,000 gold ahead of TNX. TNX has not really found his footing in this one.
He has Siege Breaker already. If he gets his hands on Ahem, it's over. They will try. Gui tries to go for it, but the flash by Neo makes them out of position. Gui taken out. He finds himself in a 1v5 in Vitality. This is great.
Yeah, it's great for them. I mean, Guyu was trying to make the heroic play a la, kind of like TNX in a way, not able to get it.
Yep, TNX jumps in, but gets frozen. Oh no, this is not what you want. He will try to survive, but Zen gets the killing spree off of that. 9-3, the map is very open. This is just one T3 in the mid.
Oh, the Frigid Prison was on point. TNX just trying to get on it. He thought he was fine.
Oh, now water catch as well. Slams them against the wall, and the Crystal is wide open. There is a Vanguard. They get another kill. A rampage for Gen.G as Vitality swing back into power.
What a great game. And again, we knew that, you know, Team Vitality were going to do this. This is what they needed to have done. Gen.G was like, look, get on my shoulders, guys. I will carry you. Yes, Team Vitality, the rest of them played very well and ensured that they did this. But this is, again, just Team Vitality playing to their strengths.
I mean, they're fully locked in. This is something so interesting. So as we look at the game progressing, right? Look, nobody stopped Gen.G. There was never a steal on the Azure Golem. There was never a good positioning where Joe was managing to catch him in the board. Nothing. There was nothing to stop the growth of Gen.G.
Yeah, nothing at all. I mean, look, you were talking about the fact that, like, I mean, we had some questions, right? Like this Flowborn tank, still 0% after that game, right? Nothing that could have been done. It doesn't really matter who's playing this hero. It just has not really just excelled in any way. Like, also think, like, Ahem, perfect positioning, tough, right? Like, how are you trying to go in? But when Guyu and TNX are trying to make these heroic plays, like 2 versus 5, it's not a great situation for them.
Yeah, he actually had a safe positioning for Ahem. And it felt like, you know what, they totally ignored Ahem for a good portion of the game. They were actually going for TNX because they know that he loves to dive.
You just goad him out, right? You just like kind of go out there and then just like, it's like the fishing hook, like the typical bait, just trying to get him out. How many times did he die? Most of these highlights are of just TNX dying.
Exactly, and a lot of good positioning coming from Zen as well. Very good presence of mind, situational awareness as well. And this time, look, Neil took a very good revenge here. He was slapped around in the first half of the game, but the one singular Frigid Prison catching TNX out, that was the opening they needed, right? There was no tank available for the side of DMT. It was a lost cause from there.
Yeah, just staying alive. I mean, that was the biggest thing by Neil, but Team Vitality really able to just strike back and do it in its style. Like, very business-like, right? Even Gen.G, normally the most boisterous on the team, but this one is just like, hey guys, just high fives around.
Normally he's quite explosive, right?
Yeah.
You get the win, he's like cheering like, yeah, let's go. But this time, I think maybe silence is golden for now, and they really want to focus on, okay, we keep calm and we keep composed throughout the entire experience.
Yeah, but my theory has always been the louder you are, the better you are. They need to stick with that strategy, and it's not working.
Yeah, we need them to be more energetic, but for now, I think with the tying up of the series, it's a great step into game number 3.
Well, everyone who thought that it was going to be a 2-0 sweep, I'm sorry, it is not going to be. We are having a great time. It's going to come to game 3. I really like the way that things changed. We got a lot more of the assassins right now, and that just made the pace a lot faster. And that was a lot more enjoyable for game than the game number 1.
Yeah, for sure. And it actually just comes back to the playstyle as well. Gen.G, you clearly see why he's so good on that. He's able to out-farm you, he's able to out-damage you, and just jump on top of you. Let Gen.G fly.
He really is the definition of silence right now, because he was silent in the game, busy farming. Take a look at, I want to take a look at his total gold down here, 27%. He was farming hard, gathering resources for the team. And with that ability and items, he dealt 30% of the team's total hero damage.
He was just such an impact, right? I mean, he's the clear MVP, at least in my eyes. I don't know what they're else looking at this point, because again, that 63,000 damage, just so much damage on top of just being on the front line and just being so disruptive.
Yep. The other contender is actually Zen and Tubbs, because Zen was also very busy throwing his tokens as well. He was actually going to the arcade.
Yeah, like taking everything as well, doing a whole bunch, poking and prodding as well. Just again, that's very annoying to deal with. Team Vitality really doing a good job of just synergizing.
Yeah, so I'm so curious, because if you take a look at this lineup, TNX, I think he really is the win or lose condition for DMT. He did not have a good game.
I was gonna say the win or lose condition for Vitality, but it's the same thing, same way we were looking at it. But I mean, 0-3-2 did not really have much of an impact. I mean, yes, his gold, he was actually 4th place on the team in terms of farm as well. He just really struggled. He was constantly just trying to force it, but like he had 0 impact.
Exactly. And if you take a look at the gold, right, 13.1 thousand in the bank for Gen.G. He had already full 6 slotted at the 12,000 gold mark.
Yes.
And this was like well before the end of the game.
You know, and Gen.G just came in and, as you just mentioned, became bigger and bigger and bigger as the time gained. And the MVP is going to have to be him. Gen.G is going to be the MVP. Maybe it's just that personal skin that he's just pulling there, and the Satoru Gojo skin that he just pulled with the white hair.
Exactly. It's the same color as Jing.
Yeah,
you see?
that's
the
why.
color buff.
He's getting
the
away.
one that you mentioned, Kin.
Okay, so is there a hero that has red hair? Okay, I don't do well with Arlie.
Pay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna be a tiger from now on. But jokes aside, 406, this guy. There's a reason why his KDA is so good, because he chose the most important of times to come into fights.
Yeah, he was always there when you needed to. But like again, in the early game, largely missing, but that's what you want.
That's
He's
fine.
farming, right?
Yep.
He's using that space, taking advantage, and we were kind of like, is he able to keep on pace? But he was just accelerating so quickly. He had so much mobility. I mean, they gave up the first tyrant. They were like, no, it's going to slow me down. If I were to contest, I'm going to do my own thing. I'm going to carry you in the end.
I think this is a very clear distinction between the jungling styles of Gen.G and TNX. So if you notice, Gen.G is very calculated. He only goes in when he knows that it's going to be a guaranteed kill.
True.
He goes in, takes the kill. But for TNX, based on what we've seen him perform in KWC, it's more of like, I'm going to die first, and then we think about what we're going to do from there.
Yeah.
And it's tough on TNX because of his hero pick, right?
Yeah.
Like the way that he just went over there in that Flowborn, it is not working. And someone is going to have to come in. Whoever that is going to be that is going to come and take that first win with the Flowborn tank, that person is going to really, should take our own trophy.
Yeah, yes, obviously. And again, I made the joke yesterday about winning with Flowborn Tank, you can put it on your LinkedIn. Because
yes.
I don't think it's going to be, I don't know. I'd be very surprised to see in which team does it in the KWC.
I mean, we know which teams will do it, but that's a story for another time. Right now, I'm curious about Vitality. You have picked up your first Assassin jungler of the game, of the series, won with it. Do you get access into the Fade?
Yeah, look, I'm pretty sure Dominator will still be honing in on that guy. He is just a maestro on that hero. You cannot give Gen.G. It's a respect ban. You got to ensure that he doesn't get that hero.
Agreed, but there's many more. There's like the Pei. There is, what else is there?
Lam.
I can only remember. Yeah, Lam is good as well.
Yeah, like there are definitely options, but it's one of those things where like just this one hero, it doesn't seem like any team has an answer for it. The pay and things like that, we've kind of thought through. We have a counter draft in mind. We have ways.
But we know that the coaches are thinking the same as us, right? Like they're just thinking about, okay, which assassin can we get our hands on? Let's imagine there's no assassins in there who can actually stand from a different lane to be able to be the core or be the carry in this team.
Yeah, so it's going to be important going into this draft, right?
Yeah.
Again, I think that this is why the chess match and this global ban pick format is just amazing because, like, again, it's going to come back to, like, what are they going to play? How are we going to ban and just take away some of those good heroes?
And I think it's a very scary notion for DMT especially because when you want to pick, you know you're going up against assassins. Then you know, the picks like the big burst utility artillery mages like the Gun and Mo, the Nua, these are not options you want to explore. It's a huge risk going up against an assassin lineup.
If we were to nullify just the junglers, do we have an option in there? Can someone else just kind of like stand up and just tell like, okay, I'm going to be the core?
It has to be the class stainers, right? The difference maker is going to be with it. Like we've seen the success of Tufts on this Dharma. Now there is still Fatih to be played. There is still, you know, maybe the Sun Tzu could come into play. We've seen teams like Nova pick up the Fuji as well. These are all viable picks because as the later the game goes, there is a potential for them to carry.
Yeah. I mean, that's going to help them out. I think that it's going to be key for them. But Dominator Esports, look, I was kind of not really happy with their draft in that game too. You didn't really see too much value. I mean, the Flowborn tank was like a giant question mark for me. And then the rest of it, it just seemed like they were really lacking in damage. It didn't seem like there was the team synergy that they really needed from some of these heroes.
Okay, we're back to stock standard. I truly disagree with you. I think Dominator Esports had a decent draft. It was just that the execution was not as good. In fact, I would dare say it was poor.
Well, definitely execution was poor on that one, right? But what is it? More execution or was it draft? I think it was draft because, again, you need to put your best foot forward, and that was a very underwhelming one.
That's true. I mean, you as a coach, you want to give your players the best utilities, best tools to go to the battlefield with.
Yeah.
Now, whether it was sufficient in game number 2, that is a past story. Right now, game number 3, this is the ultimate decider of the series. You want to enable your team with the best heroes possible, and Team Vitality have gotten 2 of the best, the Lung and the Lianpo.
Very strong picks. I think it's, I mean, look, you're countering the Zhang Fei as well, and you're putting yourself into a great position to potentially go for this one. But it just, like, and they picked up the Fade themselves. Interesting.
I love this. And does it fit into TNX's style? It does. It is a dive hero, and you get in, get out, get the kill, and, you know, flashy explosions behind you, Jade explosions behind you for that matter.
Yes, great little pick. Plus, they picked up the Liu Bang, right? A lot of coverage, right? If Fade wants to go aggressive, cool. I got you with I got your back, but basically with his Battlefield Command.
So I think, okay, once again, the thing here is Dominator have a decent draft, right? There is quite a bit of tankiness coming in. They have the Zhang Fei, they have the Liu Bang as well. But execution-wise, is it going to make sense for them? Can they keep pace with TNX? Because this game, he's going to be much faster than his teammates.
Definitely, definitely. But look, Liu Bang is as fast as he's going to go. He's like going to sit in the compartment like this. He's going to sit shotgun in this car, so to speak, because he's able to just jump on. The Zhang Fei could potentially just jump in when they need to, so you have that. But you got to rein him in. When you initiate with TNX, you got to go together.
That's true. That's true. I mean, the pacing is so important. And look, Dominator Esports, they feel that Team Vitality, they want to make use of tanky junglers, which I know is a great strategy, but Zhang hasn't really performed that well in tank junglers.
Yeah, please do not do that. I think that Team Vitality, like if I see a Dune or something like that, or a Mankey, I'm just going to be like, okay, this game is over. Because like draft-wise, it makes sense. Player-wise, it does not.
Yeah, look, everyone has their signature style, and I think Zhang has already made it apparent since coming into IKL, showing up at KWC. He is an assassin player. There is no two ways about it.
Yeah, and look at the rest of this lineup. I mean, Team Vitality, I like where they're going. I like the Fatih pick. How are they going to mitigate what this Fade brings? Lady Jun, definitely squishy, definitely a #1 target for Dominator Esports to take away that utility and that stun, because if you're looking at the rest of Team Vitality's lineup, they don't really have a lot of lockdown.
That's true. They don't have a lot of sustainable lockdown, right? It's something that you require Dominator to really stand at that position and continue being CC'd. But I love this. Okay, Dominator, they will take the risk. They pick up the Nua, they pick up the Consort Yu. So they want to have a good laning phase against the Long, but they also want to have that big burst potential. So not only do you have to care about the Fade, you have to care about the Nua as well. So many different targets.
A lot of targets, a lot of, dare I say, not my favorite heroes in the Consort Yui as well as the Nua, but I understand where they're coming at. It's about survival. Once you have that like lock-in with those like the coalescence blocks, the creation with the matrix that you get from Nua, you're gonna have a great time. But the last pick here for Zhang
Hansing.
Hanshin? Actually, that makes a lot of sense.
Give them a hunch. Okay, he goes for Musashi.
Okay.
That's fine as well. There is a potential of a chase down with the duo to the depths. Musashi's ultimate, if you didn't know, is also a tracking ability. So once he locks onto you, regardless of where you go, even if you, I don't know, a rare situation, TP back home, he's going to follow you all the way to your fountain.
Yeah, and a great one in that sense. But Zhang, the Musashi, going up against the TNX Fade, I did not have this on my bingo card.
Yeah, I definitely did not. I was expecting the Fade to be banned out. But I think it's better to use the hero that they're familiar with and use it against them. It's kind of like a bragging right as well.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be huge. I mean, if he's able to... Look, at the same time, Zhang knows how the Fade plays, right? He knows the weaknesses, right? And they were like, okay, Musashi, I think, can counter it. We're able to go assassin, well, jungler for jungle. When those team fights happen, you know he's going to be focusing in on him.
That's true. And also, talking about the hair buffs, I think Fade's hair color is the same as TNX.
Okay, so are they brothers now? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, they're cosplaying each other. But with this being said, end of the day, I think why Musashi is such a great pick for the side of Dominator is also because he is quite tanky as well. He survives the 1v5s.
Yeah. I think that, yeah, assuming he's able to do that.
Minions will arrive in 5 seconds.
It is set. That's it. We're gonna move into the last game. This is going to be our game 3 of this match number 2. Dominator Esports is gonna be on the blue side. Team Vitality is gonna be on the red. Whoever that wins this one, joins us tomorrow on The Last Chance.
Do or die, there is no second chance, there is no do-over. So Vitality and DMT, they have placed their cards. This is the time to show up.
Yeah, this is Game 3 elimination. I mean, one of these teams is going to go home. Very sad. Who from IKL is going to survive?
Yeah, I mean, they're representing not just themselves, but they're representing the region as well in the world stage. And this is a very important thing because you want your region to show up in the world stage.
Yeah, I kind of want to know what the people think from IKL, like, the fans, the true fans, like who do you want your champion to be?
Yeah, I'm curious as well because DMT did dominate in IKL, but they lost. So are we in the camp of DMT or are we in the camp of Vitality here?
To be honest, I'm looking at these drafts. I just don't like the counter Yui Nua. Like, I understand why they have it. Is TNX going to get that space to really utilize that, to put the pressure on, so that Jurl and Ahem can really shine on these heroes? Because once they're on the losing side, it's not going to be easy, especially against some of these really meta heroes on the Vitality side.
That's true. I mean, okay, so here's the thing about the draft, right? They have so many countermeasures. 19 going to be a big disruption against Ahem and Jurl on the backlines as well. And at the same time, if you don't keep your eyes on TNX, he really messes up the fight for you on the side of Vitality.
Yeah, I think that this is pretty much all she wrote, like, in terms of, like, how does TNX do on this fade? If he's able to pop off, if he's able to get to the back line on that Lung or that Lady Jean Neal, he's going to have a great time. But, like, is he going to have that time to do so?
That's true. But also, taking into consideration for game number 2, I think it's very important that DMT maybe try to slow down Gen.G. They're not doing that yet.
Yeah, not yet, but it's still very early, right? It's like 2.5 minutes in. At the same time, like, TNX is like so focused on his own farm, he's not really like worried too much about Zhang at this stage. But Zhang, again, like, his mobility will get him from place to place, creep to creep as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I think he matches pace with the Fade as well. This is why this matchup is so interesting because both teams, they have this potential to be super explosive in their growth. The snowball potential is extremely high on both ends.
Yeah, and Dominator Esports, look, it really comes down to Guyu and L really making those saves, those plays to keep everybody alive, the disruption, ensuring those damage dealers really stay alive and to continue to, like, do their damage. Because Dominator Esports, those 3 members, like TNX, Jurl, and Ahem, kind of on the squishier side.
Yeah, but they have explosive burst damage, right? So
true.
We really need to take a look at the timing here. TNX, I really hope this game he doesn't take too many unnecessary damage.
Yeah, that's got to be the biggest thing, right? Like, how does TNX play? Because, sometimes he just gets completely caught off guard or out of position, puts in his team in a bad spot.
Yeah, and Gen.G, he's the more steady between the two, right? You know him to be the composed, calm. He's steady, he's rock, foundational for the team.
Yeah. But sometimes, it's the whole, like, how crazy they can get, right? Versus, like, the stability that you're looking for. Because, like, it's like a high risk, high reward, dare I say, for TNX at times. Like, sometimes he's absolutely brilliant when he goes on.
We'll see. We'll see. We have about 12 seconds, 10 seconds before the first neutral objective of the game. This might swing a lot of things into their favor. As you can see, the Jade cuts are waiting for the side of TNX.
Yeah, look at how they're kind of moving around that Tyrant spawning here. They instantly start it, and TNX over the wall, already at half-life.
There's no way to contest.
Yeah, no way. Zhang was not even close to being there, but I think Team Vitality are like, actually, we're okay with that.
They know about it, so they actually immediately go for a change in terms of objectives, secure their own buffs. This might allow them to make that early rotation, which is exactly what Gen.G is doing.
Yeah, and he's trying to just rotate here. I mean, looking to push it out. He spotted that the blue buff was there, but they're looking maybe for a gank in the top lane. Not going to really happen because Guyu has that get out of jail 3 card in the Battlefield Command.
Right now, everything is balanced, but Zen is going to be forced to use his dragon form. Gets out, and this means the T1 at the bottom snipe. Oh, that was close. Does not hit the mark. T1 at the bottom saved by the efforts of 19 as well.
That was completely in the dark. If Jurl hits that and gets first blood, that would have been absolutely insane.
And if there's any person you trust to make that shot, it has to be Joe, right?
Yeah. He's done it like, what? He's stolen so many Tyrants already. I mean, he's just been on points. But this emerges just a scouting expedition.
Yeah, the emergence, a very important skill for Noir players. This is your 3rd skill. It allows you to TP, and when you land, you will get a shield that is pretty high value, actually.
Pretty high value, and you catch people out off guard. I mean, the animation is large, but if they're so far in front, then you have a potential chance to get that flank.
That's right. Now, TNX, he has been farming in the middle, the duel to the death. Not sure what the idea was there because they needed follow-up. Duel to the death is a great skill, but it always needs to be followed up.
I think he's just like, hey, I just have this ult, I haven't used it. Let's use it one time, just to kind of see what happens. No?
Maybe. I mean, play the mental game, right? Like, hey, you know, anytime, I got you.
This is just 1 of 100 duel to the death to you. I will be going directly at you, TNX.
I will stare you in the face.
But TNX, again, largely unfazed by that. He's going to continue to farm. Has a level advantage over ZonQ, if anything, though.
And that is a bit concerning if you're a Vitality fan, right? Because, okay, sure, you can give the silence to ZonQ, but for now, the fact that TNX is out-farming him in terms of EXP and gold is going to be a cause of a problem. 5.1 thousand.
Yeah, it might not be the easiest thing here. I mean, he does have that lead, but TNX is doing a great job of just continuing to farm. He needs to put his head down until he hits that critical mass, maybe steal some buffs away, and ZonQ needs to do, like, he needs to return the favor.
Yeah, and this is why the Zhang Fei pick is actually quite smart here. They will get the steal. TNX steals away the Crimson Golem. This could be a difference maker in the team fight.
Yeah, and look, ZonQ was nowhere nearby. I mean, he's been like the buff timers has completely shifted in favor of Dominator. They have all tags on everybody at this point, and making life a little bit more difficult for ZonQ to come back in this one.
I mean, the idea on the side of Vitality now is to try and funnel a little bit more farm onto ZonQ, right? They need him on equal terms against the likes of TNX.
He's like your win condition. I mean, Zon is going to do some heavy lifting himself, but those are the two that really need to just have a great game. They cannot be dying, and they cannot be out of position.
Yes, because you can't rely on 19 as a one-man army. There is no way he's going to survive all of the burst damage. Ahem, Joe, and TNX, these are the 3 most damaging heroes in the game.
Yeah, a lot of damage, a lot of potential for this one, but now the potential steal.
Yep, TNX, he gets caught out, but the heal comes in. The board is not, the box is laid down, Matrix, but first blood goes to Vitality. It's 2 kills in quick succession as VIT, they're on form. TNX somehow, even with all that gold, does not make it work for Dominator.
Yeah, I mean, 2 for nothing, that was actually perfect for Team Vitality. Being able to engage that the way they did was able to kind of crush it out. Now they're going to look to turn this and convert it into a bottom T1. Just a great turn of events for Team Vitality here.
And like we said, this is the risk, right? You pick up the Nuwa, you pick up the Consort Yu, but you're going up against a very damaging lineup from Vitality as well. You gotta protect your damage dealers, you're gone.
Yeah, and Tufts has to slow down Guyu. He's going to be backing off here, but that was a great initiation. Damage dealt 19. Boom! Roam lives matter, my buddy. He's top on the list.
I mean, it's really just based off of that particular engagement, right?
Whatever, whatever. Just stop underselling him. He's doing a great job.
Yep, he's 19, new player. Okay, he's doing great. He's the best. Oh my goodness.
No, but that's kind of what you want. I mean, setting it up, right, for Leon Poe. But it's more about the disruption that he provided. I mean, he had some decent stunts. He's just been playing very well. I mean, getting it in, that's what you want in the roam game. That impact, especially early.
And I like this understanding and awareness from both mid laners. Both Neo and Jill, they go straight for the Splendor first.
Yeah, just staying alive, right? That's more than anything else. You want to be in the far back line, and you know you're going to be a #1 target here.
Look, this game, I will be surprised if Dominator give any objectives to the side of Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, look at that one. It's going to be tough at this point, but Team Vitality with the 2 gold or 2 kill lead are actually about 2K behind Dominator Esports, who've just been farming a little bit better.
Yep, and more importantly, it's the jungle and the farm lane that have this advantage. So Ahem is actually able to dish out quite a bit of damage, as well as 10x.
Yeah, those are the 2 that you want, especially in those 2 lanes, and the rolls and everything with the damage that they provide. But TNX, like, he's been off the map. Like, the guy is super focused and putting his head down and farming.
Very uncharacteristic of TNX, right? We know TNX as the guy who likes to dive, gets in the heat of things, and then, you know, it's a 50-50. Do you get a big win out of the engagement, or do you have suffer a big loss?
Yeah, and I mean, look, if you're going to be the coach of Dominator Esports, like, this is the biggest thing. You have a very mechanically skilled, gifted player on your team, but you just need to rein him in just a little bit so that he has a little bit more efficiency.
Yeah. Look, TNX is going in. They're looking for an opening, but he gets caught out. Can they survive? No, he will not. TNX immediately taken down, and a lot of damage by Zen onto the opponent farm lane. Ahem is falling low. Now, Zen, while he is low on life, they have thwarted that event. DMT, they don't have access into this first 10-minute tyrant.
So in the same way, ZonQ, like picking this Musashi was great, right? It's a great counter pick. The bad side to this is now you're exposing, hey, this is a really good counter pick against the Fade, which he likes to excel on.
Yeah, this is a great idea, right? And the fact that, look, they actually combine Tufts along with ZonQ to make sure that the damage comes through. Very smart customization of the hero kits.
I mean, dual death, it doesn't matter if you're jumping on the walls. I'm able to find you out. It doesn't matter where you are. I'm going to go and kill you.
And right now, I don't think you steal this away. Yeah, so it's guaranteed for TNX. They get the Shadow Tyrant on the side of Dominator. And Vitality's game plan, very simple. That's the reason why they took that first Shadow Overlord. We're not going to fight you. We're going to push the lanes.
Yeah, I mean, they've taken almost every big neutral. So TNX, if anything, is looking more to the long term about just getting that net worth lead. He has about an 800 gold lead. Yes, he got caught out that one time, but still, this is a situation where he's literally out farming everyone on the map.
Okay, but for now, I think the game will go late. Based on how Vitality is playing, they're expecting the late game here.
Yeah, they're definitely expecting it. But here they go.
Yep, they're going to try. The Annihilation comes in. They get that insta-kill double for the side of TNX with Neo and 19 taken down. Now, is that the important targets? Not really the best ones you want, but you take what you can get.
Yeah, the Hardened Jade Seal on both of them. Neil and 19, both crystallized, explodes in front of you. Just a great little animation as well, and finding them. And now with the numbers advantage.
TNX, oh no, what are you doing? Instantly melted down by Zen. Punish. That was the hardest punishment I've ever seen. Now DMT, they're gonna suffer a little bit because the Overlord is flying on the bot.
What a trap that was set there by ZonQ and Zon. They have some serious burst on this team. They knew TNX was gonna be rotating bottom. I mean, it's just a typical one, right? You think you have a two-man advantage, you think you're safe, but ZonQ and Zon are like, no, we got you, bro.
And that's why Vitality played the late game. Because in late game, Tufts is an absolute monster. Zen is a one-hit machine.
Yeah, but they need to survive. I mean, they're down about 2K, and it doesn't seem like they can't go to the late game. It's just more of the fact that, like, Dominator have gotten their right answers.
Oh, they got the catch as well in peril, but it's saved by the team. Can they get the revenge here? They do as Joe. He shuts down ZonQ. Here is TNX. He wants the kill. Can you get it here? As Tufts, he's going to use his first skill. Jumps out to safety, and the revenge is not delivered.
Not revenge, but I mean, ZonQ going down, I think TNX will happily take this one. That was a huge win for them. Bouncing back, right? ZonQ was going aggressive. Again, he's been like a laser missile, like homing missile on TNX, going after him almost every single time. He pays with his life this time, though.
That's the risk of taking an assassin jungler here. Now, 19, he takes quite a bit of damage as well, but it's all good because they want to make sure this T1 in the mid is well protected.
Keeping it alive, slowing the game down. It's all about that space that the T1 provides, right? That vision, being able to push forward, especially when these bigger objectives like the Overlord and the Tyrants are in play. You definitely need those to keep you sustaining in that mid game.
Yes, and for now, Vitality, I think they really need to take care of the structures, right? Both teams, two apiece, 2 towers apiece, and if there is an advantage in the mid lane, DMT will start to walk all over Vitality.
Yeah, they have that potential, but they haven't really been able to shut down Team Vitality. They've been very resilient. They've been able to kind of stick through, and I mean, look, he's still like doing very well.
Yeah, Zen, he just got his hands on a Siegebreaker. Now, that combination we saw earlier just now, where Zen and ZonQ actually just went straight for TNX, that is a potential, and that could cost them the game on the side of Dominator.
Yeah, that could be there. I mean, the amount of damage that they have. But again, it's about staying alive right now. I mean, if we're talking about late game, who are you giving the edge to?
I'm not sure because at this point, Tufts has been founded out. But TNX, okay, look, he's building a hybrid build, but he's taking so much damage, and I'm not sure if he can survive the fights.
Yeah, it's sometimes you gotta go all in one way or the other. But being balanced, he's thinking again, probably late game. If he wanted to go all offense, it would have been like, looking to close out this game. But, you know, with a balanced one, he's just looking to survive and continuing to fight.
Okay, so TNX secures the Shadow Tyrant. ZonQ gets the opposite end with the Overlord as well. The potential burst coming in. Jero looking for the damage, but will not find the appropriate targets.
Umbrella Uppers had been committed as well. Mid T1, that space provided by L there, and they do take this one down. If anything, small win for them, but Dominator Esports up about 3K. But they still haven't been able to really just close it out as of now.
Not yet. I think TNX at this point, the game plan from DMT is pretty straightforward, right? If you want to play that pushing game, we can play it with you. And when you're doing the macro plays, you will find yourself in a situations where you're kind of isolated at times.
For sure, for sure. And I mean, look, you have to counter them in some way because with the lanes all pushing like this, you got to figure out a way to kind of get yourself a little bit of space. The T2s have all still been up by Team Vitality. These Vanguards will definitely help with that push. But it's about getting some sort of pick-off, finding TNX more than anything else, because he's got about a 1.5k net worth lead over ZonQ.
I think TNX is a bait. Look, honestly, I think the game is going to be decided by Joe. If it's going to be a DMT win, it has to come from Joe because that burst damage coming from the Matrix, the Annihilation, the Creation, everything, right? It has to be him as that win formula. He will turn the tides of the battle.
And looking at this, I mean, TNX backing off, just dueling with Tufts more than anything else. But look, the Shadow Vanguard in the bottom lane, this is going to be a moment where you're kind of thinking, like, Team Vitality, what else do they need to do to get back in this one?
I think for now, it's just get pickoffs, right? I think that's the only way you win this, where ZonQ finds the appropriate target. In fact, I would say, I'll go as far as to say, go for Jill and Hem. Like, just ignore TNX. Tufts is able to deal with TNX on his own already.
But it's, look, Jurl and Ahem have done such a good job with their positioning. They've always been in the far back. Plus, you have Guyu who can jump on and kind of help with the save at a moment's notice. It's not an easy task. And plus, seeing as the map control is in favor of Dominator, you don't really have the vision to make these types of moves.
That's true. I mean, they have a saving grace, right? L, with the Upright Outburst, he hasn't really used it that much in this game. And I think that could be the cause of the reason why they haven't won a lot of team fights, but we'll see.
Yeah, it's still very early in that regard. I mean, not early in terms of game time, but in terms of these team fights, they've been, both of these teams, very cagey. Understanding that they lose a team fight, they just lose the game and the series.
Yeah, look, this game for me, Neo and Zen on the side of Vitality, Joe and Ahem, these two, there's 4 players, right? 2 on each side. They will be the deciding marker for success. If any duo gets taken down, it's an instant win for the opposite team.
It's interesting that you say that, because I'm looking more for like TNX and ZonQ. I think that these are the guys that I'm looking at for, especially when those team fights happen, because like it's more of like the initiations that happen. But TNX on,
they're gonna go in tough. He's gonna get bursted down, uses the flash as well. Annihilation will miss, but here comes the backup as well. Unbridled outburst by L, but the backline is a little bit under danger. 19 uses his ultimate.
Yeah, I think that the right call was to retreat. ZonQ was like, no, we're not fighting. We must retreat. They got the jump on us. We need to stay alive. That was close. I thought when 19 went in with the Tremor Smash, I was like, oh my gosh, are they going in for this fight? Not a great one, but a great disengage.
Exactly, because they actually committed quite a bit of their resources as well.
True, true. I mean, it was a big jump, right? Dominator Esports thought they had the edge. They tried to go for the jump. They're going to go for the Shadow Tyrant instead. But again, this is a crazy situation. Team Vitality.
Yeah, they will secure it for themselves. DMT, there is no doubt in my mind, right? They will always secure these neutral objectives. The only important question here is, because we know of that potential, isn't Tempest Dragon just secure for DMT?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's going to be tough. And this is why, in a way, like Team Vitality probably want that pickoff. You know, they get a numbers advantage, then they can potentially go for it. It's not going to be easy with TNX on this fade.
And I'm going to tell you why it's so difficult, because Guyu is playing the Yubang. He has a global ultimate.
Yeah, he can go in at a moment's notice. L taking a lot of damage here, though.
Okay, that is not a good sign for the side of DMT. But on the backlines, they found him. ZonQ goes in onto TNX, but he has an extra life. He will back up for the moment. Guyu gives his life for the cause. He's the first member down. Traded for 19 as well. But Zen, he is very, very low. He gets taken out. First life is gone. The chase down happens. TNX as well. It's a double kill for Ahem as they're looking for that marker of success. Tufts, he has that first life burned away by TNX, but he's alone against the rest of Vitality. The last life, he cannot do it. Vitality, they can make a push. There is a wave at the bottom side.
That was actually crazy. I think there was 4 Sages Sanctuaries that were popped on that one, but Team Vitality able to navigate in terms of who needed to die very quickly. The prioritization was on point. ZonQ found the right targets. He stayed alive, did all the damage. Yes, Zon did go down, but this is a huge window of opportunity for Team Vitality, and it looks like they're going to back off, potentially go for this Tempest Dragon here.
And this is like the perfect opportunity, right? TNX is down for 15 seconds more. The Tempest Dragon is up now. If there's any time to go for it, Vitality needs to make the call now. They have to do it now. If not, they will never get it.
They're looking to rush this one as quickly as possible. It's a half-life. L is going to be making his rotation there. He spots it, but I don't think they go for this.
They have to. Maybe the steal from Joe. They're looking for it. Oh, Joe does not hit the mark. Vitality, they have equipped themselves with the best possible situation now.
I mean, look, they were just trying to provide a little bit of vision. L goes in, sees where the Tempest Dragon is at, and sees like consistently how much damage he's taking. Gerald with that potential steal. He's done it time and time again. Not able to get it because Team Vitality actually slowed down, dealt with L, and they were able to secure the Tempest Dragon, the first one of the series.
Beautiful decision making coming in from Vitality. Now they have the Tempest buff for the next 60 seconds. They also have the Tempest Dragons coming down. This is going to disable the turrets, so there is no probable defense coming up from DMT. The players have to do all the work.
Yeah, look at this. I mean, the number 2 squad from IKL and Dominator Esports versus the number 3 Team Vitality. Could we have asked for anything better at this stage? 21 minutes in, the Tempest Dragon, Team Vitality have actually come back in this one. Now they're taking the fight to Dominator Esports. It could be a better game.
Exactly. I mean, losing the first game in the series and having to claw your way back, there is no other redemption that is more satisfying than this.
I mean, they're looking to slow siege on this top T3, Dominator Esports. Not really much they can do.
Yep, absolutely nothing. And Tufts, with all the distraction on the top side, has taken down the T3 at the bottom. Now, 3 waves of Tempest Dragons will crash onto T3s.
I mean, they've taken this one out. It was they go back to the top T3. They made sure that they get this one, but they're going in.
Yeah, big stun on the back lines. Oh, there's a lot of damage coming in from TNX. This is a turnaround for DMT. They've taken down Neil. Zen is still alive, but there's many lines to be had at this point. Neil and Zankyu, the 2 of them are down. The damage is not enough. DMT survived for the time being.
I mean, it's a 2 for 2. Zan was still alive, so it looks like Dominator had to respect that, but they don't really have, other than the damage that they have, but the base is wide open. I think Team Vitality are going to be happy with that. I mean, at the end of the day, Dominator Esports tried to go for that one last play to get them. They found Zankyu and Neil, great, but Zan is their main target now.
I like the way that you look at this perspective, because to me, I'm looking at another thing, which is they are probably going to drag this game for the next Tempest. But let's talk about this first.
Yeah, look at this, the jump in. L, nice little umbrella offers on it too, and Zankyu just goes in with that Jade Step, gets him, and it ensures that he gets Zankyu and Neil, both of them down for the count. The prioritization was great. L sacrifices his life for that control, tried to go for that one play on Zan, not able to get it, he limped away.
Okay, so let me give you a little critical moment in that fight before the actual breakdown, right? Neil saved the game for Vitality. He actually got the knockup with the Ocean of Tears, the first skill of Lady Chen, onto Jill. If he had not, Jill would have got the perfect matrix, the Annihilation would have been on time, DMT would have crushed them in that fight.
Yeah. I mean, it's literally a game of inches at this point, right? And being able to do that right before you died, absolutely huge for them. And it just proves just how close this game is. We're going to see another Tempest Dragon, the second of the day for these 2 teams.
I would say they're on equal footing because they can't contest on the side of DMT without worrying about the base. Tufts is going to consistently split push, try to get those waves in.
Yeah, I mean, he should, right? But he's going to be countered by Guyu, who could just bounce into the fight whenever they want. But you're talking about the fact that TNX is on this fade, that Jade, the Hardened Jade Seal is going to make it very difficult for Team Vitality to go for any sort of steal or a kill.
They lose it. Unless they, I don't know, stun him or something, or maybe just push him out of the pit, there is no way that TNX loses this, right?
Yeah, there's no way. I mean, I think they're just trying to bait him out. And look at TNX patiently waiting in the bushes. He's going to show himself now.
Yep, nice situational awareness coming out from 19, right? We don't see a lot of teams do this, especially at this critical moment. There is a lot of pressure. There's a lot of things to consider as well.
I mean, there's so much. Like, your base is wide open, right? They can push a lane, so you have to be super careful about the bottom.
Oh, Guyi, he has to trade his items here. First life gone. The save comes from Jill. They will push him back, so Guyi makes it out. But this is a difference in manpower now. Now, the call from Zankyu is to go onto TNX, where is the support? As well, they're wrapping around if TNX can he make it out. The save is not enough. He's taken down, and DMT is not looking good for them as well. Annihilation does deal a healthy amount of damage, so Vitality, they have to stop for now.
This started with Tufts in that bottom lane, finding Guyu, making sure that he uses that Sage's Sanctuary. Jurl had to rotate to help save him, but that was a numbers advantage elsewhere. They caught out TNX with that duel to the death. Really well played by Team Vitality there.
And he's dead. What does that mean? This is a chance. Vitality get a second shot at the Tempest Dragon. Tempest take. Tufts, they lock him in. Physically immune for the side of Ahem. They do get the kill on the Neo, but Ahem is dead. This is one major damage dealer, and it comes out as well. It's not going well at all for DMT because Vitality are on form today.
4 members down. Team Vitality even took the Tempest Dragon. It's just a matter of time before they just march it down.
Gui, he's gonna try his best, but I don't think they can stop them. The crystal is under fire, but they do maybe have a chance. TNXO, there is no way. Vitality, they are better today.
Just a really well played game, understanding the way to play this map. Right, with those objectives, being able to take the Tempest Dragon, understanding that the way they just take them down. I mean, they caught out TNX. It was not really his fault. It was more the fault of Guyu, who got caught out. And when that Jurl rotation happened, I mean, TNX was wide open at that stage.
I know, but it's so hard because at this point, look, there's 3 crashing lanes. It's super elite minions. You have to deal with it some way or another. And at the same time, the problem is you can't let TNX die because then you give away the Tempest Dragon.
So this is one of those things where Jurl's like, hey, if I'm rotating down, you need to be safe. You cannot be caught out. The rotation that happened from TNX, he was way too far out of position, and he paid with his lives and the game because of this.
Yep, and it's not just his life. It is the life of Dominator Esports. They will be sent home today, but IKL rejoice because you do have a champion of the region that will represent you in the rest of the journey for KWC.
A very impressive win there by Team Vitality, being able to just close that one out. And obviously going in, handshakes all around, obviously disappointment on one side, but this is a situation where Team Vitality were just a better team. They made better decisions, less mistakes. They kept themselves in this game. Just a really well-played series by Team Vitality. Props to them.
Yeah, very good understanding of what to do at this point. And I mean, Tufts, I think Tufts, to me, has to be the MVP of this game. Even if it's not, right? I have to give big shout-outs to this guy because he was responsible for a lot of trouble that DMT faced. He was the one chasing Guyu. He was the one that got the setup onto Joe and Ahem in the last portions of the game.
Yeah, no, just his impact. Look, everyone from Team Vitality showed up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I have a hard time being like, this guy had a better game than the other guy. But like this one, it was such a good team game. Everyone was playing well together. When ZanQ goes down, Zan steps off. Tufts is always there initiating when he needs to. Neil was having these crazy stuns. I mean, and 19 was there to just like protect everybody. There were so many opportunities for Dominator to kind of get back in this one, but Team Vitality was like, not today.
Exactly, and it really came down to a lot of micro movements across the map. If you notice, as you watch the replays of this game, ZanQ, skill number 1, Illuminating Slash, saved the day by actually blocking up some of the projectiles coming out from the different members on the side of DMT. At the same time, like you mentioned before, Neo, those first skill, Ocean of Tear knockups, delaying the fact that Joe or Ahem can join the fight, then creating a situation from Tufts, filling the gaps where the team couldn't function, to go on to Gui, to go on to Ahem, to go on to Joe. He made their lives so difficult.
Just, again, such a good game by Team Vitality, right? And we knew that today was going to be like everything about heartbreak, about the joy and everything. We've seen all of the emotions today, even on the desk, even for all of us, right? But we're here now, and we have 2 more series ahead of us, and I can't wait to see exactly how those go out as well.
One of the beautiful things that I just saw right now, it was that right before the game finished, everyone here in the studio, all of the other players from the teams that are going to come in for game number 3, came out and they watched the game all together. And at the moment that Team Vitality just took that last hit on the crystal, everybody just was extremely excited about that victory. So congratulations to Team Vitality as they move forward in our competition. What about if we go and hear a little bit more from the interviews? Mara, what you got for us?
We have the charismatic ZanQ. Congratulations. That was a very difficult game 3. At one point, we thought you guys were going to be in trouble until finally you wiped out the enemy, you got the Tempest Dragon and got things your way. But how did you manage such a difficult situation, seeing the hero composition? How did you outsmart them?
We have our gameplay, and also even we Hero is already loose, but we have KPL Zaan, you know, and we have the strongest top lane in Indonesia. So we're very confident. Just yeah, this game Dominator already last game in EWC, you know. Bye.
Now, I asked you earlier, how come you don't seem to be happy? You said you're not happy. Why? How come? You survived. This is something to celebrate.
Yeah, because tomorrow also have game, so cannot chill lah. Yeah, also happy lah. Yeah.
Speaking of tomorrow, it's either gonna be Boom or Gen.G. Which do you prefer to face?
I don't have any idea. Just who come give me win lah. Okay lah. Please lah. Thank you.
Anybody will do. I hope you have some more confidence tomorrow and you get the momentum going. Once again, thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Now we're gonna head back to the desk. Lead the gorge.
There is no time to chill. Everybody needs to be on their toes. They need to try to progress. They need to be better and stronger, right? Because regardless of the win today, that doesn't mean anything. It just means that they have a last chance. They will be playing tomorrow against the winner between Boom Esports and Gen.G. And when Tranky was asked, like, who would you rather playing against? He could not give us an answer. There are nerves in there. That's what I smell.
Look, this is a situation where you're kind of like, you feel great, you survived the day, you've knocked out your rivals, that's a great win. But you can't celebrate too soon because you have to go right back to work tomorrow. It's a really tough situation for these players to be in because, again, every single game is elimination.
If I would be Tranquil, I wouldn't be happy as well because they're not supposed to be in this position. They should have never just jumped down to the lower bracket. They should have just made it directly to a group of kings.
Exactly, and even if we take a look at the case there, okay, maybe they dropped down. In this particular game of the series, on paper, they shouldn't win, right? Your objectives should be secured by TNX. It is a guaranteed smite, a guaranteed objective take when you are playing the Fade. So the fact that they managed to find, not once, but twice, the life of TNX, where the Tempest Dragon was available for the taking, that was huge.
That was one of the main ideas for Vitality, right? Like, do not go and contest the Tempest Dragon. Let's get rid of TNX first, and then let's go and contest the Tempest Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, they're smart. They knew how to play the game more than anything else. But again, it was all about Tufts. I gotta sing praises where praises are due because that play that he made against Guyu created so much pressure. Like, Jurl had to respond, or else Guyu dies, then you have the numbers advantage. But yeah, you don't give it the Tempest Dragon, but you just might lose the game.
Holler, that's why you are a professional in what you do, because the MVP for this game is going to be Tufts. Tufts is going to be the MVP of this game 3 on that performance on the Fatih.
Hey, I made that call first. Why are you saying he's a professional?
You're a professional too, buddy. You're a professional too.
Semi-professional.
Yeah, true.
Professional for me. But let's call that one out. But look, Tufts, absolute monster. The fact that he didn't die a single time. I know you don't care about KDA, but 707. I mean, like, the guy was an absolute beast. His initiations, just his presence that the team had to feel. I mean, the 26,000 damage. He just did so much in this game.
Yeah, look, the damage dealt is one thing. It's the one thing that you must really respect and learn from this guy, Tufts, is the fact of his positioning. Why does he have so much damage? It's because he always finds himself in the correct positions. And it's not just being in the correct positions, it's also against the correct people. He was always in the face of Gui, always in the face of Ahem, always in the face of Joe. The 3 core members that are there to save TNX or even turn the fight around.
Well, nothing that we can add on this performance. All of them have done amazing. Right now, they're going to move forward. They will try their very best in order just to prepare their performances for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about prep, right? It's watching these games. Again, yeah, we could just breathe a sigh of relief. We're fine. We get an extra day. We're going to move up. Great. But business as usual, we got to figure out what these teams are going to be bringing. We got to ensure that we're prepared as best as possible.
Well, the first half of today's matches is done. Twisted Minds and Team Vitality are waiting to see how the brackets are going to be done and set on stone after we come back from the break.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Come on, let's go.
Rush mid now. Come on. Jungle combat. Rotate butt to low HP. Victory!
Activating warp jump. Destination? The brightest star. Pulse gun charged! Scope calibrated! It's a quantum party! Ignite the stars! Into the nebula! Cosmic shifts! Supernova pulse! Woo! Right in the core!
Welcome back. Welcome to the KWC 2025. This is the Esports World Cup. We're moving into our next match. Gen.G Esports against Boom Esports. The winner in here is going to play against Team Vitality for a chance to make it to the top 8. I'm Isaac Peña. I'm going to be your host right now. In this second half, we went for Sagi and Blam. Sagi, Blam, how are you feeling, lads?
Excited. And
you look excited.
A bit sad because VSC has to go home.
You do look sad as well, Betty.
I'm a bit of a mixed feeling, right? But you know, I'm a neutral caster, so I'm going to be focusing on Boom and Gen.G right now.
It's alright, but it's alright. Wi-Fi hug for you from here, mate. What about you, Blam?
I'm ecstatic, right?
Yeah.
I mean, KMW,
That's
another
how
winner.
static looks like.
We get another one in, baby. Obviously, last chance, potentially, we could be obviously getting 2 KMW teams through. So hopefully, we get in there.
I love that. It's just so funny how people come right over here to the desk. Everyone's got their favorites. We are the most unbiased people that you can find over there in the market, that's for sure. But you know what? Everyone's got a heart. And my heart goes for the game. Honor of Kings. If you could have seen the family that we had right over here watching the game, that would have been amazing. Both of the teams right over here preparing before their game, Gen.G Esports and Boom Esports, they were right here watching the game of how it went. If you could have seen just the image of everyone there watching the TV, it was something that really made me feel very proud.
Very proud indeed. I mean, these 5 boys would have been amongst them as well. Obviously, we have Inua, we have Ruck, we have Rawa, we have Ray, and then we have Clue up into the support role as well, right? I mean, this match right here is a rematch already of what we've seen already for KWC.
Exactly, and the storyline is huge, right? This last slot towards the last chance qualifiers. So, you win, you have 1 more day to live. You lose, you go home immediately.
That's it, you're gone, and we do not want to see any of these 2 teams go, but one of them is going to have to disappear. Gen.G Esports, what do you think is going to be their winning condition?
It got to be Rock, right? It has to be Rock.
Yeah.
Rock, I mean, obviously, as well as we know that they have star players like Clue as well. I mean, that one time within their previous match where we saw that Clue actually outsmited a Smite, and he was a support. So definitely not only always is it like the mid lane or the farm or the jungle making these plays happen, sometimes it's those roamers.
Well, sometimes it's going to be some other people that need to take the control. And looking at the other side, Boom Esports, Tatsuri, Toshi, Carl, Migi, and Impressive. The 5 boys that they're going to try to keep the Boom Esports, the PKL dream, still alive.
Exactly, the Kuya, the day 1 of PKL Honor of Kings here. So if it's not them, well...
Then who?
Then who? Exactly, who?
Is there an owl in the studio? There's a lot of who's going on right now, but... Looking onto the screen, they're not owls, they are wolves, right? That is the badge of Boom Esports here as they walk into the studio. These guys are obviously ready on stage, and like Isaac was saying, we don't want either of these 2 teams to go home, but unfortunately, one of them has to. But is it going to be the same result as what we've just seen there with Team Vitality and DMT, or is this going to play out a little bit differently?
Well, nobody knows. We want to know exactly how to take the fight in here. We're always talking about the junglers. We're always talking about the clash laners. Talking before about the match before we came in, we talked about the way that the supports are going to be important. Roamer lives matter.
Roamer lives matter, and they are the backbone, the foundation of the team. They set you up for success. They look for these big plays. They are the front line of your entire team here. So definitely, Roamer are the backbone of these both teams here.
Yes, given our sustainability, obviously depending on which pick they go for, they can obviously be a solid tank within there. And speaking of picks, we're getting into the game number 1 BP between Gen.G and Boom Esports. We always keep saying it, this is the last representative of the PKL, so much riding on this team, as well as the momentum that they've had getting to this point.
We need to be checking what are going to be the options. We already saw from the first 2 games that the tanks in the jungle might not be working that well. When we changed to Assassins, all the games changed.
That's a style of play style we're talking about, right? And especially we talk about Assassins. Rock.
Yes.
This man. Whew. His Jing, his pay, is popping out recently, and that's why the pay's in the ban.
He's in the ban as well as the Liang, right? Because I mean, we're talking about obviously the tanks not doing so well. So the teams here are like, if an assassin jungle is going to come through, of course, we need to get that Liang off the table, right?
Exactly, and you look at Gen.G's draft here, they spells one thing from these 3 picks here. You got Maestro Nui and Byron. These strong early to mid-game tempo picks to really set you up for success. And DRJ here, really good with those tokens. Out of range, taking down these turrets quick, making a quick fashion for the team.
DRJ, when we start talking and analyzing that hero for everyone who's just new to the game and starting to learn how to play farm lane, what are the important things that DRJ needs to be looking out for?
You don't really have much mobility here, but yes, you can use your spell to legal immunity to dodge out most of the crowd control, aside from suppression from the likes of Liang and Dong Huang. But still, having this hero here, he is very self-sufficient, very strong laning, can really oppress your enemy from the likes of the laning phase. So very good hero if you look to pick up something easy and strong.
Do you think that that's going to be more of a mid-late game or an early mid game?
For me, it's more of early to mid-game. You get that 2 item, you start ramping up, you start closing out games towards the 10 to 12 minute mark.
But yeah, let's make that obviously second skill a little bit more useful for those at home, right? I mean, if we're looking at what Boom Esports has drafted here, obviously Mayin can get the knock-up, can get that CC, but obviously thanks to that second skill, Duranger is going to be able to get immune from it, so able to escape, have some more mobility.
You can see that they are probably paying a lot of attention to what has been happening. The Jing, the Lamb already gone. They're going to be there and they're going to be banned. They won't be available for this game.
Yeah, when you talk about Gen.G Esports, the face of them is definitely Rock on these carries. And right now, Boom Esports learning their mistake from day one. They come into this series, they know for a fact that if you give Rock the carries, you're going to have a rock hard time.
A rock hard time indeed. I mean, it's definitely been seen that he has obviously gone onto the likes of the Nutsa as well, so potentially we could see that come through. Seems to be a little bit more of the Gen.G conclusion we've been seeing.
Exactly. With these 2 last picks, having in the Roamer and the Jungle role, it can be the Dolia and Nutsa that you mentioned about. So that is still a way that Gen.G can tackle this draft.
Could tackle this draft, but I mean, if we look over to the side of Boom Esports as well, right? I mean, a lot of sustain, but we are going to get the Luna. She has actually been able to dodge the banning phase, right? Like, we've been seeing a lot of Luna bans so far today.
And everyone's super happy about that because we love seeing the Luna in the Gorge. We did not like that much on day 1 and day 2 that it was almost every single game just banned. And day 3 and 4 and 5 has just been a little bit more of a hot pick.
Exactly, and one thing you gotta notice for the side of Boom Esports here, yes, the Luna, so much mobility here, but if you're Boom Esports, who can stop the Luna here?
Who could stop the Luna? Exactly, who can stop the Luna just right now? But I mean, if you're looking over to the side of Boom Esports, Kangmin being picked out here for Tatsuri is going to be a lot of damage coming through from the Lung and the Kangmin, right? There is obviously the enableability of the Agudo. Again, a lot of sustain coming from that Agudo pick as well as the Hue one.
So if you're a Boom fan, you gotta bank and make sure that Toshi on this loan, Tatsuri on this Kongming, they get to scale towards the late game. And who can facilitate that? It's going to be the Agudo on the hands of Carl. It's going to be impressive on this Yu Huan, making a double heal composition, sustaining the early game. And on the side of Gen.G, you want this Luna to really be able to crush this early game for them.
The early game cannot drop for them, since we remember that in the group stage, they already faced each other with Gen.G taking a 2-1 victory upon Boom Esports, where they won on the first game with a Netra pick that actually became really gigantic.
They're really gigantic, and I think they're the only team still to this point to actually pick up the Netzer pick as well, right?
Yeah.
So already we've seen a little bit of a specialty here for Gen.G. Maybe it's something they're going to bring out a little bit later within the draft of this BP. Because, I mean, realistically, we can't expect this to go sort of a 2-0 because we've already seen this play out before.
Yeah.
It was a full best-of-3, and the stakes are even higher now between these two teams.
The stakes are high. You win this, you still remain hope in the last chance. You lose this, man, that the airport looks at you straight into the eye.
Yeah, I mean, looking at here, obviously, we have been seeing quite a different combinations with the Zheng Fei, right? And onto the Gorge. But this time around, Clue's taking the stun.
Well, hopefully that's going to bring us some surprises. And surprise, we hope that we're going to be as we move into Gen.G Esports against Boom Esports. This is going to be Game 3 of today, and this is going to be our match number 1. I am Isaac Peña.
I am Blam.
And I am Sagi. Let's go, boys.
And we are all excited to get onto this Game 1, right? I mean, this is going to be the rematch that we've been waiting for since these two teams have come together within KWC. Already a little bit of invasion into the enemy jungle.
Early on, just coming here, just kind of keep an eye on the Azure Golem because they know that the Luna started on the red.
Exactly, and right now a fight breaks through with Storm Strike coming in from Wawa. Gets to from the side of Boom Esports. They are punished heavily. Can Carl realistically run away? But he seems to be under pressure as well.
Can he run away with his life? It is going to be a no. It is a horrible start, the 3-0 trade for Gen.G Esports.
Yeah, not the invade we were really looking for here, guys. I mean, they were trying to go for it, trying to stop the growth of this Luna. It ended up with a growth for Gen.G.
Man, that was some fast response coming in from Gen.G, immediately punishing Boom Esports invade attempt, and they were rewarded heavily.
We're rewarded heavily right now and go for a 3v1 here on the top side. Migi might be getting taken down as well. I mean, that's a number 4 onto the board.
It is looking exactly the same as the first time that they faced each other. If the early game does not go for Boom Esports, Gen.G is gonna become so big, and it's only 2 minutes of the game and already a 1,000 goal advantage. Come on.
Yeah, already, I mean, that is an advantage you really want to try and make sure you are maintaining for the side of Boom Esports going through to the rest parts of this game.
Right here though, Ray might be caught out here. He's very low, gets taken down by Toshi with the Ride of Winds here. Clue, slightly slow, but he still comes in and picks up a bit of the minions.
Nothing that they could do over there, right? Like Boom Esports wants to put a little bit of a band-aid on top of the gigantic scar that they're leaving right now because they're bleeding and they're bleeding bad.
They're bleeding bad, right? But at the same time, they just need to make sure they're paying back, obviously, that 3v1 up to the clash lane that we saw there, down to the bot side, just so Boom Esports is like, hey guys, we can match your pace if you're going to be trying to come at us within these lanes. Right now, we are seeing a 2v1 dive into this brush here. Migi trying to get on the line, but Wawa gets a takedown, still invading the jungle.
Man, Wawa is having such an amazing game. He's already dominating the Gorge. He has 4 kills out of the total 5 on the side of Gen.G here, Vlad.
Yeah, 4 kills is pretty impressive, right? I mean, that's what we're going for. And obviously, you can see the gold difference up into the clash lane as well. We're already looking at around about that 1.2k gold difference in a singular lane.
Oh, Wawa has been doing a great job, right? Like, he was the person that came in down when they had that Azure Golem just started, and he stopped the whole thing.
Stop the whole thing, but at the same time, it's pre-4 minutes, right? Pre those neutral objectives. So these turrets in the early game still have that shield in, but already half the damage gone through into the top side. So that's already setting up to an easy escalated clash lane after that 4-minute mark.
We gotta see here how Boom Esports can manage to stop the bleeding here, because Miggy is insanely behind in this game as of this point.
It's not a good sign for them, right? Because Boom Esports needs all of their players to be online. They know that the difference in skill between them and their opponents is very small, and the rotation comes in and they want to throw hands one more time.
Yes, very rotation heavy is going to be the Boom Esports here. Wawa is going to get aided by Inua with the double knock up here on the Mai Shiranui into the backline. It's going to be Ray, but Tatsuri gets out alive.
And beautiful stuff here coming in from Inua. That flash spell immediately secures 2 kills for the side of Gen.G. And right now, Gen.G is in full control in this early game.
They have control of the game, they've got control of the vision, and the problem is Rockus is on that Luna. if you give him a little bit more time, a little bit more of an advantage, there's not going to be an option for Boom Esports.
Not going to be an option, and there's no option to fight here as well for Boom Esports. Being pushed away there by Clue, maybe a bit of a safety belt.
This is not what the tempo you want coming in from Boom Esports, right? You want something to really control Rock onto this Luna, but Rock is playing so well, and Wawa and Nua facilitating Rock, getting all these team fight wins, and right now the entire jungle is the playground of Gen.G Esports.
My question right now is, what should Boom Esports do? Because there's no way that they can contest the Tyrant. That Tyrant goes out for free. Is it a way that they could actually defend the resources? As we can see, everyone jumping in.
Speaking of defending resources, they're trying to defend that Azure Golem, and he does go up to impressive fun now, but the takedown for Midgey is going to come through here. Rock is now into the team fight. He's fighting on two. He gets the double kill onto Toshi. Tetsura using that battle ultimate strategy to keep them away.
Beautiful stuff from Wawa here. Flash, Storm Strike onto two, re-engaging for Rock to re-enter immediately, securing that triple kill.
Very, very elegant, I would say, right? Like he sees the mess right over there and he just comes in and cleans it up.
Almost, that play was like silk, and there's no shirt on the Gorge right now, but it is definitely Wawa making it look effortlessly.
And that's the beauty of this Byron pick, right? And I gotta say, Wawa is impressing us so hard, but impressive here, not so impressive. The positioning gets caught up, and Unstoppable goes over to the hands of Rock.
Yeah, they're just feeding Rock one more time, right? Like they just keep feeding and feeding and feeding Rock. Already 4 kills in, level 10.
And we were talking about how does Boom Esports come back from this game. You gotta pick your fights. You cannot be contesting everything that Gen.G Esports look to have. You need to find gold. Make sure Tatsuri, Toshi on these late game picks get to scale. You need to survive until that moment.
Yeah, speaking of surviving till that moment, right, you can see between the clash in the jungle, there's 10 kills between the two of them on Gen.G. I mean, that's a lot going into that 6-minute mark, right? Already a lot of conflict.
We did not see a lot of fighting. We did not see a lot of kills in the previous games. And right now, Gen.G knows what this audience wants to watch, and they're just delivering it completely.
I feel like this is a Boom Esports playstyle, right? They love to fight, but when things don't go their way, they start messing up some of these tempos. And right now, look, Rock is just having a field day in the jungle. Every resource of Boom Esports jungle is just Rock to take.
Yeah, I mean, at this moment, I mean, they are 7k behind, right? That's kind of like fighting with one arm behind you, and all they can really do is send out the jabs. But sending out the jab there is a little bit of a preemptive unbridled outburst, meaning they can get that T2 into the mid lane.
But without that ulti, then it's going to be very difficult to defend that high ground, right? The cooldown right now, without the items, as we are only at 7 minutes, might be too long.
A little bit too long potentially here for the side of Gen.G. They need to make sure they have that unbridled outburst before they maybe take to text team fight, or look at the invite into the team fight from either Wawa or Inua.
Exactly, and look at this gold lead being built by Gen.G. I think this is one of the most dominant games so far we've seen coming in from Gen.G Esports.
Definitely dominant, right? It seems like a different tempo here for the lads. I mean, 7 minutes in, it's already looking kind of like an endgame potential here for Gen.G, right? Like 11 to 2 kills. We're looking at 28k damage to 20k on the side of Boom. That's 8k difference.
And you gotta wonder for Boom Esports, can they realistically hold it towards the late game? Because for me, it's so difficult.
It is going to be hard as the waves are going to come in, and it's impossible for them to defend all of them.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. Oh, wait, before we even point that out, Rock, as we was going to mention him, Wawa as well into the backline. Impressive. Uses the unending sorrow, but it's not going to end his sorrow right there. And the T3 takedown comes down now.
Inua and Wawa really stepping up in this game. All these crucial engages, making sure that Boom Esports stands no chance.
Stands no chance, but there is no minions just yet, so it is a bit of a breather here for Boom Esports.
They need to push back right now. It's going to be the Overlord, the one that is going to be open for them for takes. It's only 8 minutes and 30 seconds. If they take this one, they are going to have a very good first wave of an important opportunity to take the crystal.
Yeah.
And just look at this goal lead here. Woo! Rock single-handedly riding that 4,000 goal lead over his jungle opponent.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy, right? That's definitely not what you would have seen on the scoreboard. If you were obviously in your games at ranked and you saw that, you'd have to be like, right, okay, let's use Kin's favorite quote, let's play the map. They need to play the map here if you're Boom Esports.
But you can't be playing the map because Gen.G Esports are not allowing you any moment of care here. You want to play the map? fine. We'll be forcing team fights with Clu's Unbridled Outburst, with Inua's multiple knockup, or even Wawa just coming in, styling on you with
The
Storm
problem
Strike.
is that there is no map to play. Like, all of the map resources are all going to Gen.G. There's nothing. It's so completely clean. It's so nothing in there for Boom.
I mean, right now, they're just kind of feeding them, right? They're just kind of pushing those minions in. If Boom can kind of try and generate that into enough resources to try and burst out, I mean, it's going to be a bit of a Hail Mary, but if they can do it, it's going to be great for them.
And look at this tier 3 take coming in. Rock goes in for the engager immediately. Unending Sorrow being forced out on the side of Impressive here. Look at this. Another tier 3 goes down. The last tier 3 over to the bottom side is the sole survivor.
You're speaking of things being thrown out, it's going to be that T3 that gets thrown out like the trash, but Boom Esports gets taken down in game number 1.
What a beautiful game coming in from Gen.G Esports. Immediately notices the fact that their blue buff Azure Golem gets invaded. The response coming in from Wawa, coming from Inua, was so immaculate and clean.
Very clean, but I mean, they don't have clean on their team, but they do have Clue with those Unbridled Outbursts. They had Wawa with those Storm Strikes as well. They were just always just into it. They were being so aggressive in this game number 1.
Just look at that. Wawa immediately flash Storm Strike, gets 2, and Carl coming in for the invade immediately sends his tempo off the map, and right now Miggy just gets punished so damn hard.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not what you want to be facing in that early game, right? You kind of hope that that T1 turret is going to be your bastion of safety, but unfortunately for the side of Boom Esports, Gen.G was like, nah, hold my drink. You're not going to be safe anywhere now and in 2 minutes' time.
Exactly. How dare you invade my jungle? How dare you? Immediately, Wawa punishes them hard. And look at Inua. He's playing with so much confidence on this Maestro Inui. Everywhere you see an engage, Inua is always there. Look at this, again.
Yeah, straight into the backline. Just putting pressure onto Toshi, right? I mean, you're trying to force him to use that infinite vastness a little early on so that when he uses it to try and come back down, your teammates already have a lot of health. And at that moment in time, Rock and Wawa are just onto the backline, destroying you before the dragon even lands.
Exactly, and these are the things we talk about Boom Esports, right? You gotta be picking your fights smartly. You can't be fighting consistently and losing out all these team fights because you gotta respect the enemy for having the lead here, Blam.
You gotta respect them. You definitely gotta respect a lead when it comes through and actually not take it so lightly. But I feel like in that game, it was already kind of written in the early part of the game. We were seeing around about, what, a 2K difference so early on, and then that just kind of surmounted into so much. I mean, we've seen, what, 10 kills at one point in that game, and that was between 2 players.
I am a little bit concerned for Boom Esports because we know that it could go anyway, right? Like, they could win, they could lose that first game, but the way that they lost, is it going to be too strong a hit for them to come back?
Ooh, this is the first game that we saw, right?
Yeah.
Like, if you look at day 1, it was the exact same way that Boom Esports lost. They kept fighting, but they kept losing. So, for me, I'm not a believer of first games because we saw it from the previous series. The one who won the first game, they didn't really end up winning the series. But is it the same script coming in from Boom versus Gen.G? I don't know. Only time could tell.
Blam, what do you think?
Only time can tell, but stats can obviously look at it as well. But at the same time, we have seen so many picks here that have been expanded. I mean, these are big picks for Gen.G, right? I mean, Byron, Luna, Maestro Inui, the Zhongfei. We know that that's a Clue special, right? But look at this. Obviously, the goal difference is crazy between the individuals here, between these two teams. But then, as we can see here, the overall damage. I mean, you could almost combine Inua and Wawas together to almost get that same amount of damage from Rock.
That's the Rock playstyle. You bank on Rock and Rock pays you up. But just look at the game time. 9 minutes, 51 seconds. That is a masterclass coming in from Gen.G's execution in this game.
Is that one of the quickest games?
It is one of the quickest games. I remember this is the second game that we do not make it to 10 minutes.
Oh. I mean, we haven't seen many of that. I mean, we've been seeing quite a few Tempest Dragons today.
Yeah.
So this is on the opposite side of the spectrum here. But I mean, looking at the breakdown of itemization, sorry, Boom, there's not much itemization here. But onto the side of Gen.G, obviously you can see here, Ray didn't get any kills, but that's okay. He was just playing the role that he needed to do, which is putting pressure onto that bot side of the map. How he does that is getting that Spark Forge dagger early on, so it makes that wave clear a lot better for D-Ranger.
Well, the MVP for this game is going to be Wawa, the Clash laner from Gen.G Esports. Wawa on that Byron with a 6-0 and 5 KDA showed us how to stop everyone that wants to come in and steal your resources.
He was truly the key playmaker here coming in from Gen.G. From always, every play, you could say that, oh, Inu has his moments.
Oh, yeah.
Clue has his moments as well, but Wawa, he was everywhere. Storm Strike after Storm Strike, Flash engages after Flash engages. Man, he does it all.
Yeah, I mean, there's many players that seem to be dyeing their hair blonde. I feel like if Wawa just dyed his hair blonde here, he could actually cosplay here as Byron, you know? I mean, he was definitely styling and profiling on the Gorge. Why not on the stage as well?
Why not? That would be fun. That would be fun to watch.
Yeah.
You know what else is fun to watch? It is very fun to watch the players trying to play games together with each other, the interactions in between them. The Group A teams sent one representative each to come and play a game that we're going to show you right now.
Welcome to the 4-player chain charades minigame. The first player is given the answer and has to act it out to the second player. The second player then draws what he thinks is the answer, and it will be shown to the third player. The third player then acts it out one last time to the last player. This last player will then guess the answer. Let the charades begin.
Can we see? Position.
Where?
How can I guess that, bro? Good guess, good guess.
Well, maybe.
Good luck.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Like this. Coco. You do it one more, bro?
I really don't know.
I have no idea.
Young John.
How
can I do that?
Why? Why?
But I did.
What's this?
I did the laser like one three. I thought plum.
Do some like PIs.
I did like eyes 1 3, but first skill. Oh, what can I do?
Skill one? Skill one?
Skill 1. It's skill 1, like the thing when you saw it and you tip it.
Go
Like,
towards. Oh.
I did it at first, but she didn't understand. There's a shock. There's a shock. He said,
Can't win, bro.
Everyone says that this is not a difficult game, but what do you think? Do you think that this is going to be like an easy thing that we could actually do?
The charades, it seems super fun to me. I mean,
Yeah.
it could be difficult, but at the same time, it depends on the skill of the person doing charades. So if you're a charades pro, I feel like it could be easy, right? But it's the same time, it's single different interpretations of each person.
What about if we just send it to Sagi? Sagi, would you be able to just help us, carry us in here as you carry us in the Gorge? Could you carry us in this game?
No, guys. I suck at drawing and acting. For me, I don't really have an artistic cell that they talk about, so good luck, guys.
Yeah,
Leave the artistic part to me. It's fine. We'll get that done.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'll smash it.
It's totally fine. You know what? If no one wants to carry, I will carry. It's going to be totally fine. I'm telling you, as you move forward in this tournament, we need to relax a little bit more. I do believe that the problem was that Boom Esports was not relaxed enough. Gen.G Esports came in and they were just like in there. Everything was flowing for them. They just felt like they just had total control. Boom Esports with a very rushed decision at the beginning of the game. I think that's the one thing that just kind of just hit them straight in the face in the first second of the fight.
Yeah, I mean, whilst I agree there needs to be a little bit more relaxation, it's the risk that you are going to be leaving the actual tournament
of course.
At the end of this. I mean, there has to be a little bit of like give and take, right? So with relaxation, there needs to be realization of what is in store.
Exactly, like you mentioned, the stress that is haunting them, being PKL's last hope at the elimination match, it kind of wonders, right? It's like, oh, that's a lot of stress on their shoulders. If they lose out here, they just go home.
Well, if they're gonna go home, they better go home with a performance that they're happy about. Yeah. Something that they could say like, we tried our very best. If they're gonna go back home with the performance that we just saw, I'm totally certain that they're not gonna be happy about that.
Not happy at all. I mean, definitely with a 9-minute and 51-second match, right? That is not something, if that was your like match out of the competition, it's kind of like, yeah, I could do more.
I am really looking forward for Boom Esports to turn things around. I love Gen.G Esports, but you know what? I want Boom Esports to come in this second game and really show us what they're made of, as the BP already halfway through.
Ooh, look at Gen.G Esports. They know Rock is on fire. Just look at that pay being picked up. That is signature Rock playstyle. And you look at Boom Esports, they love the Diadem and R lead. It's banking. It's time for Toshi. He was once the second place of KC 2024.
Second place of KC 2024, first place of PKL. They definitely need to put some respect on that name and that accolade, right? But the control coming through here from both the Diadem and the Yixing could be the thing that Boom Esports is going to be able to kind of set the pace themselves. Because if you already look at Gen.G, there's already very aggressive playstyles coming through here for the Pei and the Vati. And Vati on Wawa is crazy.
Well, that Pei over here from Gen.G Esports is going to be the first time that we're going to see him here in the KWC playing that hero. From the previous competitions, from all the times that you have watched him play, what can we expect from his game style?
All right, first things first, Rock is a very heavy jungle carry playstyle, and Pei is a perfect hero for it.
Of course.
Why? Because Pei, so much mobility and has 2 spells in the early game. In human form, he has a shield. In the Tiger form, he gets to pounce onto the enemy. So he traverses the map insanely fast, and if the enemy does pick a jungler that's very weak in the early game, you better watch out, because that Tiger, that Pei, he's coming to your jungle.
Coming to your jungle, but speaking of coming to you, it's going to be the Sunset here with the set sail. He's going to be able to use that ultimate, so Miji up into the clash lane, he can have a little bit more pressure into the clash lane and on the Gorge with that ultimate. But the thing I'm worried about here the most is obviously we have the Hue 1 as well, so that's more than likely going to go over to Clue. The sustain, the aggression we've been seeing from this hero in the KWC is actually quite scary when it's paired with such aggressive picks like the Pei and the Vati.
One of the most picked heroes in the last 5 days,
right? Oh,
absolutely.
I think it's very good because Yuan is so flexible and it provides so much healing, especially when you want to face check, you want to clear out the map.
Yep.
She has a escape button, whereas, some danger, I can just dip out with my Undead Thora.
Yes, exactly. A lot of people just believe that, it might be just too squishy. It does not have that much life, not that much big of an HP bar, and it can just use their abilities to run away.
And not only just run away, right? I mean, the good thing about Hue 1 as well is that unending sorrow. So if you have something so crucial and so impactful like the set sail from Sunset, if they target the wrong person like the Hue 1, unending sorrow, you become untargetable and that ship does not crash, it shatters. But speaking of shattering, we do have the Fade coming onto the board here, and he can shatter that Jade.
He can shatter that Jade, and he is so good at securing objectives onto this pick. For these 2 drafts, we are locked in, and will this be Gen.G sealing the deal, or will this be Boom Esports actually being, the last chance?
I don't want to say that Boom Esports does not have it in them. It's very tough, the position that they've been played in. They need to just grab one mistake from Gen.G. If Gen.G does not give them that mistake, I don't know how Boom Esports can turn things around. I'm sorry.
I think the first thing they have to do is really make Rock not so comfortable in this game, because Rock is having a field day since last game. Wawa and Inua was making so much room for Rock to play around, and this game, Rock is the center of attention, especially in the early game for Gen.G Esports.
Yeah, I mean, we was talking about this in the green room as well, right? Like, these teams that have momentum, it definitely shows an advantage for them as well, right? And after that momentum of game number 1, and now you've got Rock on the Pei, that could be huge momentum.
Let's wait and see if they can just kind of like keep riding the wave. If they can keep riding the wave, this is going to be a 2-0 for Gen.G Esports. But we know that Boom Esports wants to stop this, and that's going to be their goal as we move into Game 2.
That's going to be their goal, and we're always looking for progress, right? You don't want to go out on a 2-0 when you've taken a 2-1 from them already. You definitely want to make this one count.
And especially how to make it count, Toshi and Impressive already getting mid-priority as they are cementing their lead into the Gorge in such an early fashion here.
Early fashion, exactly. I mean, we're seeing there that obviously Toshi and Impressive are just going around as one, trying to pick up those resources like this Spike-tail Beast here as well. Miji also coming through to try and get some of that, steal it away, and then we have a bit of a rotation here. Rock and Clue come through with Wawa here, potentially getting the pickup onto Toshi.
This just feels like a deja vu from last game here, especially like they went for the invade immediately.
Yeah.
The Gen.G bunch just comes in and collects all the kills here, and already, first minute in, 2-0.
Boom Esports is making the right decisions, but the execution is not there. They come in, take the resource, but then when they try to run, they're unable just to escape.
Yep, you can't run, you can't hide. Pay is gonna find you, right? I mean, that seems to be the MO of Gen.G, but even that, on top of it, Inua has the range as well to put it on from a distance, so even though Boom thinks they can get away, those couple blades are gonna hurt.
But look at this though, as we have a 2v2 towards the top side right now, as Wawa gets engaged on. Wawa looks for Carl. Carl gets knocked up. Carl goes extremely low. He gets the last hit onto Carl.
Carl went up to the top side of the map to give reinforcement over to Midgie. He did not give what he wanted. He, if anything, kind of hindered him up into this clash lane.
He wanted to come and save, but he's the one that needed some saving.
He did need saving indeed, right? I mean, I didn't expect Fade to get run down that so easy.
Exactly, and this early game just reminds me of last game right now, and let's check back to the replay real quick, and just look at this. 2v1 by Wawa. Miggy flashes out, Carl gets knocked up, takes the full set of skills, and immediately dies to Wawa.
Yeah, Inua there, I mean, after that whole replay, you saw no couple blades being thrown, so he's just like, well, Wawa's got this. I don't need to do anything, brother.
Wawa's literally on fire at this point. That game of performance coming into game 2, he is still continuing that dominance into the clash lane.
Dominance into the clash lane, and even dominance here onto the gold lead as well. We're already seeing that 800 gold lead. It's early, but it's something for the side of Gen.G in the jungle. Right now, we do see the ward being committed here. Wawa could be a little bit worse for wear, but he's able to dish out a lot of damage. Exhausts the flash into the wrong direction, meaning that Tatsuri gets the kill.
Seems like that's going to be the only way that they're going to be able to take on Wawa, coming in a 2v1.
But look at the spy, is coming back once again, but Tatsuri flashes in.
He does flash in, and obviously we've already used the Destiny counter as well for the side of Boom Esports. Impressive, does not have that impressive ultimate to drive away Gen.G at this point in the game.
Okay, a constellation kill coming aside of Boom Esports, at least they get something towards this early game. If not, I don't want to see them bleed in the early game like just now, but look at Rock, he's coming onto Miggy.
Yeah, Miggy game, literally Piggy in the middle, once again get taken down, but realistically, should they not be focusing Ray down here? We don't want Lady Soon to just be able to grow in this game, right?
Well, it is the fact and truth here, but just look at who is growing here. We mentioned pre-game here, you don't want Rock to be growing, but he's already having this solid 1,000 gold lead over Carl in the jungle.
Yeah, definitely something you want to kind of maintain here for the side of Boom Esports. Try and put a little bit of a stop on it. But speaking of stops, it ain't stopping here. The neutral objectives are up. It's already pretty much half life, so
if you see the speed of that, just come in 10 seconds and then it's gone. Even if Carl has the fade, I don't think that they can contest that. Look at that, one more time, thrusting punches.
Oh, the Parasol saves Toshi there, but is it going to be enough damage coming through onto Gen.G? Ray, he's able to get out with his life. So both marksmen staying alive within this one.
Staying alive, and right now Rock is continuing for the chase, but a defensive World is my board cancels off any further engage coming in from the side of Gen.G Esports here. At the very least, at least Miggy in the clash lane gets a tower for free.
Yeah, consolation prize, right? I mean, he's taken the beatings in this last 4 minutes. He's like, guys, let me just have a breather.
If I be him, I would take anything that they want to give me.
Yeah.
Believe me, I need hugs and I need presents right now.
A little bit of TLC for Midgie on the side of Boom Esports. But yeah, again, this is going to set great priority here for Sunset. So now, he's not going to have to feel like he sticks in lane too much. He can use that set sail to be a little bit more active onto the Gorge.
A little bit more proactive, but look at that. It's going to be a 3v1. He's going to have to use it to run away, and the fight starts one more time.
Into the back line. He's not going to get taken down here. Oh, okay. We do see the Destiny counter with the Parasol into the side of Gen.G. So takedown already 1v0 right now. Board being committed, so it does lock Tatsuri in there with Wawa, and he's not going to be escaping without taking that double kill.
Overall, very good 3-4-1 trade coming in for the side of Boom Esports here as they come back strong into this team fight here. And look at the map state right now. If you're looking, Boom Esports really came back strong towards the team fight.
I love the way that Boom Esports is trying to take things back in control. That is an amazing thing about this game. In one fight, you can turn everything around.
I mean, that's the one thing we know about Boom Esports, right? They love to scrap, and they can scrap very, very well. And that one fight really displayed that.
That skirmish, they really reward them fruitfully, and look at this engage here. The set sail gets on Toshi and they escape easily.
Yeah, he detaches from the boat, but at the same time, we are seeing a bit of a re-engage here. Midgey's able to get that boat land onto Wraith at this point. Another board capturing Wawa to keep the beast maintained as well as Rock. They're not going to choose to take this fight on two fronts and try and get any more kills from Boom.
They need to push back right now. Boom Esports already taking a little bit of control of the game. They need to start protecting the resources. Look at Gen.G, the pace, how they want to go and try to fight the golem.
Yeah, I mean, the junglers ultimately dictate the pace of this game, right?
Yeah.
And already you can see that influence from Rock when he's bringing 3 or 4 of his boys along with him to go for the invade into the enemy jungle.
Man, Rock really leads this tempo so well, securing that Crimson Golem. This is what we talk about, playing the map state, knowing the timers here. And Rock and Gen.G played that so well.
Played it very well, and it's still playing out in that gold lead as well. Obviously, still maintaining that 1.2K gold lead. Yeah, let's just round it down to 1K. 1K gold lead here for the side of Gen.G, and still, impressively by Toshi, he is ahead in terms of the gold down to the bot side of the map.
One of the questions that I have right now is just, if Carl is unable to have an advantage right now in this early game, who's going to have to be in the Boom Esports that's going to have to stand up until?
For me, it gotta be Toshi. Arlie onto Toshi right now. He's doing whatever he can to really cement all these side lane pressures here. But if you go for 2-member committing towards the bottom lane, you will be losing that tier 2 towards his clash lane.
Yeah, so something's got to give here for the side of Boom Esports to allow Toshi to get those resources elsewhere. But really, the pressure that this could create here for Boom is a bit of a problem.
But at the very least here, Glam, this game has been looking better compared to last game where Boom Esports was just bleeding out in every single fight.
Yeah, definitely a progress here for the boys over at Boom Esports, right? We do see that the Azure Golem was actually secured there by Carl as well. So really, they just need to maintain this composure and take these fights in their own stride. Rock will look to try and get a bit of evade onto Carl, but slippily out.
Gen.G right now is going to put their eyes on this tier 2 turret. It's going to fall completely uncontested, but Boom Esports want to take a fight. The boss is going to come in, but it's going to be impressive. The one that's going to try one more time. Look.
The ward does use as a zone potential here with Midgey to the back line with the boat as well. Picks off Clue, so the sustain is now gone from Gen.G, but that's not an issue when they have damage. Ray gets the pick onto Tatsuri, looking to get a few more kills here as well. Carl cannot finesse Rock and gets the takedown.
Ray and Wawa comes up huge with the flash engage towards the entire team of Boom Esports. When you thought the set sail was gonna catch multiple members coming in from Gen.G Esports, Ray and Wawa stood up and immediately annihilated any hopes of Boom Esports in that team fight.
It was a good positioning. The Boom Esports, they did not have the positioning there. Gen.G came in from the flank, they take the boat, they want to fight back, and look at the replay, just the positioning of everyone.
Yeah, exactly, positioning. I mean, Midgey had beautiful positioning into the backline to get that early pickup onto Clue, which could have been trouble, but the fact that Wawa just had that flash out to then go back in when his teammates were there was enough to give him that second win to go through and do a lot of damage and enable Ray on the Lady Sun to pick up that double kill.
It was really Wawa. He really caught off Toshi mispositioning on this early and immediately punished him for overextending to that certain level.
Yeah, I mean, once you take something like the Ali and the Yixing off of Boom, the damage, like potential, the slumps.
It just slumps, and where does the damage come from? Carl is severely behind compared to Rock. Right now, just look at it. 2 levels up by Rock over this jungle opponent of Carl.
I mean, look at all the buffs as well onto the side of Gen.G. I mean, that's 2 Azure Golems, that's 2 Crimsons, a lot of buffs.
They are going to keep everything. They're monopolizing all of the resources in the map. As we hit the 10-minute mark, the Shadow Overlord and the Shadow Tyrant are going to be online.
Yeah, they're just building their financial rapport here onto the side of Gen.G for now, and even trying to pick up that Tyrant as well. Shadow Tyrant being taken up here. A 10-minute game, looking a little bit more intense here for Gen.G. We see a takedown from Clue. Toshi's already gone down, so a lot of damage already been taken off. The sustain from Impressive is now off of the Gorge.
Devastating misposition coming in from Toshi here. He was sealed from his paracel. He couldn't return. If he returned, he was going to be met by javelins. He's going to be met by Clue stun. So definitely a crucial time to be out of position here coming in from Toshi. And right now, Gen.G, they're knocking onto your tier 3.
This is going to be difficult to defend because we know that Tatsuri doesn't want to die and just cannot clean the wave. He's too much pressure coming into the back lane.
Yeah, a little bit too much too fast for the side of Boom Esports. I mean, Tatsuri probably could have just taken a few more of those trades there if he had his passive to keep him invincible for a few brief moments, but he didn't have it. He had to get out of there. He could not defend that T3.
Exactly, and this lady soon coming in from Ray, he's playing so well this game. He's making sure that his range outranges the likes of the Boom members here. And right now, a fight by Brigitte mid lane.
Oh, there it is, the beautiful and ending sorrow there we were speaking about in the BP. But at the same time, we're seeing that Tatsuri is already low. Impressive goes down. Impressively, Wawa goes back in, looks for some more. Toshi gets a shutdown. Miji looking like he is gonna be taken down as well as an ace here.
And that's 5 members down. Wawa leading the charge, making sure that there are no surviving members of Boom Esports. With this minion wave pushing in, this will be game for Gen.G Esports.
You can take the war out of the warrior, but you can't take the victory from Gen.G. They will be going through to the last chance.
Gen.G Esports is going to win this game, moving forward in a very, very superior fashion, a 2-0 victory over Boom Esports.
I mean, this just means it kind of throws back to the KME, right? When we saw Nongshim and Gen.G go at it, and Nongshim, they took a 3-1 victory over Gen.G, and then they took a 3-2. Actually, no, 3-2, then 3-1. So again, just advancing on that progression, and Gen.G coming with the same fashion here. They won 2-1 prior, and now they win 2-0. So they are really learning from their KME champions how it is to be finessing in these tournaments, these international tournaments.
Exactly, and they're finessing so well. Their reaction towards Boom early play is so immaculate here. And once again, Gen.G's Wawa is having such an amazing performance in both of these games.
Yeah, I mean, just looking back at these replays, right, there definitely was a bit of a second wind here for Boom Esports.
Yeah.
It had potential, but the fact that Gen.G knew what was on the line, they realized what was at risk within this last best of 3 that they will be having here within the KWC, because now they move on to the best of 5s. They had to take this cleaner.
They indeed have to take this cleaner because the fights were still so scrappy. This Boom Esports was the same Boom Esports we saw from day one. But this Gen.G was growing, was learning from their mistakes, and here you have it. They delivered and they served.
Signed, sealed, delivered. The last chance place for this group is yours for the side of Gen.G. But at the same time, I do feel sorry for the boys over at Boom, right? I mean, this is the last PKL representative, and they will not be going through. Unfortunately, they will be going home after this one. But they did put on an effort, especially in Game 2, but maybe they should have turned up the sauce a little bit more in that game number 1.
Well, this is esports. It is a cruel environment and competitive environment. But today, Boom falls, but maybe the next time they will come back stronger again with the entire PKL region.
We can only hope so, right? We can only hope so. But like you said, this is not for the weak, it is for the brave. And speaking of that, right, like this team fight, they tried to separate Gen.G with so much zoning potential onto the side of Boom Esports, but it wasn't enough to separate the guys. These band of brothers were always in these fights through to the thick and thin.
Exactly, and they always came in clutch with their team fight. They were always as a unit, as a hive mind. All the engages were followed up extremely beautiful and methodical, coming in for the likes of Gen.G.
And there we have it. Obviously, Gen.G there having a little bit of celebration. I mean, some faces a little bit more ecstatic than others because they might be thinking, hey, I thought Boom was going to bring a bit more of a fight. But then we had Wawa there's like, you know what I mean? It's like, I'm through.
I think that what happened was just like that heavy punch in the face of Boom Esports in the first 30 seconds of that first game, and then the same heavy punch coming in the first 30 seconds of this game too. There's no way, like their knees just kind of like start stumbling. They don't know, they cannot keep their balance. Sadly for them, this EWC was not for them.
Not for them, but I mean, I just go back to that point I was making prior to that game. Momentum is such a strong force, especially on the international stage as well, right? Like, as soon as you've got a few of those wins under your belt, you are literally feeling invincible.
For me, Gen.G Esports really proved that, like what you mentioned. The momentum is so important because, yes, they lost to Paul SG, but coming in from the momentum, winning series after series, they were making sure that they were improving along the way, and today, Gen.G was the better team.
Gen.G was the better team. I mean, it displayed on that 2-0, right? I mean, we're not going to deny the stats and the facts that we've just seen onto the gorge there. But speaking of momentum, it seems to be a day of momentum, right? I mean, Twisted Minds taking down BSE as well. I mean, that's just all the evidence we need at this point.
It's going to be Team Vitality against Gen.G Esports that they're going to be fighting tomorrow in order to check who can move forward in the last chance and move it into the group of the top 8. What about if we go there and then we check with Gen.G Esports players? Mara, what do you have for us?
Here we are with Ray. Congratulations. You've made it to the next round. Now, that was such a dominating game, both such convincing sweep. What's been going right at this point that everything seems to be so flawless with you?
So after our first series against Boom Esports, we went winning 2-1, but we weren't really content with our victory and how we played. We decided to work on a bit more on our drafts and our team play, and we just were more confident this time, and I think that was a difference.
And it definitely showed. You were leading all throughout. Now in your next game, you're going to be going up against Vitality. What do you think about that matchup? Any predictions?
I think they are good. They're a good team. They showed good results today as well. I think it will be 2-0 for us, and I just not confident in my team in our performance. So I just hope they are ready.
A lot of people are so happy with what you've shown today. Is there any message to all the fans that are watching you that's rooting for you?
After we lost to Pulse Gaming, we still came back and we won today's series, and we're gonna win the next one as well. So thank you all for supporting us and for still believing in us, and I hope we can make you even more proud.
You've definitely made them proud, and thank you for giving us such a great game once again. Congratulations. Now we're gonna head back to the desk. Lead the gorge.
Thank you very much, Mara. Thank you very much, Ray. It's telling us that they want to make everyone proud. And at the end of the day, as long as they make themselves proud, that is totally fine. Do you think that they made themselves proud?
Absolutely. I mean, like I was saying in that post-match, right, they took the 2-1 victory.
Yeah.
And in that interview, like Ray was saying, they've now taken a 2-0 victory. So if anything, that's definitely going to make you more proud, right? The fact that you just enhanced on your already victory over this team.
That's all that matters, right? Making yourself proud and proving that through results. The process of them actually learning and processing the growth, that's what all it matters.
And I hope that they can just keep growing, right? That they can just come tomorrow and then as they fight against Team Vitality, regardless of the result, that they can have a good performance. A performance that when they go back home and they just look at the video, they analyze the numbers, is going to actually make them feel proud of themselves.
Very proud indeed, right? I mean, speaking of proud, it can't be anything of proud or any like that until we look at these kind of stats, right? We're looking at these stats here. Wawa, once again, very much within the damage. Rock ahead with the damage overall, but we kind of see a little bit of a fourth damage output here. We see that Ray comes through with the Lady Soon. Again, something that wasn't contested in game number 2, and I feel like that was at the fault of Boom Esports. We saw that Miji was taking the blows, and the fact that they had to kind of just move all their resources up to the clash lane, Ray had a free ride.
Ray did have a free ride because Wawa and Rock was such a strong force to be reckoned with in these team fights. They were always making space and they were always diving the backline here. Ray, no one was touching him. He was just like, okay, no one's coming for me. I'm just gonna do my job.
But you know what's the reason why Ray is like completely just moving around as whatever that he wants? It's because people around him are making the space. Everyone is just protecting him, allowing him the mobility that he needs. And that's why the MVP of this game, the most valuable player for this round, is going to be Wawa on that Fatih.
So double MVP, that is to me, that's Gen.G Wawa Wawa.
Wow, wow, wow.
With the double MVP there. The KDA that we don't like to look at, but 746, and then damage dealt is going to be obviously overshadowed by the damage taken there. Like, he was really soaking and sustaining that damage, but then really dealing that pressure into the backline of Boom Esports, which really showed dividends in those team fights.
And this is what we talked about, right? Why the clash lane is always the key playmaker, and Wawa really showed it on top with all these crucial engages.
Lovely performance by them, right? Like, lovely performance by Wow, 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 right, man?
Absolutely. The one for the camera. Bow, chicken, wow, wow. There we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being here with us. I hope that right after that, you're not going to leave us. We're going to give you a little bit of a break for you to digest what just happened. But after that, please do come back. We'll be right back with you.
This land is calling.
Come on, let's go.
Rush mid now. Come on. Jungle combat. Rotate back to low HP. Victory!
Activating warp jump. Destination? The brightest star. Pulse gun charged. Scope calibrated. It's a quantum party. Ignite the stars. Into the nebula. Cosmic shifts. Supernova pulse. Woo! Right in the core.
Hi everyone! The Honor of Kings Flowborn Outfit Design Contest is officially underway. We've always wanted to make HOK more fun for players. We hope the highly customizable outfit feature of Flowborn becomes a way for players to express themselves. In this contest, we welcome all players to submit their ideas through original outfit designs. Create your own exclusive hero. Outstanding entries will win cash prizes and may even be implemented in-game. The submission period is from July 4th to July 25th, so don't miss out. Before submitting, please make sure to download the official template to keep your submission format correct. After completing your design, follow the steps to submit your work. Please wait patiently for the official review results. What are you waiting for? This time, be your own hero.
Come on, let's go.
Rush mid now. Come on. Jungle combat. Rotate back to low HP. Victory!
Welcome to the 4-player chain charades minigame. The first player is given the answer and has to act it out to the second player. The second player then draws what he thinks is the answer, and it will be shown to the third player. The third player then acts it out one last time to the last player. This last player will then guess the answer. Let the charades begin.
It's a I don't know. This, you know? You know?
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Show you.
Final guess?
Show you.
Final guess?
Yes. Huh?
No, he's a book.
Ah, book.
And he's optic.
I said this fire.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fair.
Fair, it's fair.
It's fair.
Hey,
The answer
also
is
fair.
fair.
Okay. I think this is the book. Show you. And yes, I think I show you.
I think one skill.
All right, this is day 5 of the KWC Honor of Kings 2025. This is gonna be our last game. This is the last lower bracket final, Alpha Gaming against Nongshim RedForce. This is gonna be our last game of today. We've had 26 minutes games, we've had 10 minutes games. What are we looking for? Are we looking for like a fast game, a slower pace? Do we want Tempest Dragon? What do you want? Looking into your heart, what are you wishing for?
I think it's not what we want. I think it's what we realistically are going to see here.
Okay.
I mean, APG, great team within the MKL, right? But sometimes can't quite get over the finish line. Nongshim also take a long time to go ahead into the competition, into the match, to get a bit of a warm-up. So I feel like we are going to see quite lengthy games with this one.
All right, Sagi, what do you think?
Well, I kind of have to agree because Nongshim is notoriously known for being the lengthy ones, slowly playing the macro game, slowly pacing towards the objective with low kill count, but higher priority on the objectives, right? For APG, they play the traditional style. So when these two philosophy clashes, I do think the game will be pretty long.
Well, it might be very long. Talking about Alpha Gaming started their road over here in Group D, taking a victory against ACT 2-1, but then when they faced OG Esports, they had no answers for that.
No answers for that at all. I mean, they do have a player on their team called Yulong, so maybe the games are going to go long here, maybe?
Okay.
Do you think that they're going to be able just to dictate the pace of the game?
For me, if you want to dictate the pace of the game, you gotta be banking on Yulong's early to mid-game tempo because this guy is a master class in the jungle. And we talk about late game for the side of APG, it has to be revolved around JD, the marksman of their farm lane. This man is very consistent and he dishes out DPS like a beast.
When I saw Alpha Gaming in the first game, I liked them a lot. In the second game, not that strong of a performance. On the other side, what we're gonna have Nongshim RedForce. You already watched their game, you already had the opportunity to cast them. Something that you can tell the audience.
Something I can tell the audience is that Nongshim RedForce is one of those teams that definitely has the hero pool to stack up in those longer formats. Best of 3 hasn't always been their key moments, right? I mean, they have almost taken defeats from like 3rd seeds of these other tournaments, like the PKL, right? Yeah. So now they're against another 3rd seed, potentially, obviously, one of the strongest leagues, Malaysia, MKL, but they could be also the gatekeepers of the 3rd seeds.
For me, APG and Nongshim, it comes down to whose form is better today, who had the better sleep, who had the better practice prior to this tournament, this lower bracket final. So, today, we can only look and figure out which of these teams comes out on top based on their performance.
From what I'm hearing from the two of you, I'm understanding that they might have good days, they might have bad days. It might be difficult for them to close fights. Do you think that it's going to come down to what we saw in day 1 and day 2 of this tournament? That they get to the crystal, they have the last push, but they cannot win the fight, and then they end up losing the game?
I think that's very much likely the case, right? Because we talked about all these teams that are not so high tier and they are not so like focused. It all comes down to the head-to-head that we're talking about here, right? These late-game carries, because both these teams, they love the late game. They love formulating around the farm lane pick, which is APG's JD and Nongshim's Siri.
Yeah, and as you can see here, there's obviously different things that separates them. The kills, but then over to the side of Siri, he likes to pack the punch with the damage. But then damage taken, we may be seeing that JD maybe position himself a little bit more worse for wear because he takes 1% more damage into those team fights. But average gold per minute is going over to JD as well. So he may take the punch, but he can also get the resources as well.
We need to be able to see the players just as you see them right over there.
Oh, yes.
Just getting their hands ready for getting into the game. Not only for that, but they need to keep their hands ready for that trophy. Everybody that goes around, I see it from here. From up here, when I see the players passing by, I see their eyes. They want to touch it. They don't because they say that jinx it.
It may jinx it, but at the same time, your eyes are on the prize as
Eyes on the
well
prize.
as on
Yes,
the
sir.
game, right? So as soon as you win one round, you look up, you're one step closer to that trophy, right? And it just kind of gives you a little bit more motivation. I think it's a nice touch that we have that trophy right between these players.
The increased motivation, the increased determination to come and really look at the trophy here, it brings a lot of value, or it may bring a lot of stress just looking at that trophy that you may never get to hold.
I think it brings pressure, man. I don't know. Like, I'm thinking, I'm just trying to remember my times when I used to play football. When you look at the trophy right over there, that's right before as you come out of the tunnel, you see the trophy there. It really feels like a real big weight on your shoulders.
I don't know. You're all talking about personal feelings here. I think the biggest personal feeling for me would be the anxiety of walking past it and knocking it over.
Oh, that is definitely something that you do not
probably
want
like
to.
stay very far away from it because I know I'm prone to knocking stuff over. So I'm like, you know what, guys? You guys can handle that trophy. I'm going to stay away from it. I don't want it smashing.
Great stuff, Blam. What about if we just take our eyes from the trophy, we bring it down to the screen, and we start talking about the BP, the ban and pick?
Talking about the ban and pick here, the bans are the standard ones that we've seen so far. Nongshim RedForce, they ban out the Liang and they ban out Dao Hen's favorite Byron here. On the side of APG, the Dire Deer RLE combo has been locked away, Blam.
They've been locked away, but things have been unleashed, and we know Nongshim Haku likes the pay. We know Kyung9 loves the Dharma, right? I mean, the setup potential for this pickup is so great. We've seen it throughout the competition. The playmaking potential is crazy.
Oh, exactly, and that is a very expensive draft coming in from Nongshim RedForce. These three picks, the Long, the Pei, the Dharma, they are the iconic picks of Nongshim RedForce here. They are coming in full strength into this draft to really scale towards the late game with a full game plan.
Full game plan, exactly. We've got the early to mid with the Pei, we've got the late game with the Lung. So already getting that insurance onto the Gorge. But over to the side of Alpha Gaming, we have Daohan on the Vati, which we've already seen last series. Fantastic performance from Wawa. We have the Hue1 again coming through, one of our top picks for KWC once again. But now we have Yulong on that Jing.
It's a battle between two philosophies, right? But the same philosophy comes from the jungle assassin carries here. And we saw this before. The Pei loves to invade these sort of jungles, especially against a weak assassin jungle. So can Nongshim formulate an attack plan onto this Jing to stop this Jing to scale towards the late game, or APG can form such a good environment for this Jing to scale and really carry them in towards the team fight?
Exactly that, right? I mean, we were talking about the head-to-head being between Siri and JD, but right now it's looking like the head-to-head with On the Gorge of game number 1 is definitely going to be between these two picks. Who's going to outscale each other in terms of the resources? Are we going to see some early game invades?
Talk about early game invades, that's definitely the case coming in from a Pei here, but definitely looking at this draft here, a Yixing has been rounded up for more utility and more sacrificial lamp sort of playstyle. So PHY, he loves the playstyle of funneling gold into Yulong here. So that is a playstyle that APG prizes. And I gotta look at this draft real quick here. You look at all these picks coming in from the side of Nongshim RedForce, it's a very smart ban to ban away the Consort U. Why is that?
The Consort U, I mean, it's definitely going to be one of those counters to the Lung, right? So definitely with the protective winds on top of the Pei and the Dharma, a lot of physical damage already onto the side of Nongshim. Protective winds is going to be your guy, as well as obviously the leap shot as well. Being able to vault away from these picks is going to create that space. But back over to the point here of the Yixing, right? You like to say that PHY likes to funnel into the gold of Yulong. The pick of Yixing, for those at home, naturally scales thanks to his passive, right?
Exactly, that is the key difference maker coming in from the Yixing here. And if you look at the side of Nongshim RedForce, they round up their draft with a heavy team fight composition with a lot of control coming in from Lady Zen's ultimate, where it can create a zone of ice and water that really restricts them from coming in. And Zhang Fei, such a good disengage and engage, flexible in these team fights. So if you're APG, you're looking at all your options here. What does it come down to for your last pick into the farm lane?
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking in my mind was always going to be the Gen.G, right? Like that hybrid damage down to the bot side, always looking like it's going to be, if you can catch the land of the infinite vastness and then get that golden token on it, the damage that's going to come through to an already squishy hero is definitely going to be game-changing for Alpha Gaming.
And especially Gen.G is one of those few marksmen that can go for the tanky build, can go for the semi-tank build, get the Ominous Premonition, get the Succubus Glow, scale towards the late game and be the self-sufficient marksman to fight off the pain, fight off the long, and even his spell 2 allows him to purify from the Dharma's engage.
Yeah, and he's also one of those marksmen as well, right, that loves to build the Sparkforged dagger. So obviously that's now going to reach into the enemy backline, into these team fights as you're just bashing away that basic attack. Because we know with Gen.G, he also has his passive. You need to stack up to get that movement speed.
And we'll talk about Gen.G's early game, right? He formulates this early game to allow Yulong on this Jing to scale comfortably towards the 4 to 8 minute mark. That's where Yulong comes in, says like, okay, I'm here. Time for me, Yulong, to carry.
Yulong to carry. But look at, again, we're getting the second Zhongfei of this part of the tournament, right? We saw that Clue went for the stun, but Fei here going for the smite. What is the win conditions between these two?
All right, as we move into the gorge, Nongshim, RedForce, and Alpha Gaming are going to come here and battle it out to get the last ticket into the last chance. Nongshim, RedForce on the blue side, Alpha Gaming on the red. Sagi, Blam, take it from here.
So, back to your question, Black. Win condition. We have to see Kyung9 and Fei look for these big team fights and Haku dictating their early game tempo. On the side of APG, as long as they formulate a comfortable scenario for Yulong to carry, it's gonna be so good for them scaling towards the mid to late stages of the game.
So we're looking at obviously funneling resources into those specific heroes as well, right? We see the light of cheer here. We have obviously Amu Sensei. Look at the cheer on the MKL team.
Exactly. MKL Chayo, Jiayo is what they're saying right here. They're cheering on MKL, giving their spirit here. And talk about spirit here, APG looks to secure the first Fire Beat of this series.
So yeah, again, obviously for those watching at home, that camp down to the bot side of the map is very important in terms of getting that early resources because it only spawns once.
Exactly, only spawns once, and once that's up, you'll see teams start to rotate themselves towards this clash lane as the Dimensional Sprite is a key objective towards the early game.
Key objectives is definitely what's going to have you that early game lead, and we can already see here APG are 4.4k to Nongshim's 3.8. But we've always said Nongshim like to try and set up that late game, whereas APG, they like to have a bit more of aggression, but sometimes struggle in the late game.
Exactly, and a fast mid-wave clear here comes in for APG. They make sure that they clear the mid-wave and allow Yulong to escape towards the gorge.
Yeah, speaking about fighting, obviously fight to the end is going to be CD key that you can redeem in-game to get yourself a few extra little bit of tokens as well, right?
Exactly. Go to the community, click on CD key, enter that code there, and you, your friend, my friend here, redeem that.
Redeem that. And speaking of redeem, we're not going to be seeing the redemption there of the invincibility on the Yixing, right? PHY took enough damage, but also knew when to actually disengage.
And that's a key spell here, being burned from the side of APG. That's a 2-minute being expended, but down here gets engaged.
Oh, no, a 2v1 is not what you want when you're APG, trying to get those resources in the early game.
And that's a misclick of a common spell here coming in from Daohun. He wanted to escape here, but he flashed forward towards Kyung9 and Haku's paw, welcoming the first blood from Nongshim RedForce.
I mean, we have a buffet at the hotel, but at that part, you don't really want to be self-serving some kills over to your enemy team, right? Especially when you already had that gold lead, but now, thanks to that extra bit of bonus resources from that first blood, Nongshim's now ahead.
Exactly, the goalie is dead even for both teams. Nongshim clawed it back to a 50-50 right now. Our eyes is glued to these two junglers here as they are looking to cement a certain form of goalie here, as they are the primary advantageous parts of really securing all these early goals.
Or the early gold as well. I mean, we're seeing a neutralizing of both of those gold resources right now for both Haku and Yulong at certain points within the game. Now Haku's got the advantage.
And look at all these two mid lane plays out. They are very similar in terms of Illusion and PHY. They want to pressure the side lane. They want to provide the resources towards the jungle assassin carries here. Look at the pressure here coming in from Haku.
Oh, okay. The Bright Light Burst does catch onto the backline. PHY gets taken down. Second kill going over to the side of Nongshim. JD just trying to do a little bit of damage from a distance. Yulong is able to get out in the long approach.
And this is thanks to Nongshim's Illusion, getting that flash away from PHY just 1 minute ago. And right now, the jungle is wide open. And Haku, he's going to be looking. Are we going for the Tyrant here? Or am I going for the jungle invade on this approach?
Nobody's winning just yet, but winning now, the CD key, you can redeem some more free everything boxes. But speaking of everything, this Tyrant could mean everything to this early game.
Exactly, and especially when we talk about these jungle assassins here, they want to prioritize their buffs first before formulating a fight around this Tyrant that's so important in providing the damage buff to your team to push out waves to rotate even faster.
Rotate even faster, exactly. It's not just damage, it's the movement speed that this Tyrant gives, right? But right now, we're looking at this whole picture, and neither teams are going for these neutral objectives because there's no clear priority in either of these lanes. APG solidify that down to the bot side.
And exactly, APG starts off the Tyrant here, but as we mentioned, it's not much of a priority when we have two assassin junglers here. So, right now, the key identity that we're looking at here is whoever gets the jungle control. Is it going to be Haku onto this page, or is it going to be Yulong onto this Jing?
That's what only time will tell, right? I mean, we are seeing that Haku is going to try and look for a feeler of that Azure Golem, but it's already gone. So a little bit of a wasted time right now from the side of Nongshim. But he's got to check these things because he has no intel for himself. But Dowhead does get double knockup back onto, and that is going to be a bridal outburst, taking another kill for Nongshim.
2 kills, and the third one going in for the side of Nongshim. RedForce here, Dowhead once again being punished here, and then knocked up here onto the roamers, onto Saber here, but Yulong goes in.
Nice save for the common spell for Saber, but it's not going to save Kyung9. We get the kill there. PHY, Saber is now on the run. Siri gets the kill onto Saber, uses the infinite vastness to get out alive.
And that is a lot of spells here being committed from both teams here to secure a kill. Right now, the middle tower is wide open, and Haku does a bit of damage before jumping away to safety.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a little bit of a nice kind of like bait and switch here. Yes, they got the kill onto Dowhan down to the bot side of the map, but then they were able to put a lot of pressure on here into the clash lane. So now Kyung9 has to play a lot more safely.
And this is why we talk about playing the map, right? Exactly. You rotate everyone to the top side to get the turret on the side of APG. So when Dowhan rotates toward to the bottom side, a lot of the Nongshim members immediately collapse on him because they know for a fact that all the vision information is shown onto the map.
Shown onto the map right here. Kyung9 has to try and give a bit of a defense down to the bot side of the map here, but Yulong is claiming that T1 down there, so side lanes are opening up here for APG. Kills may not be their MO, but definitely getting some monopoly here and trying to close that goal lead, even though it's small. We need to be going through.
And it's a dead even, as I mentioned here. Not a lot of big fights has been occurring for both these teams. There is still yet a full-on 5v5 confrontations here. Only a few kills dropped here and there. So the first major team fight will be potentially around a buff or a tower or even the Shadow Tyrant.
Shadow Tyrant could be being contested here. Obviously, APG, a lot of attention here onto Faye. Unbridled Outburst is going to keep him alive as well, but the zoning from Yixing's World to my board was enough to keep him in place. So no kills going over here, but a lot already been expanded from the side of APG.
But Nongshim has such a good potential and the position here. They are blocking off any return coming in from the side of APG. Right now, they get the mid tower and they look potentially for a big engage, but they choose to back off and they choose to look at their Azure Golem that's being camped by APG's Yulong.
Yeah, I mean, here, Faye's checking. You're going to be wanting Faye to go in there. He doesn't have the Unbridled Outburst, so he is going to be a little bit more worse for wear. But at the same time, Kyung9 trying to keep Saber away so they don't collapse onto that Azure Golem. But I have to say, great zoning from that Destructive Deluge, right? It really set up that takedown of the T1 in the mid lane.
Oh yeah, when it comes to all these positional advantages, Nongshim RedForce forcing APG to escape towards the left side and making sure that they defend the left side long bush. So if you're APG, if you re-enter that, you're going to be met by Kyung9's invade here.
Exactly that, right. Now, so APG are situated around the Crimson Golem. Will they steal it, or are they able to actually get it? Yes, it goes over to JD, so that's going to be some extra damage to be taken off from Haku, but that's going to be no problem here for Kyung9. He catches PHY. They catch another with the Unbridled Outburst. At the same time, JD goes down as well as Dohan. Double kill going over to Haku. They're looking for more.
Kyung9 comes out huge with the flank coming in from Clash Lane towards the mid lane, immediately forcing so many spells from the side of APG, and APG gets punished hard.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an overstep there. It seems that Nongshim RedForce was like, hey, we'll take the invitation into the enemy jungle and we're going to get so much more, especially with those minion waves pushing through into those lanes.
And exactly, another invitation that I want to bring out is the Floorborn Outfit Design Contest. montage, which is live now. So check it out in the HOK camp and potentially get yourself a cash prize.
Cash prize, I mean cash money. Not only the players, but you can be earning some cash as well, thanks to the community of Honor of Kings. But speaking of cash, we're looking at these gold resources, right? 29.1k to the 26.5. So Nongshim are already now cementing that gold lead.
And this stems back to our discussion during the pre-game draft, right? It talks about whoever plays towards the jungle tempo will get value, and playing towards Haku's tempo has been rewarding them fruitfully for Nongshim RedForce.
Exactly. Nongshim RedForce, I mean, they were getting the kills, they were suffering with the turret takedowns, but they have actually managed to put a lot of pressure on into the mid lane here onto APG. But if we look at this, Haku is untouchable, 4-0-1, whereas Daohan is taking a few punches there.
Ultimates traded from Daohan and Kyung-Nai here, but Siri here gets the infinite vastness forced out right before the 10-minute objective here. That's the mirror domain traded for Siri's infinite vastness.
Yeah, I mean, trying to steal that Crimson Golem is probably not the best bet here for the side of APG, and no target should be that Siri right onto the loop, because if you can't CC lock him down and do all that damage, he's just going to escape with that ultimate. That is a good play from Nongshim Siri at this point. We do see another turret takedown.
And 10 minutes strong, Shadow Tyrant has been spawned onto the map. 10 members strong here, cultivating a fight towards the Shadow Tyrant here. So, whoever pulls the trigger first will potentially have the advantage, especially Siri does not have the infinite vastness here.
Yeah, he has no infinite vastness, but he's going to look for a bit of a flank here. Highly contested, a direct torrent here, but at the same time, into the backline, we see the Destructive Deluge being placed down. Haku is going to fight onto the left, but that was going to be the trap there. They are able to knock out Haku, meaning that the neutral objective could not be contested, but at the same time, they're thinking for two different motives, getting that high ground turret.
And Nongshim's RedForce map movement is so clean here. Right before the objective start, right before Shadow Tyrant spawn, they set up the clash and mid-wave here so it clashes towards the enemy. APG, they were in rush to start this Overlord, and right now they will punish heavily as Daohan gets kneeled by the low.
That's the problem when you have Siri on the lung. It's going to be highly impactful, highly damage coming through him right now. I mean, Siri right here is currently in the top 4 of damage dealt, as you can see to that chart onto the right side of the screen right now. APG looking to contest this Overlord right, and they are able to secure it from Nongshim RedForce. This could be a potential comeback here for APG if they're lucky.
They salvaged what they could. They still managed to trade the Shadow variant for a Tyrant here. Nongshim gets the Tyrant. They get buffed up in terms of combat here. APG gets the Vanguard here, allowing them to play these waves much safer.
Playing them safer. It's actually having that extra little bit of a safety belt here with the Vanguard, right? They're able to put it down to the bot side of the map, so the pressure there is going to be alleviated for now. So really, we're going to be looking at APG and where they want to take this fight.
For me, APG is putting so much pressure onto Yulong to carry these fights, and especially Siri is doing such a good job escaping Yulong's catches. So realistically, if Yulong doesn't get these catches, it's going to be so much pressure on the side of APG to realistically break this game open.
Break this game open. I mean, they're going to try, right? I mean, they don't have access to that mid lane just yet. Maybe after a good, decent team fight, we're already seeing that Saber is there just to take these blows from Nongshim at this point. Try and bait out enough resources before they try and take a team fight. But speaking of which, we see the illusion gets taken down. Yulong comes in from the lung side, gets the kill, and looks to get a little bit more. Haku looks pretty low. JD picks up the kill, but the bridal outburst into the back line is going to be baited, and use the infinite vastness is going to be Siri here, looking to defend this T2, but APG looking to come in thick and hot onto Nongshim.
And APG is 5-man strong. They got 3 members coming in from Nongshim. Nongshim falters in the team fight here. With this scenario here, APG is looking for an angle to potentially end this game here, Bland.
Yes, I mean, this is the opening that they could go for, but now they have the minions, they have the Vanguards, but they're like, okay, let's get some more high ground turrets.
Getting the high ground turrets, making sure that they get the objectives, get back the gold towards their back here. Ladies and gentlemen, this game is pulled wide open, back to a 50-50 between Nongshim RedForce and Alpha Gaming.
Alpha Gaming definitely coming back within this late game, right? I mean, Yulong is now obviously out-resourcing the Haku onto the side of Nongshim, so now they have to take this stride and make sure they deliver something for their team.
It's a battle between junglers here and Yulong finding these insane catches towards the mid to late stages of the game, and Haku was the one to put on these early tempos here. But right now, the waves are pressuring towards the bottom side of Nongshim RedForce. They are losing control of their jungle.
They're losing control of the jungle, but that's thanks to the opening up at the mid lane, right? I mean, that Crimson Golem is definitely going to go over to the side of APG for now. Goes over to JD, so a little bit more damage coming through for the D-Ranger into the late game. Succubus Cloak being built here because that Destructive Deluge has been very impactful in terms of stopping APG into these team fights.
Exactly, and right now, 14 minutes onto the clock. The double carries coming in from the side of Nongshim and APG. They are full build already, and check out this replay real quick.
Yeah, checking out this replay, obviously this was the key into the door that got Nongshim into the mid lane, right? Obviously a lot of damage was baited from Saber in that early part of the team fight, but speaking of team fights, we are locking in right now. We see the Mirror of AB committed there, doing a lot of damage on Haku. He has to get out, but Siri onto the other side of that team fight takes down Yulong. So currently a 1-0 trade, make that 2, and maybe some more here. JD's got to be careful, but Daohan comes in with a re-engage. Faye looking like he may get taken down, and another kill.
Faye gets taken down, Illusion gets taken down, a 2-for-1 exchanger coming in from APG and Nongshim RedForce. Right now, the Shadow variance has once again respawned onto the map. However, Nongshim RedForce does have Haku, their jungler, being alive for this take.
They do have the jungle, but at the same time, I mean, they are more than likely going to go for the Tyrant onto the side of APG, right? They already have the pressure into these lanes. They're looking to gain some more power from that Tyrant.
Exactly, and look at the map state right now. Nongshim RedForce, yes, they secured the Shadow Vanguard here. However, the map state is putting so much pressure onto them, and they are forced to give up the space for APG to secure this Shadow Tyrant.
I mean, that last item built by Kyung9 showing that where he's fearing the most is the magic damage coming from APG, right? Demon's Bane being that attack damage item that gives you some magic resistance also.
Exactly, the more physical damage you build, the more you benefit from Demon's Bane. So that's how the item works. It's super good as a 4th to 5th item, completing or making perfect your build to a full hole.
A full hole indeed. I mean, we're getting to that right about 16-minute mark here for both of these teams. Haku is looking for a little bit more defense measure, building this Cuirass of Savagery, right? An item that obviously gives you offense, but defense at the same time. But right now, it's a little bit of a kind of calm before the storm, right?
Illusion might be caught out here, gets engaged on by down.
There is the calm before the storm. It's coming down thick and raining hard like a British weather right now. 2-1 trade for the side of APG. Looking to pick up Haku as he's getting out into Tiger form. He pounces, he gets the Sage Sanctuary, one up onto Yulong. Double kill comes through. Faye is looking like the last stance between APG and Nongshim. They need to carry that one singular minion through to the game to get #1 points on the board for APG.
When we talked about this game, it's about the 2 junglers, and the jungler who came out on top is APG's Yulong. On to this Jing.
Again, fantastic performance here from APG. I mean, it looked rough for them, right? In the early game, they were losing kills left, right, and center, but it was all about those win conditions we were talking about in the BP, right?
Exactly, when we talked about this, whoever gets the tempo that they're seeking for, Haku wants to seek the domination of the pay in the early towards the mid game. However, APG's Yulong mastered the game plan, knows for a fact that the Jing has to scale towards the mid to later stages of the game, and they were rewarded with the final game-winning fight.
I mean, we speak about mid, right? This was the ultimate thing within the replay, that the mid lane was the reason why APG was able to come back. They were able to open up that mid lane that was already sorely battered by the side of Nongshim RedForce. So they had to go through, capitalize on that, and then just make a little bit more ends meet on top of that access into the mid lane. But there was absolutely some really calculated brawls between these two teams.
Oh, exactly. They were fighting every time they could. And this was a fight, right? Haku gets taken out immediately by Yulong's Jing. And once again, this one, look at JD. He got bounced straight into Haku's face and gets executed by JD's token.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, that stun and damage reduction is definitely going to be the one to put a bit of a stop there to Haku, but at the same time, we have to give props over to Daohan as well. He obviously, the way that teams play this party, they look for the engage, they try and get the out, and try and go back in to deal a lot of damage like we just saw there. Just helping JD take down Faye.
And this was a crucial one. Illusion face checking a boost while not having the boost control and immediately gets punished. And look at this fight. Look at Yulong here. Yes, Kyung-9 gets the double engage onto the carry, but look at the Jing. Immediately looks for the bait onto Haku. Switch over to the Sage Sanctuary into the Destiny. That is the masterclass coming in from a high APM player.
A masterclass, but at the same time, I mean, Kyung-9, did we really see any playmaking potential from that Truth Mantra? I don't remember any moments where I was thinking, whoa, the Dharma is on the Gorge. I was thinking like, oh, there's a Clash Lane on the Gorge.
I think from what I saw in this game, very interesting. We analyzed how their teams have their ups and they have their downs. They might be lacking in consistency. We said that some days they have good days, some days they have bad days. I think that in here, Nongshim RedForce had a good start, but they did not know how to move it into a strong win.
For me, it's definitely the case because Nongshim RedForce, they were met at a wall of team fights.
Yeah.
When it comes to team fights, they definitely look for these big engages here. On the side of APG, they played that really well as well. They were constantly negating these team fights with their mobility, with their spell kits here. So it's a 50-50. Whoever comes down to the execution here will win.
But what was the moment in the game that you think that things just turned around for APG?
APG, I mean, it's all that all-important mid-fight, right? Like, they were just taking that mid-fight. They got the minion wave, obviously, pressure coming through as well. So they was like, right, guys, we got to take this fight or else we lose it. Because, I mean, their mid lane was completely decimated. So they saw a moment, they capitalized on it, and they got the fruits that they bared.
And especially, I do think so as well, Illusion was constantly being caught out by the likes of Daohan, by the likes of Yulong on this Jing. And too many times result into you losing your tempo that you built thanks to Haku and thanks to Kyung-9, resulting in even difficult win conditions because we talked about that. Yulong, if he scales towards the late game, that's not going to be fun for your team.
Not fun at all, right? I mean, we've seen some Lady Gens work really well, obviously being a little bit of that kind of scapegoat, like we've seen, obviously, OG Wen normally play. But at this time, like you were saying, Illusion was kind of phase checking, which is not how you play as a scapegoat. You have to drop that destructive deluge into the team fights, and then if you die, that's okay. You dare to do the damage.
Yeah, but if the fight has not even started and Illusion has already been erased from the map, that's not gonna allow them to get a win.
Exactly. When you look at the 4v5 angle, even if Kyung-9 got such a good engage on towards the backline of the likes of APG, he caught out JD, he caught out Yulong, but the destructive deluge wasn't there. There was no real team fight. It was a scrappy 4v5 coming in from Nongshim RedForce.
And at the same time, I feel like most of this has to give props over to Saber, right? Like, he has played a fantastic roam game to bait the enemy team into a team fight, but also bait their skills. And only dying once, but getting 11 assists really shows that, yes, he was there to do that, but he was definitely there to stay as well.
Saber was so vital into kind of like initiating the fights.
Yes.
But he initiated the fights in order for Yulong to come in and take the kills. Without Yulong there, taking the kills, dealing damage, the win wouldn't have been there. Yes or no?
I would definitely have to agree. He was providing these heals. He was providing so much space for the entire APG roster to really foster into this mid to late game. Because without the healing coming in from this Yuhuan, he wouldn't be able to become the MVP of our game.
Most valuable player of this game is going to be Alpha Gaming's Yulong on the Jing.
Behind every great jungle, there is a great roam, right? And I mean, definitely he was there, Saber, the knight in shining armor, to set up those plays for Yulong. But ultimately, he is the guy that pulled the trigger. Obviously, 5-1 to KDA, a lot of damage dealt, but also a lot of damage taken, but reflected thanks to Jing's kit.
That is the beauty of Jing's kit, right? The mirror reflection. Every time you swap, you get a damage reduction. If he times it right, he can really block these high burst flaming bombs coming in from the side of the Nongshim series low.
So let's analyze a little bit the game as we just move forward into game number 2. Alpha Gaming does not have the best of starts. Nongshim RedForce actually start really well. Does that happen because of the composition, that it was a different composition, or does it happen just because of the decisions that they make?
I think it's because of the decisions they made, right? I mean, that definite focus up into the top side of the map so that Kyung9 didn't have kind of like the safety net to kind of go back onto if he did take an L here and there. The fact that they focused the clash lane meant that Kyung9 had to be very much roaming around the gorge, and if they haven't got the intel onto the side of Nongshim, you're not going to have that impact from the Dharma.
What do you think, Sagi?
For me, I think APG's weak point comes into their early game. When their early game fumbles, they sort of take a long way and they crumble even harder. But for this game, Yulong and the side of Saber really was defense endgate to really push back Nongshim's attempt to really snowball the game. So for me, if Daohan can fix his early game and play to an even elevated level, APG is going to be very scary coming to game 2.
We're hoping to see a little bit of a stronger performance from Alpha Gaming and Nongshim RedForce. The hero picks are going to be vital for that. We're mentioning that probably Alpha Gaming might want to solidify a little bit more during the early game. Any picks that you would say that could help them right now to take that home?
To take that home in terms of the early game, I mean, you're looking at the likes of obviously up into the clash lane, early game, great picks, obviously like your Byron and stuff like that, right? I mean, they could obviously switch out the Jing for a pay, but I feel like that's going to get banned out within this next BP because now Nongshim's got it, they're going to take it away.
It has to be banned.
Yeah.
It has to be banned. Nongshim RedForce cannot allow the pay to be there for Alpha Gaming in this next game where they are playing for their lives, isn't it?
That's what we talked about back into the draft. A very expensive draft for you to be losing. You pick out the Long, you pick out the Pei, you pick out the Zhang Fei, even with the Dharma here. So, realistically, how many bans do you have in the first phase? You don't have enough. You still have to mark for the Mai Shiranui here. So, for Nongshim RedForce, you gotta be thinking, how do you want to formulate your Game 2 draft? Because, man, that's an expensive draft you just did in Game 1.
One of the beautiful things about this game, right? Like, if you are playing global ban pick, if you put all your coins in there, you put all your chips in and you say, I'm all in, and you don't win, you're allowing, you don't only take the L, you're allowing your opponents to take all of those picks for the next round.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we only have 4 bans as well, right? So it's not like you can ban out all 5 of the previous team's comp. Then it's like, hey, you've got to let one of them slide.
Exactly, and you have to really formulate around what your team wants to play and what the team is capable of taking, because if you give Yulong a pay here, I don't think that's a wise decision, and still, we have yet to see the Luna here.
You have to still wait to have to see the Luna as well. I mean, we have the Orgrin as well. Both of these teams can take the Orgrin. Maybe the fact that Nongshim didn't quite get the victory there in the early game for Pei, I mean, they did have a better early game than APG. That is facts. But maybe if they go for the Orgrin, maybe if they have a little bit more late game potential onto a correct player like Haku, maybe we could see something actually come into fruition here for RedForce, as long as they don't take the fights on the side of APG's terms.
Ooh, it's starting to get more and more of a jungle head-to-head matchup, as we mentioned here. Both junglers are coming up huge in this series. Haku, really the heart, the stonewall for the side of Nongshim RedForce, and Yulong, the hero that APG needs to really secure themselves to a really smooth victory path here, Blam.
Smooth victory path. I mean, it's for both of these teams, to this point, it hasn't been that smooth in terms of getting to this point, right? Like, the victories have either been like, it's obviously they're both at 1-1 now, because either of these teams need a series to get through into the last chance. So both of these teams are playing at kind of like even standings, I feel like, because neither of them have had like outstanding performances, because they're both here. They're both in the lower brackets. They're both fighting for survival within KWC.
And that's the beauty of the format, right? You are still given this chance to really progress towards the playoffs here. So right now, if you're Nongshim RedForce, if you don't fix up your scrappy late game, that's going to be a big issue, because this is your final chance to claw yourself back into the series. And for the side of APG, if they can fix their scrappy early game, especially for the side of their top side, their mid lane side, they are going to have an even smoother path towards the last chance stage.
Exactly that. I mean, after the first games, like Isaac was saying, that you expand a lot of those big picks, whoever's on blue side, do you reckon the Luna's going to come through? Or do you think, as we've seen historically through KWC, when we see all these picks be expanded, the Arlie comes through in game number 2? And if so, which team do you think will go for the Arlie?
Oh, we talk about the Arlie, it definitely has to go towards JD. But talking about that, it has been banned already here. banning out the pay, banning out the loan. Nongshim RedForce does look like they have an angle to go towards the Maestro or Luna here.
Yes, so they do. I mean, Maestro being banned here, so it must be. It's got to be the Luna, because if they don't give the Luna to themselves, they're giving it over to Yulong, right?
And that is insanely dangerous because Yulong is on fire right now, but instead, Fatih being picked up on the side of Kyung9 here. But I gotta say, Fatih has been expended from the side of Alpha Gaming here. I do not know the priority behind this because you can still pick this towards the latest stages of your draft.
Yeah, I mean, they could ban it here if they really wanted to. Obviously, if they weren't kind of like Clash Lane orientated first picks in the blue side, which most times at a 10, they normally are. But now, Alpha Gaming, they could go for like a Luna. They could go and lock something else in like Zhongfei, but they're going to go for the Byron and the Motsu here. So maybe they're trying to bait out the Luna for themselves. Obviously, have that long-range shutdown here.
Ooh, that definitely has to be the case here because if we look at both sides, they definitely want to secure a very safe jungle matchup for their own jungle here. And especially locking in that Mozu here provides so much early game pressure alongside the Byron here. Cannon Blast to check bushes, Cannon Blast to really catch out these early game objectives here, especially Cannon Blast wins you lanes as well.
It wins you lanes as well, and who haven't we been seeing for a while? The Sakia, but this combo in particular in the leagues were very fruitful, the Gen.G and the Sakia. I mean, the Mulberry power in the early game can deal so much damage, but then if you pair these two together, you've not only got the ultimate, the Imperial Order from Gen.G, you've also got the Mulberry power as well. So that's going to put a lot of CC onto the side of Nongshim RedForce, but Alpha Gaming now locking in that Luna.
Oh, that is Yulong's favorite pick, one of his favorite pick here. The Luna here. So far, we see Nongshim RedForce. Yes, you lock in the Gen.G and secure. What does it mean? It means they want to play the hyper-aggressive style of the early towards the mid game here. You want to win the lane. You want to push towers here. You might be pairing up the Agudo here, but you might have an issue if in terms of the late game firepower here.
Do you think it'd be a Gudo, or do you think it's going to be the Orgrim? Because I mean, Motsu on the Alpha Gaming side normally kind of try and dictates the fact that maybe an Orgrim comes through, right? Because I mean, Motsu with that Cannon Blast, like he was talking about earlier, really stops those kind of path of passings coming through very aggressively onto the side of Nongshim RedForce. I mean, pairing up with the Sakia, that's going to be sustained given over to the Orgrim.
That might be the case because if we pair a Secure with an Organ, that's a lot of healing that Alpha Gaming has to tackle here. And we talk about healing, what else is good enough to really counter healing with the Musashi here? Due to the death, it cuts out healing. And due to the death, can lock down the slippery targets such as the Luna that has been locked by the side of APG.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, definitely don't want that access for the Musashi into your backline, right? Like you're saying, duel to the death, but then also his second skill, the extreme speed, but then also his first skill, that could block the Illuminate Slash, could block a well-timed Cannon Blast as well. So you may think that you're going in for a great engage. Skill 1 comes through with a Musashi. That's now like a complete deterrent.
Exactly, and now if you're APG here, you lock in the Shi. Once again, this is APG's bread and butter. PHY goes on to the scapegoat. He becomes the sacrificial lamb. He provides all the farm to Yulong to scale towards this mid to late game beast. We talked about this, Luna. You're only weak before you unlock your ultimate. Once your early game is breaking open, that's where you really conquer as this Luna here. So if you're Nongshim RedForce, you want to play the early game to really break this Luna apart.
I mean, here with obviously the Shrew pick, PHY, his positioning is going to need to be very sort of well positioned because again, very squishy hero, but at the same time, Shrew could also be used to try and get the cleanse off of the Gen.G. So obviously we know that second skill can also stop the momentum of the Luna as well. But instead of going for the Orgrim, they're going to go for the Flowborn tank. I don't think this has actually been as impactful today as it was yesterday.
Well, I don't think Flowborn Tank has had a first win yet across the entire KWC 2025, but I do understand that the reasoning behind this Flowborn Tank is to use the multiple knockups to stop Luna in her tracks here. And for the side of APG, they lock in the Consort U as their last pick here against the Nongshim RedForce draft to really fight against Fatigue towards the backline dives.
Yeah, backline dives, obviously protective winds is going to stop a lot of that damage, but also the pairing of the Mutsu and the Consort U, you not only have a long range stun, that Ult Bolt, I mean, in the early game is so destructive.
Exactly, that's also a 2v2 matchup we have to look about because Secure, Gen.G, they have sustain. Ult Bolt and Mozi here, the consort Mozi here, they're looking for a strong 2v2 here. Can secure funnel enough healing towards this Gen.G, or are we gonna see this Mozi and consort you outpoke them in the lane?
I mean, only time can tell. But here it is. Obviously, if you miss the BP as it's gone through play by play, pick by pick, this is going to be what you can see here in its entirety, right? I mean, winning conditions are both of these drafts. What are we looking at?
We're looking at very similar drafts here. Nongshim's entire draft here really comes up after the 4th minute mark, and APG here, you want to make sure that Yulong gets the early to mid game right, making sure that all jungle camps are available and not stolen from him. On the side of JD here, you are the late game insurance here in case Yulong falters.
It's in case Yulong falters. I mean, we're definitely looking like a very strong shoulders here for JD if that is the case that happens, right? But already we're seeing, obviously, Saber into the mid lane, just trying to get a bit of priority here, maybe to allow PHY to get a bit more of those fast rotations, as we can see right now.
This is the trading between sides, right? You know for a fact that the strong Siri and Faye combo here will dictate the early game of the farming here. So, to really trade sides, they secure this spike tail here and they will rotate themselves towards this dimensional sprite that's gonna be spawning in just about 3 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. Funneling that gold over to Dowhen, obviously into the clash lane, is gonna make sure that Byron's early game's even more effective, right? But also mean that Haku is not gonna have as much resources thanks to the lack of camps.
I do agree so as well, but it's always a map state game here. So if you trade on one side, I do believe Nongshim knows to trade away the spike tail beast on towards the bottom side of APG's jungle. Just look at this map state right now. PHY is like the second roamer of APG here, while the farm is directly funneled towards Yulong to make sure that he hits his power spike as soon as possible.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with Shrew as well, right? It's, again, a utility mage. They're not really looking for very much resources in the early game. They're looking to put it over to Yulong and into the places where it really matters. But right now, Yulong looking pretty, like, close. Gets taken down by Haku in the early game.
And that's the beauty of Floorborn tank. Look at Yulong. Yes, you have the world's most reactive dashes, but if you cannot dash, you're just gonna be bounce housed by Haku over and over and over again.
Yeah, a little bit like a lockdown, right? That's a bit unfortunate there for the side of APG, but I mean, Nongshim had this same kind of start in game number 1, right? They were definitely more fruitful in the early game, but then all it took was one opportunity, one window opening, and that's when APG capitalized on that.
That's the importance of fighting team fights, but Siri here might be caught up here as he gets Silk Imprint, but thanks to the spell 2 of Gen.G, the Purify comes in clutch.
So strong, especially with a team comp that's so CC orientated, right? I mean, he may not be too lucky into those team fights if Siri's positioning is not that great, but I mean, look at it here, Luna's basic combo, run it through.
Run it through. So Luna, spell 1, spell 2, and the third basic attack of your passive applies a mark onto the enemy. As long as your ultimate dash onto the enemy with a mark, you get to refresh it. There's no fixed combo, but as long as you practice enough, you can always make sure that your Luna has the ultimate on active.
Ultimate on active and ultimate outcome when you have the Luna looking to make use of those marks from her kit. But right now, obviously, APG, Nongshim, Luna being the first hero to be picked up here. Do you think that's crucial to Yulong's game here?
I do agree so as well here, but look at this. PHY might get a catch onto Faye.
Oh, Faye maybe getting caught out once for where the emergence has come through, but it's a little bit too late. That is going to be a kill going over to the side of APG, so paying back some revenge from that early game.
And this is a 3v1 situation we're looking about because PHY, he's playing the second roamer role here and he's pressuring Siri here. If you step up, you're going to be punished hard here. However, the mid duo here is coming towards the bot side for the cavalry.
For the cavalry, but also maybe potentially to try and set up this neutral objective, right? Because I mean, we've got about 20 seconds on the board until this Tyrant comes up, because this is going to really help JD just get a little bit more damage, a little bit more poke here.
And PHY's return path here is really scary here, and Nongshim, they want to plant an invade here over to the side of APG's Azure Golem here. No actions happens here as Haku, he may be a victim of this engage.
Yes, he may be a bit overzealous here, but obviously with the help of that Annihilation, it's going to wipe out a lot of damage onto the side of APG. Saber looking at pretty low as well. He's able to escape out of there, but on top of that, JD gets a kill. Yulong takes down Siri as well. Haku is not going to be available for these neutral objectives.
PHY once again with the Silk Imprint pulls Haku towards the arms of the embrace of APG. Now, the jungle is wide open for APG to really dictate and steal away everything.
They weren't able to get it. Kyung9 secures the Azure Golem, so this could be a little bit overzealous here for Yulong. He has to get out, but Faye obviously uses Ride the Wind into the bushes. They're not actually going to secure any kill or knock up onto Yulong just yet.
But this is the thing we're talking about on the side of APG's team composition, right? You need to make sure that Yulong has a good scaling here. And right now, just look at this. They have a healthy 1.5k gold just 5 minutes early towards the game here. Nongshim is so pressured right now to shut down this Luna.
They've got to shut down the Luna. They've got to put a stop to this bullet train right now, which is Yulong on this Luna, right? I mean, none of these teams have gone for this neutral objective just yet. I mean, obviously, obscuring and getting that Azure Golem is more of a key proponency of Yulong on this Luna rather than getting the extra damage over to a team. But right now, APG looking to try and go for this, looking a bit of a phase check here to make sure they're not all sitting in this bush. Illusion to the back line. Faye here, Aku quite close by. They're not going to go for it.
As of this point, APG is so strong towards the early to the mid game right now because Yulong is so strong here, but engage goes through as PHY gets taken out immediately.
Well, yes, a little bit too close for comfort there. PHY on the shirt gets taken down. But, I mean, if we look at the mid lane, though, however, there's been a lot of pressure created here for the side of APG.
Oh, exactly here. I think whoever dictates the mid-tempo here will literally be able to push out these leads here. As we saw so far, Haku, the first item being the Succubus Cloak already to tackle the heavy AP composition here coming in from APG's Yulong, PHY, and Saber. So much magic damage.
Yeah, so Nongshim obviously going for the magic resistance here, but Kyung9 is not quite as lucky there. I mean, he has no magic resistance this far within his kit. He's going to have to let that T1 fall into the top side of the map, but we do see that Nongshim pays back, obviously, across the gorge, getting that T1 down to the bot side.
Exactly, and once again, the mid lane is the story of the game here. Both teams here are making sure that they have enough space to control this bush here. Whoever gets control will be able to get or defend this mid tower that's about to be falling soon.
About to be falling soon. I mean, already Haku is behind in terms of gold, right? So you can already see that Yulong has been able to save those Raptors for himself. Has the 2-level lead in XP also. So right now, Yulong is looking like the carry this far. So JD doesn't have that weight to bear, but PHY is going down again, getting caught out. Is this the scapegoat potential here for the side of APG?
It's definitely Nongshim's way of saying that we are not backing out without a fight here. Once again, as you mentioned, PHY gets caught out uncharacteristically. And right now, if you're Nongshim here, are you planning for invade onto this Azure Golem, or will you secure Siri and Haku more space to farm towards the late game?
It's seeming that way, right? I mean, I think the thing that Yulong is just doing here is making sure they get at least the one Azure Golem, right? Like, they need that for Luna's kit. Anything else is a Brucey bonus into the enemy jungle. But right now, Nongshim RedForce are holding on to this T1 into the mid lane like it is across the bear.
Exactly, and look at the gold chart here. Yes, Yulong and JD is on top of the gold chart here. Look at PHY. He's literally lesser gold than a roamer here. That's his playstyle. You don't need gold to really perform onto this Shrew. You just need to land these silk imprints and make sure that your team does the damage.
Yeah, speaking of doing damage, I mean, we've seen a bit of a mirror play. We see that Siri is able to take that T2 down to the bot side of the map, so that's going to put a bit of pressure onto the side of APG that they're not quite aware of, but they do pay back the T2 onto the enemy side's clash lane, leaving the package there at the high ground turret. Forces the side of APG to try and go back, but JD gets locked down.
Beautiful map play here coming in from Nongshim RedForce here. They were the more disciplined bunch to really retreat Siri and Faye here, and JD and Saber was too little too late as JD got punished hard.
JD getting punished hard. I mean, this is not what you really want, right? I mean, he's meant to be that secondary carry if Yulong fails. But right now, he's not failing at that mission, right? I mean, he's 7.8k to Haku's 5.1. So already still looking a little bit like a success story is Yulong for the side of APG.
And just about 9 minutes, Yulong is already almost hitting that level 15 mark here. He's farming so fast onto this Luna.
So fast. But I mean, he needs to, right? Maybe this Vanguard is going to be enough to try and take this down, but thanks to obviously Illusion on the Nua, being able to push away the Vanguard means that they can keep that T1 safer now.
Exactly here, and Faye here looks for the engage on PSY, gets reacted immediately here. They do a handshake, flash for flash.
flash for flash, but that was a nice, obviously, flash and Morbury power combo there for the side of an NS Siri, but now they need to pull out these stops. But luckily for PHY, he had the flash as well, expanded it.
But look at the side lanes though. The side lanes are so in favor of APG right before this Shadow Tyrant is about to spawn. There's so much side lane pressure being formed around the Shadow Tyrant here, and right now APG looks to push down this bottom tower.
Looks to push this bottom tower as well, but JD gets that last little touch onto the T1 into the mid lane. It's already starting to open up for the side of Nongshim. This could be scary as we get into that 10-minute mark, but Dowhan getting trading few blows here between himself and Kyung9.
And once again, we talked about Blam. This is a 10-minute mark we're talking about as Dowhan goes in for the engagement.
Oh, Dowhan, he goes in deep onto Faye, but doesn't get a kill there. Yulong is just trying to keep Kyung9 off of his backline, does successfully, so nobody dies just yet. Nobody should be dying around this neutral objective, especially the Shadow Variant.
The Shadow Variant goes down fast, and Yulong secures the spine. The fight breaks out.
He tries to go in with the ultimate. Yulong secures the Shadow Tyrant. So right now, if you are Nongshim, you want to be getting out of this team fight.
Exactly here, and right now 10 players are looking to push down this mid tower here. That's the name of the game here. Look at Yulong. He's slowly creeping behind. He takes this Crimson Gold and might look for a flank towards the Nongshim bunch.
Yeah, I mean, for the side of Nongshim, they definitely need one of these neutral objectives, right? They already put the pressure on into the early game, obviously down to the bot side of the map. So maybe they just need to create a little bit more pressure here. Maybe try and gain back some leverage in that mid lane.
Ooh, Yulong is putting so much pressure onto Nongshim here. The presence of him just being behind enemy lines puts so much pressure on Nongshim. They cannot start this Shadow Overlord.
They can't shut the Shadow Overlord. They can't even go and contest it as well, right? I mean, these cannon blasts are just kind of timing, trying to keep away Kyung9 at his team fights. We get in the pull here onto Haku. Haku is already looking very tanky, and he's only level 13. He is behind in gold, still to Yulong.
That's a lot of magic defense here being built on the side of Haku here. Yet again, we still have yet to see JD really pop off in these team fights here. So as the game escalates towards the late game, it's gonna be Nongshim Illusion's late game. The powers by coming in from the...
Oh, there we go. Okay, Haku goes in for the engage, but the obviously think inside the box is going to stop the side attack from Nongshim RedForce. But Kyung9 goes down. A trade for PHY for the Clash lane. Right now, Faye looking pretty low. Siri as well. They are getting some kills. That is currently a 2-1 trade here for Nongshim. They gotta go and tend their farm though, because that high ground turret is taking a bit of a battering.
It's still a 2-for-2 here coming in for South Nongshim here. Yes, they get 2 kills here, but they lose out the Shadow Vanguard, the Shadow Overlord towards the hands of APG here. Right now, in terms of the map stake here, once again, the Shadow Vanguard dictates 3 pushing lanes that APG looks to really push out on the side of Nongshim RedForce.
They look to push out. I mean, they need to, right? That was the problem from game number 1. As soon as APG got the lead, Nongshim could not push out a singular bit. But we're seeing here, Yulong kind of like holding his favorite teddy here. He has the Shadow Vanguard at his dispense. So really, they're just waiting for the right time to push that down. Maybe trying to meet this top minion wave as well.
Exactly, or they can look for a fight right now because there are no members of the side of Nongshim RedForce around this bottom tier 2 that has just gone down right now. They're looking at the last tier 2 available for the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, right now, APG looking very strong into this one. I mean, they're around about, what, 3.2k gold ahead at this point. T2 looking like it is going to fall here. APG doing a great work back onto Nongshim's base.
And Shadow Vanguard has been spawned towards the top side of Nongshim RedForce here. A big push is about to happen. APG wants to ride this momentum and get themselves an even bigger lead.
Yeah, I mean, we can see here the last item built here by PHY is the Splendor, so you can see that he may get the dive on once again, but if he can activate that invincibility or that status, he could save and wipe out so much more. But speaking about a wipeout, it's going to be Faye getting taken down first. Haku looking pretty low. Yulong using that Splendor as well is able to capitalize and go in onto the back line. He has the Sage's Sanctuary, he has the Vanguard.
He has everything. Sage Sanctuary, Splendor, everything expanded here. Illusion. The final hope of Nongshim RedForce falls. APG takes it 2-0 clean.
A 2-0 scoreboard, Sagi. I mean, I personally predicted that this was going to be a 2-1, but APG looking very strong and no longer going to be gatekeeped by Nongshim RedForce because they are a 3rd seed and they've taken out the KME champions.
Wow, what a series here coming in from both teams here. APG really playing towards the jungle carry-centric playstyle. Everything, everyone for Yulong, and Yulong delivered with a silver platter.
Delivered with a silver platter, and I mean, I just want to see like hold his face at this point, right? I mean, another loss to the KME. I mean, yes, you got Gen.G through, but your champions aren't through.
Well, I do gotta say one thing's for sure. Gen.G really surprised me today, but as well, APG came out on top onto the likes of Nongshim, RedForce, the KME champions like you mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, APG victored where obviously BSC earlier today fell. But I mean, honestly, it has been 2-0. Yes, they didn't lose a round, but these team fights, Nongshim was obviously bringing it to them. I mean, Haku with these engages as well onto PHY. Yes, probably not the most detrimental within the draft of APG, but still, he was trying to get his team into it, but there just was no give.
And this is what we talked about back into the green room, Blam. This is the clash between two philosophies. Nongshim's macro-heavy playstyle and APG's brawl, micro-centric, mechanics-level playstyle here. And the result here, APG comes out on top.
APG just come out on top. I mean, definitely playing to their best strengths, right? I mean, this is definitely looking like a more stronger team as they go into the last chance. But is the last chance best of 5 going to be the real test here for APG, or are they finally going to start to show that golden APG we was looking for in the MKL?
Ooh, only time will tell here, but today, as of this now, APG definitely look like the better team against Nongshim RedForce.
They do. I mean, the 2-0 shows it, right? The 2-0 shows it. I mean, we're not being biased here, but the team themselves, they put in the work, they put in the miles, and they get the takedown on Nongshim, knocking them out of the KWC. Second place of Season 3.
Ooh. I'm telling you, it is already set. All of the teams that we needed moving forward are already set. Our schedules are set for tomorrow. It has been a very good game from APG. Alpha Gaming playing really well. Nongshim RedForce, on the other hand, what is your analysis on that?
For me, Nongshim RedForce, yes, they came out clutch on the macro rotations here. Where they have to stand, where they have to rotate, they were always clean with that. The problem about Nongshim RedForce, their micro mechanics, their skill level in-game has been capped since HOK S3. While since that period, all these global teams has been learning, has been adapting in their global skills, and that resulted into such a big gap in team fights.
All right, what about we have the players tell us a little bit more about the performance today, about the games? Mara, take it from here.
Here with us, Daohan, congratulations. Game 2, you had a lot more control compared to Game 1. How you started with Game 1, you flipped the script around. But what exactly happened in between to make sure that you guys had full control over the script?
Our coach tell me don't be nervous and don't be rushed and adjust personality, and we will do it best.
Don't be nervous and don't rush. What exactly was making you nervous in the first game?
Because we are upper bracket. We are in the upper bracket.
Now, speaking of the brackets, up next, how are you feeling about your next matchup? You're going to be going up against Twisted Minds. What are the expectations there?
We will do it best and try our best to win this camp, represent Malaysia.
And speaking of Malaysia, there's a lot of people watching. A lot of people are rooting for you. What do you have to say to everybody watching right now?
We can do it. What? Come to support us in EWC, KWC. We will do it best.
And you heard it from Daohan. Everybody from Malaysia, go ahead and support them and keep sending them those positive support on social media. Now we're going to head back to the desk. Lead the gorge.
Thank you very much, Daohan. A very electrical performance today. Very happy with his performance. He did deliver. He came in, did his very best, and helped Alpha Gaming just to take the victory.
He did allow them to take the victory, right? I mean, not only his Fatih in game number 1, but also his Byron in game number 2. It was definitely what they needed in terms of obviously the pickup, but that's his classical playstyle, right? Always focus in the backline of your opponents.
Focusing the backline being the front line that APG needs. Because we know for a fact, APG loves to play the jungle assassins here and the roamer onto Saber. Loves to play the utility roamers. So the tank, the duty of being the front line falls onto Daohan.
When you start thinking about the game and you start analyzing it, did Nongshim RedForce at any moment had an advantage? Did they have like an opportunity to actually grasp the win?
I mean, they had the side lanes, right? They opened the side lanes, but they were trading them between the two teams. If they had the actual advantage in the side lanes, like open up both the clash lane and the farm lane, then we could start to see a little bit more of an advancement, a little bit more invading onto Yulong's jungle.
For me, exactly like you mentioned, the invasion of Yulong's jungle was nowhere to be seen.
Exactly.
This Luna was having literal field day here. No one was stopping him. He was farming so quickly that I think he was level 15 at about 8 to 9 minutes.
Yeah. Dancing in the moonlight. That's what I would say for Luna. Dancing in the moonlight. Yulong was having the time of his life, like you were saying there. I mean, 69.3k overall. Illusion coming close to it, around about 67. But at the same time, like you were saying in the draft, Sagi, if it fell to Yulong and he was failing, then JD would have to be the secondary carry. And he was keeping up in terms of that damage and in terms of the gold.
Exactly. That's the play style coming in from APG. You have PHY, the sacrificial lamb. You have Daohen being the tank that his team needs. So the carry duty falls onto primarily Yulong, and if Yulong does scale off into the early to mid stages of the game, JD comes in clutch towards the later stages of the game.
Yeah, starts to pick it up. Obviously, we can see there he is getting towards his itemization. He has the Sun Chaser, the Daybreaker, so damage-wise and range, he had it all.
He had it all indeed, and these two carries were really gapping the opposing farm lane and jungle in terms of the resource department, and they were so big into his team fights.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of obviously having quite a lot of damage onto the side of Nongshim from obviously the Illusion and Faye, you can see that Saber here taking a little bit more of a conventional kind of build defensive onto the Motsu, but really within the KWC, we've been seeing quite a lot of like AP-centric Motsus, but if that was the case, I feel like he would have been too squishy, would have been taken out at the right times.
Luna in this game completely just dominating since the beginning. There was never a contestant in there that could stand in front. And you saw it in that last fight in the Crystal, right?
Yep.
He was literally just diving in, making sure that the back line of Nongshim RedForce did not have a good time here. And we talked about this. Tanks, they still do need resource as well, but when your team fumbles the back in the early game here and Luna scales up so quickly, you're not going to have enough items to tank this Luna, because when we think about Floorborn tank against Luna matchup, you want to be CC chaining her, knockups after knockups here, making sure that the Luna is unable to dash around the battlefield.
Yeah, I mean, most times within those team fights, you saw that we saw that obviously Saber was situated to the side of the team fight, so naturally where we would see a knockup from Faye come through, he was the one taking the brunt of that, not Yulong, which really just meant that it was like no holes barred. She was not being contested either in the jungle or team fights.
Yulong came and took it all, right? It took the blue buff, it took the red buff, it took the minions, took the gold, and he's going to be taking the MVP as well. Look at that, came in 414 KDA, but dealt so much damage. It wasn't crazy.
Absolutely crazy. 414 KDA, like you were saying there, 28% of the damage dealt also, but also taking a lot of damage. So already just being there, soaking up those minor bits of damage that was coming through from Nongshim, because like you were saying, Sagi, we had a fantastic focus onto the back line. Obviously, the damage was meant to come through from Illusion, as well as obviously the Gen.G, and none of those was really starting for the side of Nongshim, unfortunately.
Oh, definitely, especially when we talked about you draft the Gen.G, you draft the Sakir, you draft the Floorborn. You want to make sure that your early game is strong and heavy here. But we did not see that at all, especially when your Gen.G is suffering against the matchup against Consort U on JD.
Exactly that. I mean, the Consort U definitely put the pressure on into the early game, right? But it was like we were saying in the draft, having the Motsu and the Consort U is just having that long range of pressure, right? You've not only got the stun, you've got the damage from that Oak Bolt, and then if you do get jumped on, you've got the protective winds, the second skill, and it makes it really hard to take her out.
Sadly for Nongshim RedForce, this is going to be the end of the road for them. And it's been already the end of day 5 and the end of the group stage. We had the upper bracket and the lower bracket finals, and we already have an idea of how everything's going to work out. What about if we first recap a little bit of what happened in each of the groups? On the Group A, Pulse Gaming moved into the Group Kings, and Gen.G Esports moved into the Last Chance Tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I really like this, right? I mean, that final little bracket was 2-0 for both of those in Group A, and honestly, two teams are very deserving of getting into that point. Alpha 7 is obviously going to be Pause Gaming's opponent tomorrow, but Team Vitality repeated the same victory that they had in the first day right till the end. So an IKL representative going through to the Last Chance.
Ooh, every bit of this makes it so interesting, especially King's group is so important in making sure that you have that better seeding. You want to be avoiding these strong teams to get that to a higher point. And talking about Group C here, Nova Esports, with a clean 4-0 fashion, makes it towards the Group Kings as well as the Group C representatives.
They did not lose even one game. That is already pretty impressive from Nova Esports, knowing that they came into the hardest group in there. Nova Esports taking a 2-0 against Twisted Minds and then taking a 2-0 against BSE. On the other hand, Twisted Minds, tomorrow they're going to be battling it out for one last ticket in the last chance against the representative from the Group D that we just watched, Alpha Gaming.
Yeah, Alpha Gaming going up against Twisted Minds. I mean, that is going to be an absolute banger, right? I mean, the champion of KMW looking to try and dethrone the 3rd seed of MKL.
And you know what's even going to be an absolute banger? OG versus Nova Esports in the Kings group.
In the Kings group. I mean, unfortunately, we won't be on the broadcast desk for that one, but we'll be literally hyping it up so much, right? I mean, I'm KMW, MKL, we're going to be fighting in that green room.
We are very happy that you guys are going to have so much fun. That you guys are going to be just sitting down there and enjoying the games the same as everyone at home. Sadly, this is going to be the end of the road for Dominator Esports, Black Shrew Esport, Nongshim RedForce, and Boom Esports. For them, they came, they saw, they tried to conquer. They were unable to do that. But hopefully they came, they learned something, and in 12 months' time, when we have this KWC one more time right over here, they can become stronger.
I mean, that's the crazy thing, right? You just reeled through that list, and one of those names was the runner-up to EWC last year, and they are now out. They didn't make it past the group stage. So like you were saying, to the weight of your words, 12 months is a long time and shows the progress of some of these teams.
That is the bread and butter of esports in honor of Kings. You can be the best in the world today, but if you slack and if you're not focused and if you're over-determined, you can be the losers of today. And sadly, we bid goodbye to these teams as we look forward to tomorrow with all these remaining teams battling out for the KWC 2025 playoffs.
Tomorrow is going to be an interesting day, right? Like, we're not only going to have best of 3s, we're going to have best of 5s. We will have action from the Group Kings at the same time that we're going to have action from the Last Chance, right?
Oh, the action in the Last Chance here. Okay, guys, to make it simple, Kings group will be best of 3 and Last Chance will be best of 5 here. So at least for the Last Chance, we will be seeing more and more and more games compared to the best of 3.
Day 5 is already done. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being here with us. Last Chance, Group of Kings, tomorrow at the same time, same place, same energy. Before we leave, enjoy the Kidia top place of the day. Enjoy your evening, enjoy your time, and we'll see you tomorrow.